Um, We are here today for this Assembly Standing Committee on Education to have a hearing on the specialized high schools. The purpose of this meeting is basically due to recent reports have highlighted the lack of diversity among students admitted to New York City's specialized high schools. The purpose of this hearing is to hear from a variety of stakeholders and have an open dialogue on the specialized high schools to examine the admission process and accessibility of these schools. This is a hearing. It's a fact-finding meeting, and that we're going to get valuable data during the course of the day. It is not a town hall meeting. That is a different type of forum, and there are town hall meetings done by many of my colleagues on this same subject. Today, we want to listen. We want to hear from experts that we have invited. Those people invited are people who we believe are diverse opinions on the subject matter at hand, and we are going to be eager to hear, from their testimony. I am joined, by the way, I'm chairman of the Education Committee. I'm Assemblyman Mike Benedetto, and I'm joined with a number of my Assembly colleagues. On my left, Assemblyman Steve Otis, Assemblywoman Rebecca Seabright, and Assemblyman Bill Colton. On my right, I'm next to my colleague, Ron Kim. I say to my members, I thank you for being here. We're going to go right into testimony. I know you all have a special interest in what we're doing here today, and expressing your opinions will be greatly desired, but kind of weave them into any of the questions that you are asking of the witnesses as we go forward. As chairman, I am staying extremely neutral on this subject. I honestly want to hear the pros and the cons of the issue. I want to hear the alternative ideas that may be put forth today. And we will not hear any of this unless we get going. So we're honored to have on our first panel here today the Chancellor of the New York City Department of Education, Chancellor Richard Carranza. And Chancellor, welcome here. I told the others that I was honored to end the day yesterday in Co-op City, having a wonderful educational roundtable that you were gracious enough to attend. And now you're beginning today. I know your time is precious, so I'll let you start and introduce those people on your left and right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So good morning, Chairman Benedetto, and members of the Assembly Standing Committee on Education, and all other Assembly members that are present or will be present during this hearing. I want to thank you for holding this hearing today on a topic that I know is a difficult, complicated, but absolutely critical topic for discussion: the admissions process for New York City specialized high schools. With me is Josh Wallach, who is Deputy Chancellor of Early Education and Student Enrollment, and LaShawn Robinson, Deputy Chancellor of School Climate and Wellness in the Department of Education. So before I go further, I want to make one thing very clear this morning. In my role as Chancellor, my job is to ensure that all of our students are receiving a high-quality education that will prepare them for the future. I am happy to take the time to meet with any of you to explain in detail our comprehensive equity and excellence for all agenda, through which we are making strategic investments at key points of our children's educational careers. For example, our investments in pre-K for all, 3K for all, and universal literacy give our students the foundational skills they need to move on to content learning by 3rd grade. Our investment in middle school algebra ensures that our students will enter high school prepared to take higher level math and science courses, and many of you have taken the time to hear me describe this work in various community meetings, whether in one-to-one meetings, during school visits, or at other meetings, as I've mentioned. And I know you appreciate the comprehensive approach that we are taking to making sure that all of our students are on the right track. But that's not what this hearing is about today. This hearing about the admissions process for 8 of our schools known in state law as specialized high schools. I intend to use my time today to discuss my position on a fairer admissions process to these schools that will increase access for students we know can succeed there. As you know, having not been born in New York, in order to understand how we got to where we are today, I had to conduct research into New York City and state history. Here's what I found. In 1971, 48 years ago, romantic lighting, please.
Yes, somebody may have just gotten the chair. I'm not sure.
So, Mr. Chair, here's what I discovered. In 1971, 48 years ago, then Chancellor Harvey Scribner, in response to concerns that the admissions process to specialized high schools restricted access to Black and at that time Puerto Rican students, determined that he would convene a committee to consider the process of admissions. He never really got the chance. You see, the mere suggestion set off a panic that led to state legislative action, resulting in the 1971 law known as the Hecht-Calandra Act, a piece of legislation that set off heated debate and outcry in the legislature, particularly from Black and Puerto Rican elected officials. The record is clear. As a result, New York City is the only city in the nation that uses and is required to use, as a matter of state law, a single exam for admissions to selective schools. These are indisputable facts recorded in history. We cannot ignore the historical context that brought us to this place in the same way we cannot ignore the results. As I sit here with you today, exactly 1 week shy of the 65th anniversary of Brown versus the Board of Education, I must remind us that only 4% of this spring's specialized high school offers went to Black students, and only 7% went to Latino students. This happened despite extensive efforts and resources towards test prep and test awareness among students and families, despite an increase in those participating in test prep and in those taking the test, and despite a backdrop of constantly improving student and school performance, including middle school performance across the city. This legislation does what it was intended to do. Our proposal is simply this. Last year, the Department of Education proposed another method of admitting qualified students into these schools. And with the cooperation of Assemblyman Barron, this other method has been introduced as legislation. Under our proposal, the specialized high schools would admit the top 7% of students in each middle school based on a ranking determined by their grades and state test scores. We believe this method is fair, clear, objective, and does not put additional burdens on students and families in order to be admitted into these schools. It is based on a system that works. Over 20 years ago, the University of Texas, successfully implemented a similar top performers admissions method. When we developed our plan, we took into consideration the research of various testing and education experts, which finds that the use of multiple measures is a much better way of identifying student potential than a single high-stakes test. In fact, I've now worked in 5 cities and 5 states across the country, and I would be hard-pressed to find any education expert in any one of them who'd endorse making decisions about a child's future based on one single high-stakes test alone. We also were careful to design a system that would admit high-performing students who have the same or greater academic potential to those who get into these specialized schools now. The students who would be admitted under our plan have very similar GPAs and test scores to those who are currently admitted. We strive to strike a balance between testing as a measure and using strong non-test measurement, while still not introducing too much subjectivity or additional barriers into the process. Now, while we believe our proposal is the fairest, most equitable approach, we have made it clear that we are willing to hear other ideas. Since we announced our proposal almost a year ago, the Department of Education has gone to every single community education council. We've presented, we've taken feedback, and I and various members of my team have had numerous conversations with parents, advocacy groups, elected officials, and many others where we have gotten thoughtful and useful feedback. I am willing and eager to discuss any ideas that you may have about how to make this system fairer for our students and families, but with one caveat. We cannot keep kicking this can down the road. For almost half a century, and in the month that we celebrate the 65th anniversary of the Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court decision, we have allowed the current system to persist. You and I may not have been there when this law was put into place, but we are here now, and we cannot walk away and let a broken status quo continue for another 50 years. So I want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify here today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Mr. Chancellor, I thank you for your concise, brief testimony, and I did neglect to say before, all people testifying will be limited to 5 minutes of testimony, okay? And we up here on the dais in questioning will also be brief and concise in your questions in one round of questioning. So we'll go, I'll hold my questions until after my members speak. We'll start with Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim?
Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to thank the chairman and Speaker Hasty for conducting and organizing this hearing, and my members for joining us today. And I want to thank the administration and the chancellor for taking the time to join us today and submitting your testimony. Do you recall, Chancellor, before the administration rolled out this proposal, you were in Albany? I mean, you made several trips, but right before that, you were up in Albany a couple of times. You were even in my district in Flushing about 2 weeks before the rollout. Do you recall those visits?
I take your word for it, sir, yes. I made a lot of visits when I first arrived in New York.
And you probably may not recall also, but during those visits, we did address the issue of the SHSATs. We asked you directly, is this something that the administration and your team is working on? And if so, we have ideas, we have legislation, we have proposals that we want to work on. And you told us that this is not on the radar. This is not something that you're working on. And then 2 weeks later, I think none of us got notice of the proposal. And over one weekend, this process was rolled out while excluding an entire community that cares very deeply about this issue. After that, I think the mayor was contrite about the process, and I appreciate him coming forward and saying the process was flawed, but there is a problem here. And I, for one, when I was I remember visiting the Aspen Institute a couple years ago, education panel, and I remember hearing about this survey of educational policymakers and elected officials about how they viewed education. As a parent versus a policymaker. And when the results came back, there was a wide discrepancy how we care about education as a parent versus as policymakers. And I think your intention, all of our intentions here is for the collective betterment of our New York City schools. But I know that there are differences of how we should move forward. And I guess my ultimate question is, do you think that racially balancing a few high schools through this process will resolve the problem of racial inequality and segregation that's deeply rooted in our public schools?
So, Assemblymember Kim, thank you again for the question. Let's be clear. There are a small number of schools in New York City that are governed by a state law that does not allow us to address that issue. And those are the specialized high schools. So the reason we're even having this hearing is because there's a state law that governs how we can even address that broader issue that you've mentioned. At the same time, as I've mentioned in my testimony, we believe that the academic achievement of all students, all 1.1 million students in the New York City Department of Education, of whom 70% are Black and Latino. 70%. So when we're talking about the New York City Department of Education and issues of segregation, issues of integration, issues of academic achievement, it is incumbent upon us to look at all systems and structures, especially systems and structures that, based on the evidence, which we have considerable evidence, do not serve all of our students. So I think this is but one of many issues that we should be looking at and that we are looking at and addressing. I am very proud of our community education districts and the work that they are doing to address this issue. Again, this notion that a localized approach is a good approach is something that we embrace, but at the same time, while we have great work happening at our local community education council districts, it's also important that as an administration, we are shining a light on systemic issues. And this particular issue is one issue that the community education councils can't tackle because there's a state law. So I do think, to your question and to the sentiment of the question, there is a bigger conversation that needs to be had about academic outcomes for all students. But this particular issue is germane because there's a state law that really prevents us from making changes.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, if I may just finish by, I represent a predominantly Asian American community in my district, and throughout this process, some of the narrative that was put forth of accusing some of the Asian communities of coming from a privileged place was very hurtful to many immigrants, especially because the majority of the students that go to these specialized schools come from low-income communities, and they're mostly recent immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
So we do not come from a place of privilege. So that process itself has been very painful to hear as a community. And to my concluding question is, you brought up the 3 schools that are under state law, but there's how many specialized high schools? There's 9, right? Or there's 9 total, right? And only 3 of the 9 schools are guided by the state law, right? So can the city and the mayor and the administration unilaterally change the standards for the remainder of the schools without state law being changed?
So the 3 schools that existed in 1971 are the 3 schools covered by the law. Mayor Bloomberg added 5 additional specialized schools, yet the disparity and the disproportionality of admissions remains the same for all 8. So it is our position that you cannot just address 3 without taking on all 8. In addition, it's important to understand that the 3 specialized schools covered in 1971's law constitute 80% of the students in the specialized schools. So even if there was something done differently, which is not our position, for the 5, you're still not addressing the vast majority of those students. In terms of the conversation that's happened in the community, I think that Mayor de Blasio, and I've been on record as well, as saying, the process should have been, could have been, much better, much more inclusive. I just want to remind us that in 1971, the process was much less inclusive than what we're having now when HEC Calandra was implemented. And I want to also, Assemblymember Kim, thank you for the opportunity to clarify something that's very important here. I have been very clear that as Chancellor, my responsibility is to all 1.1 million students in the system. But let me tell you what the narrative has been against me by the mere fact that I have brought up this discrepancy in admissions to the specialized schools. What has been said about me as a chancellor, as the grandson of immigrants as well, as an English language learner, that the only reason that I'm taking this on is because I am a Latino, and that my intent is to somehow benefit Latino students at the expense of everyone else. How disrespectful is that, to impugn my integrity as the only reason to take it on because I'm a Latino? So when I've made those comments about the fact that I am not taking this on because I feel Latino students earned or have these seats as a matter of fact, it's been twisted in some communities as an attack on the Asian American community. A community who in San Francisco, in Houston, in Las Vegas, everywhere I have served, I have fought and fought alongside them for educational rights. So I want to be very clear, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to clarify that I serve and represent all students in New York City. And I want to be really clear that there are much more enlightened ways that is supported by research, that is supported by educational experts, identifying students for opportunities in public schools. That is about, sir.
Mr. Kim, thank you. Ms. Seawright.
Thank you, Chancellor, for your testimony, and your deputy chancellors here with you today. I'm a proud parent of 2 children who went through the public school system in New York, but I must say I am outraged at how this change or suggested change last year was rolled out by the Department of Education. And I'd like to know, you said that earlier that you were disappointed and could have done a better job, but what steps were taken by the Department of Education on the rollout of the plan last year? Because I had constituents flooding into my office. I hosted a town hall on this issue, and we couldn't even seat all the parents that showed up for information. So with a budget the size of the Department of Education, I would like to know what specific steps were taken by your agency prior to the rollout last year.
Thank you, Assemblymember Seawright. So as I've mentioned, what we've done is, this is not an issue that appeared just when I arrived, that we've been actually looking at this issue. And since 1971, obviously, Chancellor Scribner was looking at this issue as well. But in terms of communication, what we were doing is putting together a process by which we looked at what does the research say. Are there examples out in the community, of the educational community across the nation, of more enlightened ways of looking at admissions to specialized schools? What do other states across the country do in admissions to specialized schools? One of the things that we found is in the nation there are 165 specialized schools, of whom only New York uses a single test as the sole criteria for admission. And again, what we've done is every conversation starts with a proposal, and we've put forward a proposal which, as I've mentioned in my testimony, we've now gone to all the community education districts. We're holding forums. We're engaging on the idea, and we remain open to hearing what different ideas the community has. In terms of specifics, I can ask my Deputy Chancellor Wallach to maybe give you a little more specificity on the initial rollout.
Yes, just to amplify a little bit of what the Chancellor said, a team that included members of the Office of Student Enrollment and others from the Division of School Climate and Wellness participated as well. And we did go out to each and every Community Education Council, presented the proposal, and talked through the details of it, and then took feedback. And we also participated in a number of community meetings and other forums from advocacy groups representing communities from throughout New York City that wanted a little bit more information. And that process continues as we move through, but now we are engaged, of course, in the legislative process, which opens new avenues for input and feedback as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to the next question, I want to acknowledge the presence of several other Assembly members who have joined us. Assemblyman Al Taylor, Assemblyman Walter Mosley, Assemblywoman Joanne Simon, and Assemblyman Charles Barron. I also would be remiss if I don't acknowledge a dear friend, former colleague in the audience, Councilwoman Inez Barron, Charles's much better half.
Oh, excuse me.
Behave yourself, Charles. I understand it. Love is a beautiful thing. Let's move on. Mr. Colton.
Yes, good morning, Chancellor.
Good morning, sir.
I was a teacher in the New York City public school system for 11 years, and I taught in District 13 in Bedford-Stuyvesant. And during those 11 years, I had the opportunity to teach an IGC class. The children in my class were all reading 4 and 5 years above grade level. During that time, they were very far ahead. Unfortunately, all the other classes in the school were reading 4 and 5 years below grade level. The children in my class, who were all African American, could have aced that SHSAT. They would have had no problem whatsoever. Unfortunately, the IGC programs have been greatly cut back in certain areas by the New York City Department of Education over the last 15 years or so. And that seems to be when we got a great disparity in terms of the specialized schools. Brooklyn Tech in the mid-90s did not have the problem that we see now. There were 40 to 45% of children who were African American, Hispanic. They had the IGC programs in their districts. There's a direct correlation between the presence of IGC programs, G&T programs in districts, and the amount of students that are admitted to specialized high schools who do well on the SHSAT. Now, I don't understand why the Department of Education, and I do know what happened in my district. The Department of Education was embarrassed that so many of their classes, so many of the children were reading so far below grade level and doing so far below in math. And yet there was a class, an IGC class, where they were reading way above. We have really, I believe, failed the gifted children throughout our city. The Department of Education has systematically and methodically, not just under your reign as chancellor, but previously under Mayor Bloomberg, they started cutting back, reducing IGC classes, gifted and talented programs. Now, I know you will make the argument that these programs are not as effective, but they were sure effective to the 30 kids in my class back then, and I believe they would be very effective now to children who are performing well, who have the capability of doing it, and I think they would increase the number of those children. I think we have to concentrate on how do we improve the education. We still have a great number of children who are not doing well in New York City school system. There's been improvement. Over the last 10 years, there's been improvement. We need to keep that up. But I think we're abandoning the brightest of all of our children, no matter what district they're in, no matter what country they've come from, no matter what is the color of their skin, their religion, their economic status. I think we've abandoned the brightest of those children, and we failed to give them an opportunity to be able to get the benefit of a specialized high school. I think we need more specialized high schools.
Assemblyman Colton, is there a question?
Yes, there is a question. The question is, why are we not looking at the statistics which showed that the diversity greatly decreased as we greatly decreased the number of gifted and talented programs in New York City?
So, Assemblyman Colton, I want to first thank you for your service as a teacher. Anyone who's actually taught understands the complexities of what happens in a classroom. So I want to thank you. As a fellow teacher, as the chair's been a teacher, we know what a special job that is. I can tell you that in New York City, the New York City students have outperformed their state peers in the English language arts exams now for 3 years in a row. We are outperforming the rest of the students in New York State. We have closed the gap with our peers in state math exams. We have decreased dropout rates. We have increased the graduation rate. We have increased the number of students taking at least one advanced placement exam. Over the last 5 years, we've had an 18% increase in English language arts. We could not, and I could not agree more with your sentiment. You have to concentrate on improving all student performance, and we're doing that. The fact of the matter is that even as we've increased that student performance, you still are seeing an absolute dearth of African American and Latino students that because of a single exam are not provided the opportunity to attend a public school that we call a specialized school, in defiance of every other school system in America that has a specialized school. And we know that from a psychometric perspective, there is no evidence that shows a single test is the most enlightened way to identify opportunity for students. And as we were in classrooms as teachers, we all knew that it wasn't the quiz, it wasn't the test, it was the interaction, it was the being able to demonstrate your subject matter mastery, it was the ability to be able to communicate, it was the ability to academically perform on a number of different facets and fronts that gave us the information to assign then a grade to that student. Yet, for the students that want to go to a specialized school, they just have to take a test that's not aligned to the state standards, that's just a hard test that they have to be tutored for, and we just feel that that's not the most enlightened way of doing it. Now, I can't speak to the history of what happened. I can only speak to the fact that in 1971 there was a state law that was approved to stop looking at the diversity of these particular schools. That is still the status quo. And I can say that the research and the data that we currently have shows that that state law is working very well, and it's excluding certain students in New York City from that opportunity. And I think that's the power of having this conversation, to hear different ideas, to look at the data, and then to determine as a city, do our moral values align with what the data is telling us? But again, I can tell you that the boats are rising. We want to make them rise faster. But at the same time, we have this moral imperative in front of us.
Mr. Chancellor, let me insert my executive privilege here as the chair. I don't know if you possibly answered Mr. Colton's basic question. Do you believe that reinstating gifted and talented programs in all the schools throughout the city would enhance the minority representation in the specialized high schools?
I will answer that question. I'm going to ask Deputy Chancellor Robinson to also add to my answer. The current iteration of gifted and talented would not do that, because even in the identification of gifted and talented students, you have a chasm between Black and Latino students and other subgroups of students and other students that are identified as gifted and talented. So the very disproportionality that we're seeing in admissions to specialized schools, we're seeing the exact disproportionality of students who are identified as gifted and talented. Now, we've also learned a great deal about brain science and early learning and how children learn over just the last 5 years, not to mention over the last 40 years. So we know that gifted and talented in an enriched academic environment is more than just a program. It's about how you structure the learning environment and then how you provide scaffold and support for students to access a much more rigorous course of study. Very specifically, the current iteration of what a gifted and talented program is would not make a difference in that particular issue.
Thank you.
And also, just to build upon what the Chancellor has shared, thank you so much, Assemblymember Colton. I'm actually a District 13 baby. I attended public school 305 in District 13. I'd just like to share with you, last year, we had approximately 2,200 Black and Latinx 8th graders who applied for high school, and they had test scores of at least 4.0. That's a very, very high test score. That means that they scored at the very top of the cohort on these tests. Among these students, the 2,200 students, 83% of Black students took the specialized high schools test, and 72% of Latinx students took the specialized high schools test. And only 18% of these black students received an offer, and only 23% of Hispanic students received an offer. So we're talking about the highest scorers of black and Latinx students, students who would have been gifted and talented in your day as a teacher in District 13, and they are still not being admitted to the specialized high schools. So despite the highly qualified nature of these students, the test prevents them from accessing these schools.
Thank you. Mr. Otis.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chancellor and Deputy Chancellors. To follow up on the numbers that you were just giving us, could you share the number of slots for all the specialized high schools, just so we have a frame of reference?
Yes, sir. I'm going to ask Deputy Chancellor Wallach to answer that question.
Thank you. So I'm just checking now. The total number of offers is 5,000, and the total number of seats is about 4,000, sorry, 4,000.
So from your testimony, I infer that you don't have confidence in the test, in the methodology of the test that's being given. You want to use to go to a different metric. But for the test that's given, have you made any analysis of the students that take the test? How many score well enough on the test that you would feel they're a level where you would reasonably expect them to be able to succeed or do the work at specialized high schools?
I just want to clarify the question, Assemblymember Otis. So are you referring to the state test or the SHSAT?
The latter.
The SHSAT.
Yes.
Mr. Wallet?
Yes, and sorry, you're asking about the test, about the, yes, but what about the Shazat? Say again?
So you have obviously a certain number of slots,
Yes.
and you have a much larger group of students
Yes.
that take the test. You must have a sense in terms of, or you either have or have not done an analysis as to how many students who take the test and score high but are not offered a position in the schools. How many have scored high enough were you to have more slots available? They score well enough that we'd reasonably believe that they could succeed and benefit from a specialized high school.
Yeah, I think what I would say is I take the sense of the question. I think but we would question the premise a little bit. I think what we believe is that the specialized high school exam being one single measure doesn't really give us a good picture of doesn't give us the best picture of who can and who can't succeed in a specialized high school. We believe that the measure that we've proposed, with the top 7% of students in each middle school demonstrating their performance on tests that reflect the state standards and the curriculum that we teach, and their performance in those classes gives us a much better picture. So we do believe that there are talented students in every neighborhood and every community of New York City that can succeed in the specialized high schools, but just don't have the chance to do so because they don't take the test or don't have the access to the preparation for the test over a long period of time that we're seeing more and more as the years go by.
So I hear you, and
Yep.
in my question, I did credit you for questioning the relevance of this test as opposed to your alternative methodology that's in the proposal. But I am still curious as to, there are lots of kids that take the test now that score very high score, you'd assume that they could do well in these schools, but there aren't enough slots. And whether you've done some analysis to know that we have many kids scoring well on the test as it is now, you have a number of how many do well, or if you have a different way of answering the question, but it give everyone a sense, even under the flawed, as you see it, methodology.
Sure.
There are kids that could do the work in these schools that aren't getting offers.
I think this highlights another difficulty with the way this system is set up currently. So I think what you're asking, if I understand it, is there a range of scores that gives us a sense of a total group of children that could succeed in the specialized high schools? And I think that in a world where we believe that test was telling us something really important, as a multiple measure system would, about the ability of those students, we we could have a different answer. But the way the system works today and the way it's set up in state law is that we must give one exam and then just offer students slots based on that one score, just going down the list. And so the test is not really designed to tell us much other than to rank order students so that we can just pull from the top and keep going until we run out of seats. So again, I think if you're asking which students can succeed in the specialized high schools, I think we have better measures of telling that. The specialized high school exam itself is designed to create that rank order list as the state law requires so that we can pull students off it and assign them and give them offers.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry I can't give you a more satisfactory answer, but I think it's the system that can't give you a more satisfactory answer. I'm just answering what it's designed to
I
do.
may follow up with written questions.
We welcome that, sir.
Mr. Assemblyman Al Taylor, please.
Let me just come back to you. I'm not finished my thoughts.
Sure. Miss Joanne Simon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I apologize that I was late to hear the beginning of it, but I had a couple of brief questions for you. Excuse me? He said,
ahead.
please.
No, that's it.
Brief, exactly. So what has the SHSAT been designed to test? What constructs and what content? If you can answer that question.
Mr. Wallach?
Yes. So the test is designed to test a number of different concepts and constructs. But overall, and I know that you've looked at the test in great detail, it is designed to test some advanced language skills, but in a way that's meant to differentiate among the very top performers in those fields, and the same with mathematics. And so logical thinking and computational skills, but again, trying to differentiate among the very top range. And so they're asking questions that are designed to do that, which means they're tricky questions that are meant to, in some ways, test the ability of a student to navigate tricky questions and answer them.
Has this test been validated to determine whether, in fact, it validly tests those constructs and whether it validly tests the content that you have asserted is being tested?
So the Department of Education has undertaken efforts to ensure that the test can do what it's designed to do. But I think what we're coming here before you to say is that we believe that there are better and fairer ways of determining which students are most likely to succeed in the specialized high schools.
So my understanding is that if this test was validated once upon a time in the early 70s, or actually before that, there was a version of this being given before Hector Calandra, that information seems not to be available. Do you have any idea who did the validation studies and how extensive they were? Do you have any data on that?
I don't have data on original studies about the test from the 1970s. I think it's been reported that the Department of Education did look at the test more recently. And again, what we found is that the test does what it's designed to do, but does not answer the larger question of whether there are better and fairer ways using multiple measures to identify talented and capable students throughout the 5 boroughs that are just as likely or more likely to succeed in the specialized high schools.
And one final question. I know that you have been modifying the test over time. Please explain how that is happening, who's actually writing these questions, and what efforts are taken to sort of revalidate the exam, and by whom?
So recently, we actually contract with a vendor to design the test, as we do with many of our assessments. Over the last couple of years, we made some changes, removing some categories of questions and modifying others in an attempt to make the test more reflective of what's taught in our middle schools. This was part of our effort, which the Chancellor and Deputy Chancellor Robinson have described, to try to make this current system a little bit better and fairer. And we asked our vendor to do that. And what we found is that despite the changes in those tests, we didn't see changes in outcomes. And that's part of why we have proposed this bolder plan to remake the system. We have not attempted to look further at the validity of the test since the efforts I described to you, because we have focused instead on coming up with this better and fairer way of identifying the talent in our system.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Simon. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chancellor.
Good morning,
Thank
sir.
you for being, am I on? Great.
Yes.
By the way, just to reiterate from what before, the mics up here are on all the time, so just be careful.
So why do you have to say that when I came to the mic?
Because I know you, Al.
Well, thank you again, and good morning. My question is twofold. What impact will this proposal have on the diversity of the rest of the city's high-performing high schools? And what is being done to increase representation in Black and Latinos in those particular schools as well, selective schools?
Yes, sir. So thank you, Assemblymember Taylor. What I will do is I'll take the second question, and then I'll ask Deputy Chancellor Wallach and Robinson to take on the first
thank you.
question. So what are we doing? We've pulled out all the stops this past year. What we've done is we've increased information sessions with parents. I personally, in partnership with the Hispanic Federation, conducted in the Bronx for Spanish-speaking families a fair for specialized schools. The principals came. We had materials in English and Spanish. We've provided additional tutoring services for students. We've identified students that, based on the criteria in our proposal, would be good candidates for specialized schools. We've provided tutoring to those students. We've dedicated resources around bringing more students into the Discovery program. We have done outreach on a level that I have not seen in my tenure here in the Department of Education. Yet, even despite those efforts, the results this year were even worse than last year. So I don't think it's a lack of effort or a lack of talent. It's an issue with the system, and that's why we're making this proposal. I'm going to ask Deputy Chancellor Wallach to address the first question.
Yeah, so in answer to your first question, we don't believe that changing the admissions method and making it better and fairer to the specialized high schools will affect our efforts to enhance diversity and move integration forward in our other selective high schools and in our high schools overall. We are undertaking a citywide effort now to try to devise strategies to integrate schools and classrooms further, and also to improve, as the Chancellor said, to invest in improving the performance of all of our schools. And as we do that, we will create more diverse schools and classrooms and higher performing ones throughout the city. So we don't anticipate that this proposal will have an impact on those larger efforts.
What about these specialized schools? What would be the impact on the specialized schools?
So on these specialized schools, which is a slightly different question, we believe that the percentage of Black and Latino students in these schools would rise from where it is today at 9% to about 45% under this proposed plan. Because we would be drawing the most talented students from across New York City and from middle schools across New York City, the specialized high schools would reflect the talent that we see in every neighborhood and would reflect the diversity of New York City as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on, I want to recognize the arrival of two other members of the Assembly, Assemblywoman Rodney Bishat and Assemblywoman Inez Dinkins. Thank you for joining us. Let's move on to Assemblyman Walter Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleagues who are here, and thank you to my colleagues who are probably watching us through remote feed. I want to thank everybody who's here. And thank you to the Chancellor and to the Deputy Chancellors who are giving this testimony. Again, I apologize as well for my lateness. As someone who I've traditionally never liked to deal with race-based issues, I try to remove as much as I can race out of the equation because I try to look at the content and character of each individual who come before me. I appreciate your courage, and I appreciate your staff's courage. And I thank you for your testimony, which really digs down to the root of where this all started from many decades ago. Understanding that back then we were still dealing with the many issues that we're dealing with in 2019. My question, Chancellor, my first question, and it goes back to, I guess, alludes to what Deputy Chancellor Robinson had noted when they talked about the highest performing Latinos and African Americans, black students who had performed at the highest level from our local standardized exams, and that few who qualified for admissions into the specialized public high schools. Is there any specific information in terms of those who did score in, who weren't a part of those subgroups, and their grade point average compared to those who had the higher grade point averages, but yet who did not qualify in? Was there any analysis to that?
So between the grade point averages of those who did qualify in the specialized high schools versus those that did not?
Because what I'm fearful is that people just disregard academics all throughout the school year,
Right.
have the propensity to maybe skirt the rules, because it happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, human beings skirt the rules, they cheat, they fudge numbers in an effort to teach to the test.
So I think you raise an important point, and I want to say, just in reference to the proposal that we're advancing, that what we found when we look at the cohort of students that would be admitted under this proposal of admitting the top 7% in each middle school versus those that are admitted today, we see that the average grade point averages are exactly the same, that they come out to be 94%, and that their state exam proficiency levels are virtually the same as well. So I think what we find when we look at top middle school performers across New York City is that they're incredibly hardworking, ambitious, talented students that are doing well by every measure. And that's why we're so confident they could succeed in specialized high schools. We have not looked at an analysis of grade point averages of those that are just above or below cutoffs, but we do generally find that the students in specialized high schools are high performing.
The retention rates for those who do get in by subgroup category, and I hate this because as a parent of mixed subgroup kids, you know, they're part Hispanic, they're part African American, and part Korean. I hate this conversation, to be honest. But the retention rates of those who do get in, do we have that? You have a breakdown of those numbers on subgroups?
I don't have a retention breakdown by subgroup, but I can get that for you if you're interested in it. We can provide that.
Have you heard of anything of a pattern in practice that we've seen a certain subgroup, subgroups, not performing as well once they get into these schools?
It's my general impression is that it's very high across the board. I don't know the distinction between subgroups, though, so I want to get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblymember Mosley, if I could just elaborate a little bit on that, and I think our Deputy Chancellor Robinson is going to want to weigh in on this as well. What we have heard, and what I have heard personally in forums that I have gone to from students themselves, is that the lack of diversity in these schools creates its own dynamic, where Black, Latino students feel isolated in many cases. I've heard from numerous of these students that feel that there isn't an environment that is as inclusive of who they are. They have formed support groups. I just don't think that's a healthy environment for any student in any school. But I have heard that firsthand from our students. I think to your question as well, I think what's important to realize here is that in New York City, what we say to our students in the middle school is we want you to go to school every day. We want you to not get into trouble. We want you to do your homework. We want you to do your schoolwork. We want you to do well in English, math, social studies, science. We want you to play an instrument. We want you to dance. We want you to get involved with a sport, volunteer some time. Yet the reality is, in middle school, none of that counts if you want to go to a specialized school, because all you have to do is take a test that is not aligned to the state standards, which means it's not necessarily aligned to what you're studying all day. And you just have to get a certain score, and that's what counts. Our proposal really seeks to align what we are saying to students and to families with what it'll be the benefit to them. If you do all those things and you want to go to a specialized school, it all counts now. You're putting effort into the bank that will give you an opportunity, if that's what you want to do, to go to a specialized school.
And I thank you for talking, because Last two quick questions. Does the SHSAT exhibit equal predictive validations across gender?
We've seen research that indicates that it does not, and that the pass rates are higher for boys than they are for girls. And so that is one of the issues that leads to a disparity in gender in the specialized high schools, we believe.
I asked that question as a father of a 4-year-old daughter. The fact that my money, my taxpayer dollars are going to these specialized public high schools, to have that as a point of reference to me is sickening. And with women making 50% of this population, there's nothing that can validate what can be said across the aisle in opposition to this that would ever make me want to agree that the status quo as it relates to how it impacts girls, that will ever let me to believe that this is the right thing to do. My last question, I'm sorry, the last question, I'm sorry. I was trying to get to that last question. Is, when you took this on, Chancellor, and I know you took a lot of arrows, and you have a lot of marks on your body, you know, metaphorically speaking, that can prove so. Eventually, when because this is going to happen, when this is phased out, do you think that we will see other, and you talk about raising ship, you know, all tides raise all ships, high tides raise all ships. Do you think that the other specialized high schools will see a positive impact when it comes to spreading out the student population across all eight specialized high schools that require this simple exam, or this simple phase out when we talk about looking at multiple measures? Do we see a positive impact on all 8 public specialized high schools, or will we see some type of disparity when we do phase this exam out?
So Assemblymember Mosley, we, in our modeling, show that this would have a very positive impact across all of the specialized schools. In addition, there is considerable movement that is happening in our city. And if I may, I just want to be sure that that doesn't get lost. Number one, there are school systems, even in the state of New York, that don't have full-day kindergarten. In New York City, not only do we have full-day kindergarten, we have universal pre-K, and we are now having 3K. We've added 2 grade levels. The research is clear that that's a game changer in terms of students. We have the For All initiatives, AP for All, Algebra for All, Computer Science for All, which is targeting. One thing that we haven't talked about is that we have a greater number of black girls that have just taken the AP Computer Science exam and gotten above a 3, which means they have college credit. So there's incredible work that's happening there. In addition to that, the groundwork that is happening in our community education districts around issues of screens and zones and other barriers to students being able to go to the public schools of this city are such that there is a ground up from the roots conversation and action. We've talked about districts 1 and 3 and 15. That is happening. I've mentioned the academic achievement that is rising across all of our schools in New York City, and the metrics prove that out. But the other thing that I think is really, really important is that in the current status quo, there are 21 middle schools. We have about 600 middle schools in New York City. There are about 21 middle schools that provide 50% of the students that go to specialized schools. So what concerns me as a resident of New York City, not just as a chancellor, but as a father as well, is that we have baked into the paradigm in New York City that if your goal is to one day to go to a specialized school, you have to go to a certain elementary school, because that certain elementary school will feed you into one of those 21 middle schools, and you have to go to that middle school. So you don't even look at the other elementaries. You don't even look at the other middle schools. And then you have to go to a specialized school. So we've narrowed, at least perceptually, what the field is for our parents. And I think that as I've traveled across the city, this coming month, there will be tens of thousands of students that will walk across the stage and get a diploma in New York City. Many more than go to the specialized schools. And those students, I've met students that have full rides to elite universities, Ivy League universities, that are going, and they haven't gone to a specialized school. But the mentality that says you have to only go to a specialized school and only go to a middle school that will get you to a specialized school is part of the system that currently exists that incentivizes that way of thinking. I think this proposal will allow parents and students to take a moment and say, hey, let me look at other schools. Let me look at the schools in my neighborhood. Let me look at different things that I can do in school. I think it's going to truly make the public schools public again.
Right, and
Mosley, thank you
I'm
very
sorry,
much.
this is one thing, Chairman. Words are important, so when we say specialized schools, I just want to make the emphasis that it's specialized public schools.
Yes, sir.
So that we understand that this is a public school that has public dollars from all taxpayers in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let us move on. Thank you, Mr. Mosley. Mr. Barron.
Thank you very much. Chancellor, I want you to elaborate on a couple of things, but before I do that, I have to say this at the risk of whatever. For the life of me, I don't understand how a single black leader or a single Latino leader could be against a process that says that not 9%, but 45% of your children will be able to get in a specialized high school. That is mind-boggling. And it is unacceptable, unconscionable, unthinkable that there's only 7 black students qualified for Stuyvesant, 7 in the whole system of 1.1 million students, 67% of them black and Latino, and only 7. And some of these same students that don't get accepted into Stuyvesant go to other high schools and they're accepted into Yale and Harvard and Stanford, but not Stuyvesant, not Stuyvesant. I don't get that. And then if you can elaborate also, this is not discriminating against any ethnic group.
Thank you.
This is not discriminating against
Excuse me,
any
please.
ethnic group. And no ethnic group has a reserved seat.
Hello, thank you.
There's 5,000 applications each year, and everybody should have an equal access opportunity toward those admission processes. So that's why what you're doing is so important. How could anyone, even people of goodwill, be against having equal access? We need to get rid of this bourgeois elitist idea of elitist schools and talk about egalitarian schools. Egalitarian means equal access for everybody. We don't need any more elitism. Finally, and I'll get to the emphasis, don't be fooled by some that are going to tell you it's about fixing up the schools, fixing up the middle schools, fixing up the public schools. It's about fixing those schools up. It's not about a test. It's about fixing up the school. That's a diversionary tactic to have you think about, we all been talking about fixing up the schools. We had Waldemar Stewart here, who's a former state senator. Waldemar Stewart was around when he was against them putting the test in place in the first place. It was racist then and it's racist now. We had Assemblyman Al Van out there, who was a longtime educator. He said, 40 years ago I was against this, and I'm against it now. So this is not about that. We all fought to fix up these schools, and we'll continue to do that. Some of the people that saying fix up the schools ain't never been out here trying to fix up anything. They just discovered that today. So I just want you to put more emphasis on the importance of the invalidness of this test. When you say that it's not teaching to the state requirements, if you can put greater emphasis so people will know that this test is not a reliable, valid indicator of measuring the academic potential of a student.
Thank you, Assemblymember Barron. I wish you were a little more passionate.
I'm working on it, Chancellor.
With all due respect, I'm all kidding aside. To Assemblymember Simon's questions, validity and reliability.
Yes.
So a test is valid when it measures what it was designed to measure, and it's reliable when it gives you an accurate measurement over time. Validity and reliability. As Deputy Chancellor Wallach has testified here today, the test is designed to rank order students. It's not designed to measure academic content of students. And as students go through their school day and they're learning the state standards, which the legislature has said, this is what you need to know to be able to get a diploma from the state of New York. This test does not measure that. It does not measure that mastery. It's a tricky test designed to rank order students. So in terms of reliability and validity for ranking students, it is. But the question is it the best methodology for measuring talent, for identifying talent, for identifying the grit, the tenacity, the dedication, the desire of students to be able to go to a specialized public school in New York City? It is not valid. It is not reliable when it is used in that way. So we are merely putting in place a screen for students, and a screen that students, unless their parents invest resources that they can use elsewhere, or investing those resources in test prep and doing it for considerable amounts of time, then you're not being prepared to take that one test. And I think that I've been on the record very clearly, and I know that New Yorkers that I've spoken to have been on the record very clearly. Nobody is going to put up a banner and say, I want more test prep. A good education is testing our kids more and preparing them for a test. Yet, unfortunately, many of the arguments that I hear are, well, just do more test prep. I'm sorry. As 30 years as an educator, that is not enlightened education. That is not what I would want for my children. That's not what I want for other children. I want children to be educated as whole children. I want them to have experiences in the arts. I want them to have experiences in museums. I want them to explore in cultural institutions in the greatest city in the world, New York City. But they can't go to the museum, they can't go to the park if they're stuck prepping for a test that is not valid or reliable if they want to go to a public school in New York City that happens to be one of the 8 specialized schools.
And finally, I agree with you 1,000% about, because some of the schools now, even for the local standardized test, it's test prep every other period, test prep. So I agree with you there. I'm also concerned about Pearson's test designers. They're making millions of dollars. I hear, this is hearsay, I hear they even paying some of these protesters to go out there and protest, but that's hearsay, so I cannot prove that. I just heard it. But, you know, we have to take, if it's not true, then you shouldn't say nothing, but if the shoe fits, wear it.
Mr. Barron, continue with your question, please.
Let the shoe fit. But these corporations are afraid that if this test goes, they will lose millions and millions of dollars on designing tests that are irrelevant for measuring the education progress of our children. So if you could just emphasize a little more on how the preparation didn't work. You know, even the discovery program, all of this stuff, I just wanted you to say it again so people could hear when folk come to you and say, we just got to be more prepared. These students have been prepared to pass exams all year long, and they're prepared to take on a Ivy League college. These are students who are prepared to do that, but this test stops them. Not their lack of preparation, but these tests stop them.
So, Assemblymember Barron, so I will give you some specific information. regarding what did we do to help prepare our students for that. We are not psychometricians, although we have people in our Department of Education that are experts and have PhDs. Our job is to educate students, not to design tests. So we have to contract for people to be able to design those tests. And there's considerable resources that are spent in those kinds of contracts. So you're absolutely right. What I will say is this year, we spent over $5 million this year on initiatives to expand outreach, preparation, and access to the test prep itself. $5 million. If we took a group of 50 middle schools, we had those 50 middle schools take the SAT during the school day at their school, which again took from instructional time, but we had them take it during the day. And although testing rates, the number of students taking the test increased in each of those schools that participated in the pilot, we actually saw a decrease in the offers at these 50 schools. So we spent more time, we did it during the day at the sacrifice of the curriculum, and we still saw less offers at these schools. We also saw that in one particular school, out of 96 eighth graders at that school, 90 sat for the SAT test. Fewer than 5 received offers. We also saw examples like in District 29, where there were 101 students that sat for the test, only 6 received offers. We know in District 11, in one of the schools in this pilot, 187 students sat for the test, less than 5 received offers. In District, I could go on and on. We also expanded our DREAM free prep program, which is a free preparatory program for students, but did not see an increase in offers. Even with that, we made outreach calls to 20,000 families in districts 4 through 12, 16 through 19, 23, and 32. And despite those 20,000 calls and information sharing, we actually saw a slight decrease in the offers this year as compared to last year. So, again, within the current status quo, we're doing, I think, what we can. But I will tell you, we can use those $5 million for actually providing enrichment programs and after-school programs and additional counselors and additional social workers, not for test prep.
Do you have any information on the private, they call them cram schools? See, people think that some groups are smarter than another group because they cram, pay thousands of dollars to go to oppressive cram schools just to pass a test. Do you have any information on these private megabucks, profit-making cram schools that are oppressive to students, even if they pass the test?
I don't have any detailed information on that, sir. We'll take a look and see what we can gather for you, and if we do, we'll provide that to you in written
Thank you,
form.
Mr.
Barron,
Chairman.
thank you very much. I want to also announce that we have been joined by Miss Linda Rosenthal, Assemblywoman Rosenthal. Miss Bishat.
Thank you so much for being here and for your testimony, Chancellor and team. Let me just give you just a quick snapshot about my story as it relates to this. I was a special ed student from kindergarten to 5th grade. When I was 10 in 5th grade, I got hit by a car crossing the street, almost died, bedridden. And then so I had no choice but to have a homeschool instructor. After having the one-on-one instructor, I took a test, and I was then at par, because before I was below reading level and below math level. I went to 6th grade, and then something changed. I was performing better. 7th and 8th grade, I passed every student and graduated top 1%. I didn't take the test. I went through a fair process. I went through a fair specialized high school, LaGuardia High School. It was about talent. And when I went to that school, my major was singing, but then there was something about me that the teacher saw. She knows computer science, and she knows mathematics. So when I graduated, at the last minute, I decided to go to college. I didn't know what my major was, wanted to be. And I decided to become a math major and electrical engineering. Okay? Now, I didn't have to go to Stuyvesant or Bronx Science. I didn't take the test because I don't perform well. I don't perform well. So after being a math teacher in the Buffalo Public School System, teaching 7th and 8th graders, I then decided to become an engineer for 9 years. And while I was an engineer, I got my master's in electrical engineering, and then went on to take another test to get onto these schools. I took it, and I did horrible, but I still got in. I got into Northwestern MBA program and University of Chicago MBA program. I chose Northwestern, came back. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is to say there are many students who do not perform well when it comes to test taking. But they can perform well in their environment, okay? And we're pushing this test, not knowing for all those students who get accepted to these schools, how well, are we measuring how well they perform in a rigorous environment? Are we measuring how well the students who don't perform well in the standardized tests, how well they're performing in a rigorous environment? And those are two things that we should look at. How are students performing overall? That is why you have Harvard, a University of Chicago, Yale, and all these other elite schools who are looking at that. They're like, you know what, no more. No more. We should not be having an environment where we're forcing, like Barron said, this oppressive system, forcing your kids to just prep for years. And these kids are being robbed of a regular life experience, of being able to do, whatever they want to do, being able to, work with everybody, dance, sing, write, go overseas. And that's what these elite institutions are doing. They want to look at students as a whole, and even them are being attacked. They're being sued because they see that there's a problem. So I say that, Thurgood Marshall, he fought for this very hard. He would be turning on his grave to see that our very own people are fighting. Charles said it. How could Black and Latino alums of these specialized high schools or just parents are against fixing this big disparity? The problem is there's a disparity, ladies and gentlemen. All of our children is all of our children. If there's a disparity in one group, we got to take note of that and address it. Why are we turning our backs on our kids? It's unfair and it's wrong. It's wrong. And I would say shame on everybody for just seeing this as, or not seeing this for what it is a disparity. It's a problem. Let's address it. So my question comes back to you. Are there measures regarding students who take these standardized, this SHSAT, how well are they performing in the rigorous academic environment versus those who don't do well and but they're scoring high in their middle schools? How are they performing in a rigorous academic environment? I know from one, I was able to excel. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask our Deputy Chancellor Wallach to get into some of those details, but I think you've you've articulated in a very personal way, and I appreciate you sharing that with us in that way, the plight in the system. Either we believe it's the students that cannot perform, or perhaps it's the structure, the systems, the sorting mechanism that is not identifying that kind of talent. So the moral question is very well articulated by what you said. By the way, you're in very good company as well, because Einstein also failed his entrance exam to his specialized school in Germany. And no one would say he wasn't a great physicist. So you articulated that very well. In terms of some of the specific data that you asked for, I'm going to ask our Deputy Chancellor to talk about that.
Yeah, I'll make a couple of points. I think that what we see in our specialized high schools is that there's a range of performance. A lot of kids are doing very well, and some kids need more support, as in any school. I think it was very interesting, just some of the research that came out in a forum that Assembly Members Simon and Mosley ran in some months ago, where there was a researcher that essentially found that a big part of what was happening in specialized high schools was essentially a peer effect, that a cohort of students came together that were talented and ambitious and pushed each other to do better. And I think that just is to say that a wide number of students can succeed. And the question is, what's the best and fairest way to determine who should get, which students should get those opportunities? I think what we find, and what a lot of research tells us, is that multiple measures are the best and fairest way of determining that, because it reflects the student's performance over time in a classroom with instructors, and then the exams that test against the standards that we all believe are the right ones for our students. And that when we use those multiple measures, we identify students that are more likely to succeed in those high-performing environments. And once they're there together, they push each other to succeed even more. I don't know, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Bashat. I want to announce that we are also joined by Assemblywoman Alicia Hidman and Assemblywoman Latrice Walker. Ms. Inez Dinkins.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Chancellor and the deputies for the testimony, and more importantly, I want to thank everyone that's here in this room and that's standing online to get in this room. We already know that many students do not test well. They may perform well in their environment, but do not test well. We know that the Heck-Calandra legislation was a gross disservice to many students. And I support what Assemblyman Barron is putting forth as legislation, because it's a fairer way to determine how a child can go, what school a child could go to, and it says that a certain number from every school will go, so I commend him for that. However, all of this showed me that in certain areas, the children are not being taught. It also showed that what I have heard and what I know of personally, that some student advisors have been known to discourage students, no matter what their performance was, have been known to discourage students from taking these tests, attending specialized schools, and even attending college. So we're attempting, this is the first attempt, and I commend you for that, to make a change. But I have not heard anything about what is going to be done to change the curriculum so that in all schools, no matter what area the school is in, there is a certain curriculum that's guaranteed to be taught. As you know, and I commend you, and I've always thanked you for what you did at Wadley. But Wadley went for months without even a math teacher. And then they wanted to close the school down. So I commend you for listening. And now the school is performing extremely well. But I am concerned about those that are not part of that 7% that will be left behind about what curriculum and educational curriculum is being taught to them so that they can perform when they go to college regardless of what specialized school they did not attend.
Yes, ma'am. So Assemblymember Dickens, thank you. I'm going to ask our Deputy Chancellor as well, Robinson, to talk a little bit specifically about some of those initiatives. But I want to say this, two things that I'd like to say. My favorite quote when I talk about students and education comes from a 6-year-old student that I met. And her quote is very much this: "My teacher thought I was smarter than I was, so I was." It starts with the perceptions that we as adults have in terms of what students can do. So if we see students, and I think you beautifully articulated that, if we see students and we see beyond what they even see as their possibilities, then it's our job as educators to do whatever we need to do to enable that to happen. The second thing that I think is really, really, really important is that if we look through the lens of equity, and people will identify equity in lots of different ways. Let me tell you what I mean by equity. It's very simply this: not all students walk through the threshold of their school equally prepared or equally supported to be able to meet the high bar that we've set. So equity is not about lowering the bar of expectations or lowering expectations. It's about taking students where they are, not being judgmental, but providing them the supports and the scaffolds that they need to be able to reach the high bar that we've set. So when you look at schools through the lens of equity, you mentioned Wadley Middle School. That is a great example of a fact that how could those students learn if they didn't have a math teacher? How could those students learn if we had not done all we could to bring the community in and to help us support that community? How could those students learn if the curriculum and the resources weren't sufficient so that, based on sexy lighting again, based on the conditions that were in place in that school, we were doing what we needed to do to provide the capacity to meet the needs of the students. When we looked at what was happening there through the lens of equity, and we knew that it took more resources, it took very focused resources, we were able to make a difference. Not because we lowered the bar, but in 1 year, that school had a 14% increase in the math achievement. Why? Because they had a full-time credentialed math teacher, they had the resources, they had the curriculum, they had the focus, and we as a system were helping to make that happen. That is what our vision is for all of our schools in New York City. This conversation is very myopically about a group of schools that we call public specialized schools. Yes, but our vision is really about all of the schools in New York City, because there is this notion that we want parents to have choice. I want parents to have choice, but I want parents to have choices that are worth choosing. That's the work that we're trying to do. And in terms of specifics about what we're doing to make that a reality, I'm going to ask our Deputy Chancellor if she could share some of that.
Thank you, Chancellor and Assembly Member. Foundational to this approach, because I noted that earlier you shared that some advisors are discouraging students in certain areas, and some children are not being taught. Foundational to our approach to advance equity is to really address the biases that show up within all of us. If you're breathing, you have biases. So what we're doing is we're working with teachers and school leaders and other members of school communities across the system to really develop a sense of awareness, to understand the biases that we all have and how they show up in school communities and classrooms, and most importantly, how they impact the children in our schools. And not just to be aware, but to also have steps that we're going to take to address those biases so that our children are not harmed by the biases that we have. That's foundational to this approach. This administration has invested $23 million as part of this work, because equity work requires a degree of sacrifice. It requires a degree of looking across our system and determining how can we ensure that the system is just and fair for all. And that's incumbent upon all of us to be able to do. Everyone in this room So I do appreciate everyone for being here. This is on us now. It's our watch, and we have to collectively do this together. So we are examining ourselves and who we are and figuring out where we are as educators as part of this equity approach, and we encourage others to do the same. We're willing to provide this kind of work for whomever is interested so that we can have a discussion across this city and across this state about equitable learning environments for all children to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thinkins. Ms. Linda Rosendahl, do you have a question? Very good. Members of the panel, look towards Ms. Rosendahl. Ms. Hyman.
No, I don't.
Ms. Hyman, we thank you. We're on a roll. Ms. Walker?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes. As a former Brooklyn Tech alum, I would be remiss if I didn't participate in this very important dialogue. We've had this conversation a couple of times. And, oh, sorry. Can you hear me a little better now?
Yeah.
I use Verizon. So we've had this conversation a few times. And one of the questions that I've had is, New York City has 8 specialized high schools, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And 3 of them are the subject of state action. But 5 of those particular schools are within the city's jurisdiction, correct?
That's correct.
And it was also recently reported that one of those schools, which is located in Staten Island, what's the name of that school? I don't have
Staten Island Tech.
has a more segregated population than pretty much any other school, which is a specialized high school. Do you remember reading that report?
I have looked at the data. I just want to, before we, that's a great interruption. Just before we move on, I just want to say very, very quickly that, just in the premise of your question, the law actually calls out those 3 plus any named by the chancellor. And so we believe that the newest 5, are involved in the state legislation. So I just want to say it's a bit complicated. Just to add to the question.
Is it possible then to change the regulations with respect to admission of those 5 schools without any state action?
We don't think it is. We think that
Yes or no? Is it possible to change the admission policies on those non-state sponsored chartered schools without state intervention?
The direct answer is no. I'd be happy to elaborate on that
Please.
for you. So because the same process exists for the admission of students to those schools, because they are also considered to be specialized school environments, because there is now a history of using the same process for those specialized schools, they are a portfolio of schools that we feel, and the law is unclear, are all part of the same approach to specialized schools.
Well, with all
admission.
due respect, Mr. Chancellor, in the past, I believe that there was a different answer that you gave with respect to this question, which I'm about to ask now. Since there are 5 schools that are not the subject matter of the Brooklyn Tech, Stuyvesant, and Bronx Science, that I will purport that you can change the admission policy now to remove the test if you so choose to. Why don't you remove the test from those schools to show as a best practices, if you will, that by removing the test, it will in effect increase diversity and access to communities of color all across our spectrum to those particular schools?
So thank you for the question.
Excuse me, please. The question has been asked.
Assemblyman
Chancellor.
Walker, so thank you for that question. So 3 things that I'd like to say. Number 1, the 3 schools that are covered under the Hecht Calandra law comprise 80% of the students in the specialized schools. So while there may be 8 specialized schools, 80% of the students are covered in that law under those 3 schools. So number 2 is we're not interested in making an imperfect law a little less imperfect. The issue is why do we have, with all due respect to the Assembly, and I've mentioned this in my testimony, I've lived and worked in 5 states, in 5 major school systems. I have never seen a state law come to local control in this way to designate an admissions process to 3 or 4 or 8 schools. So the issue is the law that doesn't allow us then to take these schools as a collective. The third thing that I would say is that as the 80% of students existing in these 3 schools, the fact that historically, since the creation of the 5 schools, they've been treated the same as the other schools, and the work that I've done to have conversations with the leaders of these schools and various communities in the schools see themselves as a portfolio of schools. They are the specialized schools in New York City. So to start to then create even more segregation in those schools with different processes, again, we see this as something that is one portfolio of schools.
Right, I understand how you see it, but I think the point is well taken, that you have jurisdiction, you can take action right now if you so choose to, and I implore you to exercise that in a statement of good faith, that the city is actually serious about doing what it says that it's going to do. In addition to that, so I'm from District 23, Ocean Hill, Brownsville. Probably one of the most underperforming school districts, I believe, in our city. Yet I went to Brooklyn Tech, my chief of staff went to Brooklyn Tech, and there are a whole host of tech nights that, I'm surrounded by, and we're proud of that. And for the most part, we understand that by the time that we got to Tech, we realized that the exam did not test 1 + 1. But what it tested was our ability to think, to be able to perform once we got to Brooklyn Tech, because math, I'm not soliciting
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, this
applause.
is not going to be a cheering match.
Thank you. So math wasn't math, it was physics, it was philosophy. So I believe that by saying that we no longer, and in fact, when I took the LSAT didn't test whether or not I knew the law, but it tested whether or not I could think in order to perform in law school. And that's what I believe that this test actually takes a look at. But there were programs within our district schools that helped us to prepare for those. Do we have any gifted and talented programs in schools in communities like District 23? Do we have a gifted and talented program?
Well, I would just add, I think this was an example that came up earlier that I think is important just to, we attempted to target some special preparation and school day administration of specialized high schools in schools that were like IS 392 in Brownsville, that are screened schools for high achieving students. And so we offered there both free preparation for the exam and a chance to take the test during the school day. But what we saw there is that out of 96 eighth graders at the school, and 90 sat for the test, fewer than 5 received offers. And so the question becomes, what is it about the system that's producing those results? Because I think, as Deputy Chancellor Robinson highlighted at the beginning of the hearing, we have citywide 2,200 Black and Latino eighth graders that had average state test scores of 4.0 or above. They're incredibly talented, accomplished students, but only 18% of the Black testers and 23% of Latino testers received an offer. And so I think, by and large, while we may be seeing, in any system, there are results either way, but by and large, the trend is that we have these really high-performing students that are not getting the opportunity to attend specialized high schools, even when we go to extra efforts and invest resources in helping them prepare for the test and take the test, even at screened schools. As you're saying, at schools that are identified for high performers. So we're doing everything we can, but I think what we've come to in the end is the conclusion that the system itself is broken and needs reform.
I agree with you that the system is broken and needs to be reformed. But we were on a pretty decent track until many of the middle schools within our communities were dissolved, and we started to see more K-8 schools, because there were certain schools within our communities which were feeder schools to Brooklyn Tech. For instance, Philippa Scholar and a number of other schools that existed, which we don't have the benefit of anymore. In fact, there are schools that are feeder schools to Brooklyn Tech. Mark Twain, for example, which also has another level of diversity issues even at the middle school level. So what can we do at the middle school level, and would you help me to understand if we had better performing, superior performing investments in our middle schools, that we can produce the type of student that existed in 1993 when I went and I had a principal that invested in me and a school system that invested in me so that I could thrive at Brooklyn Tech. Can we get stronger middle schools?
And this will be to close because I know the Chancellor has appointments. Please.
Yes, so Assemblymember Walker, so as we've discussed as well, that is exactly what we're attempting to do. Most recently, we announced the Bronx Plan, which is really the comprehensive school plan, which is doing exactly what you talked about, having communities empowered to take on problems of practice and then propose solutions, and there's a funding mechanism for being able to do that. Even in the conversation around gifted and talented, we've learned a lot in the last 5 years, not to mention last 20 years, about brain science and how children learn. And quite frankly, even when we look at gifted and talented programs across the city, they're segregated as well. So this notion that you test kids into specialized programs, whether you call them gifted or talented programs or you call them specialized schools, the evidence is very clear that it's not representative of who our students are. And while you are, I really respect your story and where you come from, and I do have tremendous respect for what you've shared. The fact of the matter is that there are many more students that look like you and me that because of this single test don't have the opportunity to be able to go to a specialized school if that's what they want. And the other thing that I would say is that as I look at the evidence around why is it that they're not going, we are absolutely investing in enriched programs. We're investing in STEAM programs, not STEM, STEAM, where you add the arts into the course of study. We're looking at IB programs, and we're actually funding planning processes for schools, not only in Brownsville, but other schools in other communities that have historically been underserved. So we are absolutely moving in that direction. The imperative, though, is we can't wait for the implementation of lots of programs where we know that based on our proposal, it will give middle schools across this city students that are high performing the opportunity, if they choose to attend a specialized environment.
Well, I appreciate your testimony, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to note that from what I understand, having this specialized exam or this one exam, not to say that we shouldn't look at other multiple measures, but it was genuinely sort of imposed to address the fact that there was not a fair opportunity when there was discretion at the principal level to be able to admit these students. And so there was this standardized exam, just as we have in civil service exams, in order for people of color to be able to gain a level footing with respect to admission into these schools. And so I caution the fact that when we remove this particular standard, that we may not necessarily go to a better place, but back to a position where we were in prior to the fact that there was these standardized level of exams, where the playing field is no longer leveled, and the principal have the discretion to say who they're going to allow into these schools and who they're not going to allow in these schools, as we've seen a discriminatory nature, particularly in certain cases as the middle schools, such as Mark Twain. But I do appreciate your conversation, and I do look forward to continuing the dialogue with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chancellor, you've given us almost 2 hours of your time. I know you have an extremely busy schedule. We appreciate your time. Thank you for being here today, and good luck, and have a good weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will call up our next person who is going to testify today, the public advocate of the city of New York, Jumani Williams. As Mr. Williams comes up, let me just say to the people here, this is a passionate issue on both sides of this issue. There are people with passions on this panel, and I understand there are people with passions in the audience here. However, it's not American Idol. We're not going to cheer people on. Those who are we cheer for or against. We want to hear testimony. We want to have an open discussion. It's very important. Mr. Public Advocate number 1, I congratulate you on your victory, and I wish you well on your term of office.
Thank you.
Okay, we're here to hear your testimony. It seems to be a fairly short testimony, but I think you probably can deal with that very concisely, and we await you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and all the members of the Assembly for having this important hearing. I am the public advocate of the City of New York. I am a public school baby from preschool and master's, public educated in the Brooklyn public school system in particular. Just two things I do want to say very, very quickly. One is I have to admittedly say that I know that my testimony is with the color of having been through a Brooklyn Tech. And to be quite honest, if I hadn't, I probably would be on the other side of this issue. And so I want to be clear about that. But I also want to say if we got rid of all of the 8 specialized high schools, forget about the test, if we just took them out of discussion, what we would have is the most segregated system of education in the entire country. And what we would have was a system that was not educating black and brown students in particular, which says to me the focus on some of this discussion is a red herring of a system that is not working, and that is a big issue for me. The reason I support at least part of the access being SHSAT is because if it was any other measure, I would not have gotten into Brooklyn Tech, and I am not alone. There are a lot of people. In fact, when myself and the Assemblyman I heard her speaking went to Brooklyn Tech, over 50% of the students were black and brown. In about the 80s, over 60% of the students were black and brown. Stuyvesant was never that great. It's gotten atrociously worse, however. And so we are negating a conversation about what happened from that time until now. I don't think that black and brown students got dumber. And so we are missing a part of the conversation about what happened. And I believe it is needlessly pitting communities against each other. Two of the things that I believe happened was we did get rid of, we reacted to tracking, which has its own problems we should address, but we reacted to that in a knee jerk and got rid of all of the gifted and talented programs for many of the schools, including mine, which was Philippa Schuyler and was a feeder school. In addition, the Asian community started taking the tests at an enormous rate. And I cannot fault them, and I will not fault that community for finding an access point and working it. And to be honest, we have to remember that when a lot more people take the test, and if they have test prep, the scores go higher. So the access point to the school goes a little higher. And so we cannot disregard what it means to be prepped to take that test. But many students of more color also are simply not taking the test. And I need to speak up for people like myself and Kirsten Ford, who's going to be testifying later, and Keith White, who's an attorney for Christian Cultural Center, who actually was about to be left back in the 8th grade. And if it wasn't for the test, he would have been left back. And I just want to be clear. I've never been a good student until grad school. So if they had used grades, if they had used behavior, I was notorious for behavioral problems. If they had used attendance, I cut my first class in the 8th grade. Any combination of that, I would not have had an access point to this quality education. That may have changed the trajectory of my entire school career and my entire career period. I also believe in a red herring because I believe all of the people on this discussion, everybody who agrees with me, who doesn't agree with me, the one thing we're doing is elevating the problems with diversity in the school, and we should all agree on that point. I'm not here to attack anyone because I think, and I know everyone just wants everybody to have a quality education. But I do believe the focus on these 8 schools are missing the point in so many ways because One thing that we do know we clearly have the ability to do is change so many of the multiple criteria schools right now. And I present to you that some of the top tier multiple criteria schools, like Townsend Harris, like Eleanor Roosevelt, are atrocious when it comes to diversity. Why are we not spending any of this time about changing who goes to those two schools and so many other of the schools that can also provide quality education? We're absolutely saying nothing about that. I haven't heard the chancellor or the mayor or anyone saying what we're doing about those schools. We seem to be focused on the schools which we need more permission to change. That to me says it is a red herring that is being used, I think, maybe for political reasons and is pitting communities against each other. I believe, and this is just me, that this is about access points to quality education. And everybody should have an access point to quality education in this system in its entirety. I also believe that perhaps you can have some seats available in these schools for people like me who were able to show what they can do with the test. I also support opening up some seats for people who can show what they can do with multiple criteria. For the life of me, I do not understand why we have to take away one access point to provide another. And in the terms of leadership, providing two pathways, access points, lets all students show that they have the ability to excel in these schools without pitting communities needlessly against each other. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, thank you very much for your testimony. To the members of the panel, going forward, if you wish to ask questions of any of the panelists, just give a signal to Fletcher in the back, and he'll relay that to me. And while that's going on, just a question, because it puzzled me when I was looking at the stats, and you remarked on it. Back whenever we had students in Brooklyn Tech, that was a decent, if you want to put it with that word.
It was the majority.
Okay. And then there was a decline. However, at the same time, it was a majority in Brooklyn Tech. In Stuyvesant, it wasn't. It kind of reflected what it is today. Do you have any answer to that, why that was the case?
Well, I do know that there is and still consistently have problems with educating black and brown people in general. I do know that there were feeder schools, a lot of them in Brooklyn in particular, and that may have helped with why so many people went to Brooklyn Tech. I do know that some people got accepted to other schools like Bronx Science, but lived in Brooklyn and still went to Brooklyn. So I would love to see what were the actual scores and people who decided to go to Brooklyn Tech because of the transportation. But I don't want to make any mistake about it. I think any system you put in place will, because of the nature of this country and this city, will have black and brown people at a disadvantage. I do want to say maybe in the 80s, 90s, it might have been 15 or so percent black in Stuyvesant, which is terrible, but it's atrociously now maybe 1 or 2%. That makes no sense. But we should be asking the questions of what happened. Like, we seem to be skipping over decades and just immediately pretending like we woke up and it was 2019, and that's not what happened. I also believe that immigration is a big part of it. I would have been horrified to hear people screaming at the Caribbean community, saying that there is too many Caribbean people in Brooklyn Tech, and now we should change the system. And there are people. I just went to my anniversary for the reunion for 25 years, and there were people who were talking about how the standard of tech went down when it was primarily black and Latino. And so it's appalling. But this is what we do when there's limited resources and people are trying to get those resources. And the same way I would have been appalled at people talking to the Caribbean community about why they all now in Brooklyn Tech, I refuse to do that with the Asian community. And what we need to do is provide more resources which are available instead of keeping it so small so that people are fighting for them.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Walter Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Public Advocate. It's a pleasure to be in your presence, and you're an inspiration to many, many New Yorkers and to many, many Americans. I commend you for what you've done up to this point. Good to see you, brother.
Thank you.
I was reading an article in the Diplomat, 2017 article. It said, "Can test-obsessed China change?"
And as the
Sorry,
public
can test-
advocate for not, can test obsessed China change? And as the public advocate for 9 million or so New Yorkers, your job is to represent not only the 1.1 million New Yorkers, but their parents and their communities. Can you kind of explain what will be your role when you kind of unpack a multitude of things? So you asked how we got to this point. A lot of it is cultural. Please, if I mispronunciate this, the GACO test prep, or the GACO test prep or test culture in China, which is a high-stake testing, which takes place over 2 or 3 days, which kind of predetermines at a very young age where students, particularly in China, go in terms of the colleges that they'll be obligated, they'll be qualified to attend and not attend. 2, the educational, the DOE as a system, and some of the faults that many of my colleagues have highlighted. And then 3, the economics of it all. The economics from a parochial standpoint, in terms of the economies that have been built into test prepping, and whether we're talking about education, whether we're talking about test prep programs, whether we're talking about one-on-one tutors and tutorial programs within these certain communities, and then the economics of high test taking from a commercial standpoint side in terms of contracts that are allocated, as my colleague so noted in his statement, Assemblyman Barron, and the monies in the millions and billions of dollars that are created from these exams, which we can find fault in determining whether or not they really are valid indicators in identifying the best of the best when we talk about these specialized public high schools and the seats that are going to be filled by those students. So, it's a lot to unfold and unpack, but what do you see the role of the Public Advocate's Office in this very complex and convoluted issue that spreads beyond just a single test and spreads beyond education?
I think what happened, same thing that happened when we had an influx of Caribbean students. The system is unfair, and just like the multiple criteria schools that are top ranked now, there wasn't that much entry. And maybe I don't know, but maybe the Caribbean community back then discovered that this test exists. If we can take this test, we have access to the same quality education. My guess is that same thing happened with the Asian community. I agree from what I've read, there are issues with the way some of the parents are obsessed about the test. I also think that we should look into the test preps if all that money is being spent and making sure that people aren't being oppressed with them. But I see that as ancillary but separate to making sure that everybody has an access point. And my access point was a test. And I'm happy to support providing an access point to someone in the same school who can show what they can do with multiple criteria. I'm just not sure if we go back to, say, the 90s, why those students should not have been, why my friend who would have gotten left back should not have had access, because he obviously was able to do the work, but that barrier would have been provided. And so what I'm saying is that for me, there's an answer that satisfies everyone who shows what they can do, and it seems like it's not even being considered. This either or thing always is a little frustrating to me.
As a public advocate, your role in the city's budget process, what you're going through now, do you see a way in which we can put our money where our mouth is when it comes to some of the recommendations you're making, and what are some of the things that are really not negotiable when it comes from an educational standpoint in terms of allocating resources that would help us to kind of alleviate the systemic problems we're seeing now, particularly within our specialized public high schools?
I would start from the state and ask the governor to fully fund the CFE, which hasn't been done in a very long time, and I applaud the members of this panel who pushed. We did get some additional money, but I think some of those monies would be helpful. I do support many of the council members' push to bring back some of the gifted talent programs and to provide for some of the test prep that people have been discussing. I firmly believe. I mean, look, many of my friends, I didn't actually study for the test. I had no test prep, and actually most of the teachers in my school, except for Miss Ned in the 5th grade, thought I was not going to make it. And we just took the test, and based on my grades and behavior and all that, people were just pretty shocked. I think I think, I think that access to these things will help people perform better. But I also just want to say, we should have people, more and more people actually sitting for the test. Black and Latino people. Well, and to be honest, even in the percentage that they're taking the test, they're not getting in. But overall, it's such a small percentage that's taking the test, so we have to really increase that. And I think the Asian community did that combined with the prep.
So would that mean you would be more in favor of getting more monies from the city budget towards that initiative?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Is that something that you would say now, or is that something that you would kind of have to kind of confer with your staff in an effort to, make a more definitive public statement?
No, I think there should be money in the budget to do that, 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Public.
Thank you, Mr. Mosley. Mr. Kim.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Public Advocate, it's good to see you. And thank you for your consistent stance on this issue. For several years now, you've been an outspoken person on this matter.
Back when I had long hair.
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned Townsend Harris. That was an intriguing point. And all this time I thought Townsend was a diverse based on the measurements of entrance. And do you have any data of
what we looked up was
yeah.
I think Eleanor Roosevelt and Townsend Harris. One of them was 3% black and one of them was 5%. Another was 9% Latino and 11%.
And those schools are looking at multiple measurements for
Yes.
entrance, and it's not based on a single test measurement. Interesting. Okay. If you didn't get into Brooklyn Tech back then, is there someone that you could have called, a local council member or, a connected person to try to get into Brooklyn Tech?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Right now, if somebody calls you and say, "Hey, my kid didn't get in, can you make a phone call to the chancellor to get into Brooklyn Tech?" Could that happen?
No, as a matter of fact, I sat with a bunch of Brooklyn Tech students because I wanted to hear their opinion, and it was mixed, as you would imagine. They were brilliant on it. There was one gentleman, he did happen to be white. I was telling him, I was actually presenting my proposal of having access points that are both, and he didn't even agree with that because he said that knowing his parents, they would just pay whomever they needed to pay and try to influence the process. We saw that happen in college recently. And I think, if we look at Townsend and Eleanor Roosevelt, that you have a better chance of manipulating that multiple criteria system, and it's still not working.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Mr. Taylor.
I yield to Mr. Brown.
I'm sorry, sir?
I yield.
You're yielding.
Yes. It's good to see you, Public Advocate.
You're yielding to Miss Simon.
Oh, okay, absolutely. That's what I didn't say that.
Good morning, afternoon now.
Afternoon.
Thank you for your testimony. So I want to ask you a couple of questions about your experience. And I understand from your perspective that the test gave you an opening access to Brooklyn Tech that you wouldn't have had otherwise. My concern is that you're one person. And it is very difficult from an educational point of view when you're dealing with 1.1 million students to make a decision based on individual anecdotal experiences. And I guess I want to know what it is you believe the SHSAT tests, because we don't have a lot of data to support what it really tests. And so I'm curious what you believe about the SHSAT.
And I appreciate that, and I actually have same concerns. But I think my experience is less anecdotal than people are admitting. So I mentioned 3 people who had similar experiences, and one of them would have been left back. And as I mentioned, in the 90s, over 50% of the students were black and Latino, and most of the people I hung out with, usually people who are in trouble hanging out with other people who get in trouble. And so most of them had similar experiences as well. So it wasn't anecdotal in that school. It seemed to be a very normal thing that people, well, not normal. There were a lot of us that had issues that would not have gotten this education, period. And my thing is, I don't I still, for the life of me, don't understand why we have to take that access point away when we can add another access point. And to your question directly, I'm not a genius in analytics of those tests. I wish the chancellor was still here, because my understanding was they had their own study that they didn't release publicly that actually showed that the test was a pretty good predictor of people who were going to succeed, and they didn't release it because it showed that. And you can look at the graduation rate, you can look at whatever you want, and you will see that the people who go to tech do well for whatever reason. And I just want people to have access points. But again, what I'm saying is I support getting another access point in there. I just don't understand why we have to take one away.
So let me ask you a question. Do you accept the premise that smart kids are going to do well in high school?
I didn't.
Okay, good. Okay. So.
He guessed no.
You guess no? You don't think smart kids are going to do well in high school?
They might.
So, in your experience, that's true. I guess the concern we have here is that the test is actually not identifying smart kids, or that it's not very well identifying the group of kids that could do well in those schools. So
why was it identifying that 20 years ago? And
well, actually, it probably wasn't identifying it as well as you think it did. Okay? Because, in fact, if you look at the bill jacket, and if you look at why this test or why this was mandated by the state, it was to get ahead of and to get out in front of a study that looked at allegations of racial disparities in the specialized schools. And primarily, obviously, the biggest one is Stuyvesant, more than Tech, for example, and Bronx Science. And so that's troubling. There is a real question as to whether or not the state should have done that. Because this, in fact, is the only instance in the entire state where the state is actually interceding in admissions decisions for any local school district. And the only reason that this happened was because of fear that the schools were going to be destroyed because we were going to be looking at the possible racial disparities and the admissions to these schools. So there's some real concerns about the real facts around why these schools came into, why this test was mandated at the state level, and we're trying to fix that. So we're open to hearing how that might be. I mean, personally, I think the state shouldn't even be involved in this. But the only reason we're at this hearing is not because there are no problems in the school districts, or the entire system, but because this is the only thing that is before the state legislature.
Ms. Simon, is there a question?
So there was a question.
Well, I would say no.
Go ahead.
I accept all of that, and whatever the intent was, but at least for 20 or 30 years, it didn't work in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and so I'd like to know why. But I also just would like, and I know what's before the state, but I mentioned two schools, Eleanor Roosevelt and Townsend, that nobody seems to be looking at. Like, we're spending all the time on 3 schools, primarily, or 8, which we don't have control over, and ignoring the schools that we can, right now, change who goes to Eleanor Roosevelt and who goes to Townsend Harris.
And I don't disagree, but that's a matter for the city Department of Education. It's not a matter for the state, unfortunately. Thank you.
Mr. Barron.
First, I find it incredible for you to say that if I didn't pass that test, I wouldn't have gotten in. That's what you said. If I didn't pass, if it wasn't for the test, I wouldn't have gotten in. Which means what? It means either you didn't have the grade point average, or there were other students who had a higher grade point average than you who failed the test, and you took their seat because you passed the test that perhaps they couldn't pass. You helped make our point. I think there's a case being made that when people can study for the test, and even if they don't study for the test, I know a young man in Philippa Schuyler. He had like a 65-point grade average. His friends had a 90 average. He passed the test to Brooklyn Tech. They didn't. He went on to be mediocre in Brooklyn Tech. They went on to elite colleges and did excellently. I think you're a perfect example of why we need to get rid of the test. And people need to understand.
Please.
Shut up. People need to understand that it's not about your individualism. I passed the test. This is what some of blacks are saying. I passed the test and I did good. Why can't you? You are ignoring the reality. I don't care what you say about the other schools, and we shouldn't let you and others deflect the strategy away from the 3 schools to talk about other schools that the city can take care of. We're going to do that. We're going to deal with the city and those other schools, but stick to the point. Those 3 high schools, that test was born out of racism. I hope you stayed for Walliver Stewart's testimony, because it was born out of racism and it's achieving its objective. And that is to keep us out of these specialized high schools. It is doing that, and it's not because our students are not smart. We don't want to have people who just know how to take a test. And you're right, some of them will be successful, but it won't be because of a test. That is not making any pedagogical sense to think that a test makes you better in a high school. It does not. And it's not a true indicator. You obviously had some other things that, given a chance to go in there, you could succeed. It wasn't the test, because tests don't do that. No tests do that. No tests do that. Grade point average does. So I just find it incredible that black leaders could come up and be against something. This is the reality. 9% now, I don't care what you say. It is 9% now, no matter what's being done. And if we do this plan, it goes up to 45%. I don't see how anybody can be against that. But
Mr. Williams, please respond.
Yes, thank you for presenting that. I view it a little differently. Perhaps unlike you, I think that all the students have ability to show that they're smart, whether they have good grades or not. And so there were students like me, and there are students who had worse grades than me that I think are smarter than me. And I disagree with you. I disagree with you that simply grade point average is an indicator of intelligence.
I didn't say that. Mr. Chair, I just got to correct
I understand, but let him respond.
I know, but I don't want him to say stuff that I didn't say. I didn't say grade point average is the only indication for intelligence. This is because he has a weak argument, so he's misquoting.
Nope, you said grades do that.
Let the
and
man
I'm glad
speak.
that we have it in the script, because you said grades do that. So I'm responding to that. I'm saying that grades do not necessarily do that. I, just myself and others can show that grades itself are not the only indication of whether someone is intelligent or not. What I am saying is I want everybody to have access points. I'm not sure why you firmly believe that people like me who were able to show what they can do on a test don't have the same, should not have the same access to quality education.
I didn't say that. I said because you did well on a test doesn't measure your academic capabilities in a high school. And nor did I say that grade point average is the only. We said multiple variables, because students have 1,000 ways of learning. They have more ways of learning than teachers know how.
And the multiple criteria schools, like you have.
Well, then we can argue
do let him finish.
Sure. But he asked a question.
I ain't actually no
You'll have ample
yet.
time to answer.
I'm not finished.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm saying to you that students have more ways to learn than teachers know how to teach.
Agreed.
They know how to learn. Grade point average is just one. We say multiple variables.
Agreed.
Student portfolios and projects is another. Student could have all kinds of independent study projects they do. That's another. And students can be recommended by principals and teachers. That's another.
Agreed.
So there are multiple criteria, and you're going to sit there and say that this one test is what helped you to get in and helped you to be successful. That is not true.
What I have said.
You're very intelligent.
Let me know when I can speak.
Mr. Barron, let him
finish.
answer,
No,
please.
let me finish.
Sure.
You
Just
speak.
let me know when I can speak.
You speak when I'm finished.
Okay,
when
I
I'm
will.
finished, you speak.
You finished a few times, though.
You speak when
Excuse
I'm
me,
finished.
gentlemen.
You speak
Let's
when I'm
be
finished.
civil here.
We are
Okay?
civil. He's just interrupting, and I'm
Mr.
interrupting
Barron, I
him. We're not
understand.
uncivilized.
But please, try to condense your question.
Well, I will if he would stop interrupting me.
He's doing okay.
My deepest
but-
sincerest apologies,
Mr.
Assemblyman.
Williams, please.
Please, control yourself. You'll get a chance to speak.
I have Tourette
Calm
syndrome. It's a
down,
little
calm
different.
down. Don't try to use that as an excuse.
What's your excuse?
You should control yourself. It has nothing to do with your situation. It's all the fact that you have a weak argument that's
Mr.
based-
Barron, please
Very strong.
continue.
That's
Right.
why you won't let me
Bottom
finish
line,
it.
the
Mr.
bottom
Williams,
line, the
all you're
bottom
doing
line.
is antagonizing Mr. Barron.
I'm having a
That's
good
what
time.
Barron-
Barron,
That's what he's doing,
you
Mr.
are
Chairman.
certainly antagonizing
That's
Mr. Williams, so let's get
only
right
thing
down
I'ma say
to the point.
is that I am surprised at you. I thought that you would take this as a public advocate, that the majority of the children in public schools is black and Latino, and the public advocate is not supporting a bill that's going to get us from 9% to 45%. Shame on you.
And
Mr.
ditto.
Williams, you make your, and we'll,
Sure.
and we'll
It's okay.
move on
I would
to
say
the next.
ditto on the shame on you because I am presenting something that I think can provide access to everyone without pitting the Asian community against the black and Latino community. And that's what
Again, ladies and gentlemen, please.
I just
Mr.
want
Williams.
to. I just would like to be able to finish what I'm
Yes,
saying.
please.
I think my argument is particularly strong. That's why I keep getting interrupted. And so the issue with multiple criteria, as we've mentioned, I've mentioned a number of multiple criteria school right now that looks at grades and other things that we can look at and is not diverse, is abysmally segregated. And so the question is, what about the schools right now that do exactly what this bill says and is not diverse? As I mentioned earlier, if we remove these schools, period, and they didn't exist, we'd have the most segregated school system in the country, and we have the abysmal ability to educate black and brown people. And what I'm saying is that I believe everyone should have access points to show what they can do. It just so happened that mine were tests for whatever reason, whether it was my behavior, as I mentioned, my grades and cutting school, all throughout school until frankly, until grad school, but whatever. We looked at my grades in elementary school and junior high. People thought I was going to go a different route. What I'm saying is people like me should have access point to a quality education as well. And what that was for me, that access point, was that test. I am also saying that people who can show what they can do in the multiple criteria should also have an access point to have access to quality education. I do not think we have to pit those two together. Some of the folks who support me because I'm here don't support my plan, but I do. I think we can have seats for both people, and I think it satisfies a multitude of communities. And if you can't, any system is going to get cheated on, I'll tell you that, right? So whether it's test prep or making a call, but if you have two systems, maybe it will lessen that because everybody will see that they have an access point that speaks to their particular experience. And it is individual experiences that make up community experiences.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Barron, let us move on.
Just the last thing, I just want to correct something. We are not pitting, my bill does not pit the black community against the Asian community. Your rhetoric does. My bill says equal access, 7% for everybody in every school. That's equal access. It is only your rhetoric that creates that division. Thank you.
And yours, thank you.
Ms. Bashad.
Hi, Mr. Public Advocate. Thank you for coming in and
Yes, I remember.
testifying. When we talk about academic ability, I think you missed my testimony in terms of having academic ability, being a special ed, being ADD, having attention deficit disorder. Yet, somehow, I was able to excel in mathematics, electrical engineering, and got accepted to top business schools, where I did horrible in the standardized tests to get admitted, but they still accepted me. You talked about back in the 80s and the 90s, the percentage of blacks attending Brooklyn Tech was a lot higher than not what it is now. And I want to say that it's inaccurate to make that comparison because there was a housing movement that happened over time in Fort Greene. So with the contribution of gentrification, housing, redlining, you had more whites coming into the neighborhood, which changed the perception of going to Brooklyn Tech being okay. Back in the days, in the 80s, I remember when the black students who went to Brooklyn Tech, they would say, oh, that's where the smart hoodlums would go. White parents did not want, many of them did not want their children to go to the school because it was a safety issue. And many black parents didn't want their kids to go to that school. So the threshold of admittance was a lot lower. So with the change of gentrification and so forth, things have changed kind of completely, where there was a more entrance of going to the school, more applications, more people applying, and therefore the threshold had risen. So I want to make that point that there's a lot of factors why an institution like Brooklyn Tech now have less minorities than it did back in the days. I also want to point out, I also agree with Barron regarding that this whole process, this whole movement, we're not faulting the Asian community. In fact, I actually donated to a few organizations who prep their kids because I felt that these preparatory organizations were the only way. To try to fight the barriers of this oppressed system in terms of getting into these specialized high school. So I'm a big supporter. However, that should not be the learning environment for any of our kids. And that's why I believe that there should be other mechanism, and quite frankly, what Yale and other elite institutions are considering, Harvard, University of Chicago, eliminating their standardized tests because they want to admit students on a wholesome way. So, my question to you is, you're the people's advocate. You were elected to be the public advocate. I do have a problem with you not standing up for equity across New York City. You have 67% of your Black and Latino students who are, many of them who are top rank. And for some reason, they're not getting a seat at the table. You have to address that. And let me tell you, I stand strong on what I believe in. And I have not gotten attacks from any of my Asian community, South Asian community, because this is not about Black versus Asian. It has nothing to do with that. This has to do about a disparity that exists, and we cannot make excuses. Yes, we know that there's an issue across the whole board in our educational system, from kindergarten to high school. But right now, we're here to address a segment of that disparity, which is the specialized high school.
Excuse me, Ms. Bashad, is there a question?
Yes, there's a question. My question is, why, as a public advocate, you're not standing up for our students across the board?
Thank you. One, I would absolutely say that even when I'm personally attacked, I stand up for what I believe in. That's for sure. Two, I am 100% all standing up for students. Your personal story was amazing. I listened to your story in the back. I thought it was a great personal story. And again, examples that people have different stories that show what they can do, which is a good example of why I'm presenting two different access points, so that both you and I can get into a specialized high school, but it seems to be rejected. I would reject the notion that standing up for all students, including Asian students, is not standing up for all students. I am standing up for Black, Latino, white, Asian. When it comes to gentrification, there definitely was a change. I will say I came from Starrett City, so I didn't live in Fort Greene, and most of the people who are gentrifying don't look like the people who are in Brooklyn Tech. They are primarily Asian, so that the gentrification, while does have a part of it, isn't the bigger one. I also heard that you went to LaGuardia, which I think is amazing, but to me it's tantamount to saying that LaGuardia should no longer have an audition. We should just take it away. We should just have 7% of all good singers go to LaGuardia. I'm not sure that
Auditioning is not culturally biased.
As I said, it will be tantamount to saying let's just have 7% of all the singers in the city go to LaGuardia. Maybe, maybe not, but we should have a discussion of what that impact would be. I actually auditioned. I think I'm a pretty good actor. I'm actually in the show now. But I didn't pass the LaGuardia audition. I froze up and was terrified. And I didn't get in. That's because I didn't pass the audition. And I'm not sure that there should have been something else that should have been used. I don't think anybody who put this bill in necessarily is saying I'm against the Asian community. But as leaders, we should know and realize when we put something forth, who will it affect? And let's try to have the conversation in a way that deals with them as well. And also what I'll keep pushing back that nobody seems to respond to is that some of the best multiple criteria school, the ones that we're, I guess, trying to emulate right now, are not diverse. And so I'm not sure how that necessarily solves the issue that we're talking about.
Thank you, Ms. Bashar. We must move on
Just
here.
one note.
Go ahead.
Just on LaGuardia High School. You cannot compare LaGuardia High School, which is probably the best specialized high school, because if you look at the makeup of LaGuardia High School, there's no disparity, okay? It's people from all socioeconomic background, all race, ethnicity, religion. So that's why I look at LaGuardia as more of a fairer model. You don't have to like prep to go into that school. You can just be born with a great voice, or you can, take singing lessons. Whatever it may be, it's not culturally biased. And again, we're not addressing LaGuardia High School because it's a very diverse, well-diverse school.
I would submit
Thank
that
you.
taking singing lessons
The point's
is
been made.
prep.
Okay. Let us move on.
Sure.
I never
Okay.
took singing lessons.
Thank
and
you,
I got
Ms.
it.
Bashar.
And I never practiced for the test.
Okay. Miss Walker.
I don't know. My notes have like all sorts of black hoodlums, equity. I guess I'll start by saying that the conversation regarding equity, I think, is an important conversation, and I'm sure it's a conversation that you have on a number of occasions. But there's a perfect picture of what depicts equity. It's some kids standing on a box. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what that?
Yes, it shows how people confuse equality with equity. And when we say equality, we give the same resources. It doesn't amount for all the things that were lost before. And so if you give people the same box and they're trying to look over a fence, it doesn't account for some people's box was shorter to begin with. And so they just have a bigger box, but they still can't look over the fence. You have to give an abundance to the young man who has a smaller box to begin with.
And so I commend you for fighting for more resources for our students on the ground at the K through 8 levels, so that we can have a more equitable educational experience, as opposed to what I'm thinking that I'm hearing, which is more about equality as opposed to equity. In fact, you mentioned about the school systems, even where the city or others may be in control of, still are very segregated. And from what I understand, also, being a student from Ocean Hill, Brownsville, I'm very particularly in tune with Brown versus Board of Education. And there's something in there which sort of determines de facto segregation, which includes segregation whether or not it's by law. And as a result of that, the Department of Justice has created an educational opportunities division, which is very similar to the work that you've done with respect to minority policing or policing in minority communities, where if there is a situation where it's a discriminatory impact on policing, I believe we were even under a federal monitor to show that discrimination existed. The Department of Justice sort of called it out, though they did not bring a case against it. It was an avenue that could have been utilized. So I submit to you also, Mr. Public Advocate, that under the Educational Opportunities Division of the Department of Justice, would you consider it as an opportunity to work with congressional colleagues in order to discuss the issue of segregation within our public school systems across the board, so that it doesn't become just an attack on this one test, but we're really getting at the root and cause of the problem?
I absolutely would. Thank you for presenting that. I would also say, I just hope folks, particularly Black Latino leaders, remember that we may disagree on this one thing with the test, but we all agree that the system itself is problematic, and I just want to make sure that that doesn't get lost as we go back and forth with these discussions.
Thank you. And lastly, you know, when we talk about what may have changed, the dynamics of Brooklyn Tech and the sort of statistical analysis of diversity, one of the things that I can say that I remember that changed is the fact that we had a Black principal, Lee McCaskill, and you know, he sort of put forth a very targeted approach with respect to being in communication with many of the other Black principals across New York City and particularly across Brooklyn, to be able to ensure that those schools, even knew that Brooklyn Tech existed. So I do commend him for that. And now I believe that we're also dealing with the issue of diversity at the administrative levels with many of these specialized high schools and other high schools as well. So when you are conducting your investigations into segregation at the school level to address this particular issue, could you also take a look at segregation with respect to principals and administrators within these systems as well?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. Ms. Seawright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Public Advocate, I want to thank you for being here today. Your testimony, I think, is very important, and I really appreciate being able to hear you as an alum, and you've accomplished so much. So thank you and congratulations. I just have a quick question. You've mentioned more access points. Could you just elaborate on that more?
Yeah, I do believe that diversity is a tremendous problem in this system, and including the specialized high school. I want to have a better understanding of why, and I did some research, and I know that with everybody taking the test and actually prepping, the scores have skewed higher because of that. And so I do think some more test prep would assist, but there is a lot of validity in someone saying one test cannot show what you can do. And so we should talk about the system as a whole. Where are there access points for people to show what they can do? And I think a test is one way. As a matter of fact, test is the only thing that saved my school career, whether it was a test to get junior high school, a test to get into tech, and my SAT. Otherwise, I would have had a horrible school career. But, you know, a lot of people, probably more people, are afraid of tests than are not. So I think that we should have an access point, to the credit of all of the assembly members who are bringing this up, that can show multiple criteria so that people can show what they can do outside of one test on one day. And so what I have submitted is as a possibility, in addition to opening other schools, in addition to additional gifted and talented junior high schools, is maybe we look at how can we have some of the seats that look at someone like me who was able to show what I could do on that one day, and someone like Assemblymember Bouchat who had the reverse, but could show what they can do when using multiple criteria.
Thank you. Mr. Colton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Public Advocate, I was very impressed with your personal story. and with your courage in terms of fighting for the things that are important. And the fact that you are sitting here today as the public advocate of the city of New York, I think indicates a lot more people also are very impressed with what they have seen. Now, one of the things that was mentioned in the Chancellor's testimony was that there are a lot of students who fall just below what would be the mark to admit. Do you think one of the ways of creating more access points and more access to specialized schools would be expanding the number of specialized schools and the number of seats so that it can accommodate all those children who have shown the ability to be able to benefit from a specialized school?
So 100% I support expanding more schools. I support expanding more quality schools generally. And I do support that part of the mayor's plan that makes sure that we can get some more people in the Discovery program who just missed the cutoff to be able to go in as well. So I support all of those. I also I very much appreciate the accolades of what I've been able to accomplish. I also just want to make sure I don't diminish people who weren't able to take that test, like one of your members who shared her own story, because they, and of course she, has accomplished as much as well. And so it kind of proves my point that there are two ways to show what you can do, and both ways have people who can excel in them.
And you also have mentioned the matter of funding with CFE, which I think is a very, very important fight that in many ways we need to devote even more attention to, and this may be a distraction from that fight. But do you think that the fact that the New York City schools have been at a disadvantage for decades, really, in terms of not receiving their fair share of aid, has contributed to the fact of the problems that we see, not only in the specialized schools in terms of a lack of diversity, but in general in terms of the quality education that our children in New York City have been able to get?
So I'll say two things. One, 100%. The prolonged years of not having the money we deserve absolutely have an effect. But I don't want to also lose sight of the systemic impacts of race that has occurred, even with the monies that do exist. And so that systemic issue has to be a part of the conversation as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Colton. To close, Ms. Hidman. Ms. Hindman, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Public Advocate. I'm not sure how to address you, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to talk about a different aspect, because one of the things the Public Advocate's Office can do is conduct studies or investigations. And there's been a lot of talk about if we just increase the number of gifted and talented programs across the city, that will be one way to look at a long-term increase of education for children going into who want to go into these specialized high schools. Would it be possible for your office to conduct a study of all of the G&T programs in the city of New York, number one, and number two, to do an investigation of how many of those programs are the teachers certified in the Renzulli or the Buck Institute? And now the reason for my question, or to ask you to do these studies, is as it stands right now, and I represent Queens, and we have a couple of G&T programs, and we were able to get a G&T program for our middle school students, but the principal could have just taken it and said, okay, we have a G&T, but she then had to find the money to pay for teachers to get this training. And you're talking about $2,500 that either she had to come up with. When you're a principal with a budget, that's kind of hard to do. The second thing is some teachers were willing to pay for it themselves. But we talk about the lack of teacher continuing education in the city of New York. And although we try to get more money funded in the budget, it wasn't what we would like it to be, would have liked it to be. But the reason for the studies is a lot of these children are in G&T programs in name only. They are studying just like their peers are, the same curriculum, the same Common Core curriculum, and then after the tests have been administered, the ELA and the math test, there's really no more, they're not getting any more enrichment. So if the study could talk about what are they doing in addition to the Common Core standards that these children are learning, and what are they doing differently, and are these teachers certified? Because there is definitely a lack, and I don't put the onus so much on the teachers because it's expensive. And to do that as well as in addition to everything else is important. So I would really like your office, I have introduced legislation to address this, but I think you could do it faster than me trying to get a bill done. So that's my ask of you.
I appreciate it, and I'm looking at my folks to try to make sure we reach out to your office, talk about it a little bit more. I think it's something we might be able to do. I would say I've been in office exactly 2 months, and unlike people who got elected the year before, I've had transition at the same time that I'm trying to make sure the office is open. So if I can have a little time to make sure we hire some staff, and I can jump on that. But I do like that kind of approach, and I think that's something the Public Advocate's Office is here to do. So I'd love to reach out to you to push that.
Ms. Hinman, thank you very much.
Heidman.
Jeez. Mr. Public Advocate, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming here, and thank you for honestly answering the questions we put forward.
I thank you. A special thanks also to Chancellor Carranza, all of the Assembly members who actually are, and the Chancellor himself has been very brave when it comes to diversity issues, and I want to applaud him for that. Even though we disagree on this one small point, I think many of us here want to make sure that our school system is broken up, and the desegregation, not broken up, but the desegregation leads to really good diversity and access points to quality education for everybody in the system.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on, we're going to call, from here on in, we'll have a number of panels. There are actually 9 panels that we're going to bring on up. Again, I talked to my colleagues. Please, we want you to ask questions, but we would rather a question be asked and not a speech and then a question. So we can move this hearing along. The panel 1 will represent a couple of the borough presidents. The borough president of Manhattan has represented by Patrick Joseph, and the borough president of the Bronx being represented by Victoria Rennig and Monica Major. I'm not sure why the borough president of the Bronx needs 2 people to represent them, but we're happy to have them both.
Thank you.
You are allowed 5 minutes to speak. The borough president has 2 people. You are allowed 2.5 minutes to speak each. Please stay within the time, and we'll start with my home borough, the Bronx.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am Victoria Ring, Director of Policy and Deputy Counsel for the Office of Bronx Borough President Ruben Diaz Jr., and I will be presenting the testimony of the Borough President on the topic of diversity in the New York City Specialized High School admissions process. I am joined this morning by my colleague, Monica Major, Director of Education and Youth Services for the Office of Borough President Diaz. Together, as a state and as a city, we can create change and fix the broken status quo. The results of this year's specialized high school admissions test are extremely disheartening and make it crystal clear that this city has a long way to go before it can claim it provides parity in accelerated education to all communities. Although Black and Latino students make up nearly 70% of New York City's public school system as a whole, just over 10% of students admitted into the city's 8 specialized high schools were Black or Latino. That percentage is unchanged from last year. Once again, Black and Latino students are not accessing the specialized high schools at rates that are anywhere near representative of the city's public school population. Existing inequities are only magnified by this result. A path to true excellence in education begins at the earliest levels and must be fostered throughout a student's career. All students, no matter where they live, must be provided equal access to accelerated education options at the earliest levels, and all students should be tested for the city's gifted and talented programs in the earliest grades. We must create a pipeline of rigorous education for students for whom accelerated learning is appropriate, from the earliest grades through middle school and into high school. Further, a single test must not be the only source of admission to our best public high schools. As you know, it is within New York City's power to change the admissions process for 5 of the specialized high schools that rely on the SHSAT: Brooklyn Latin, the High School for Math, Science, and Engineering at City College, the High School of American Studies at Lehman College, Queens High School for the Sciences at York College, and Staten Island Technical High School. The time for action on this issue is now. I have put forward the following proposals in a series of 2 reports on this issue, one of which was released in partnership with the Brooklyn Borough President. The Department of Education must move to using admissions methods that do not rely solely on the SHSAT. Access to a high-quality, high-level public high school education should not be based entirely on the results of a single test. The DOE should establish new procedures and standards for admissions to the specialized high schools, including portfolios, such as those for math and science, grade point averages of applicants, application essays, and such other factors as the city shall determine to be necessary. As an additional alternative to applications based solely on the SHSAT, the Community Service Society's proposal to switch the test for admission for the specialized high schools to the mandatory state test is worthy of consideration. That proposal also includes an opportunity for top middle school performers to receive admission provided their state tests are above a specified cutoff. The top 5% of each Bronx and Brooklyn middle school graduating class should be offered an automatic seat at newly created borough-specific specialized high schools. This will serve as an explicit incentive to students and drive performance. All students who need it should have access to free or reduced cost test prep for the SHSAT. Parents who cannot afford additional test prep services for the SHSAT should not see their children left behind for lack of funds. Programs that provide free test prep services should be expanded dramatically to reach all students that would benefit from them. The DOE's DREAM program must be further expanded to capture additional students. The program's website currently denotes a waiting list. The top 15% of each Bronx middle school's 5th and 6th grades should be given automatic offers into DREAM Specialized High School Institute programming. These proposed alternate admissions criteria would result in changes to the socioeconomic and racial makeup of the specialized high schools to be more representative of New York City's public school population and are worth consideration.
Ms. Ring, I'm going to cut you off right there. You made a good statement. We have your written testimony. Your time is up.
Thank you,
okay?
Mr. Chairman.
But points are well taken. You have used up all of the borough presidents. Ms. Major, I'm sorry. Mr. Patrick Joseph.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Joseph. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst for the Manhattan Borough President, and I'm reading this testimony on her behalf. So just thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's public hearing regarding New York City specialized high schools. Since the summer of 2008, when Mayor Bill de Blasio announced plans to change the SHSAT and the admissions process, my office has been in conversation with education advocacy groups, education researchers, community boards, student leaders, parent leader groups, all about the impact of the admissions exam on racial diversity and about school integration in general. We hope to offer insights we have gleaned from those conversations, as well as establish what I believe to be key elements of true school integration. Many of my constituents are against keeping the single test admission process for specialized high schools. I've learned that from numerous conversations and also from a poll conducted by the Quinnipiac University, which found that 60% of people living in Manhattan believe other factors should be considered aside from that exam. We should not be surprised at the overwhelming support for changing the admissions process for specialized high schools. Extant educational research has already highlighted the flaws of standardized exams by evidencing the tendency of such exams to be biased by design while generating inequitable results for test takers. Standardized exams are not a way to combat inequities in society, but rather showcase or reflect those societal inequities as we see correlations between academic performance and race and socioeconomic status. I believe that when it comes to the specialized high schools, the most important statistical fact to remember is that there is a stark underrepresentation of Black and Latinx students in those elite schools. Despite the vast majority of New York City students identifying as Black or Latinx, these students often only receive 10% of admissions offers to elite high schools. This does not mean there is something wrong with those students. It means that there is something wrong with the education system of New York City. Given that we know there is a systemic failure in how the city educates the majority of its students, we must create a systemic solution. We must re-envision the ways in which young people are educated and be much more considerate of the societal factors impacting their lives. Changing the admissions policy for specialized high schools will help some small subset of students, but the most meaningful changes to our education system will be inclusive of all students in all grades. Segregation is a systemic problem from the first day New York City students enter schools. Piecemeal desegregation efforts are therefore not enough to fully support the children of our city. What we need is a comprehensive integration policy. Integrate NYC has already designed a framework called the 5 R's of real integration. Very briefly, those 5 R's are race and enrollment. That is, public schools should have a diverse and inclusive environment for all learners. Resources, that's the equitable distribution of resources to those communities that have been historically oppressed or underserved. Relationships, developing schools that are empathetic toward all identities and build bridges between those identities. Restorative justice, decriminalizing schools by eliminating punitive discipline models and the policing of children. Representation, diversifying school faculty so that the communities of color, immigrant communities, and the LGBTQ+ community are fully representative in school faculty and administration. In addition, in order to truly support students at all levels, I believe every school should have on-site social workers, teachers skilled in culturally responsive education practices, and parents who are engaged and empowered to work in collaboration with school leadership. The changes that I am calling for are deep and long-term. However, when a school system has been found to be one of the most segregated school systems in the country, and the vast majority of students of color are denied opportunities to excel, profound change is exactly what is required, and we need to begin that change right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. We have questions, beginning with Ms. Hyman.
Thank you. Just quickly, I just went through this picks in the pipeline from both Borough Presidents Adams and Diaz Jr. So one of the things, again, we keep talking about our children, the product, right? But we're not talking at all about teachers. We can't have G&T programs across the entire city, and there's not enough training for these teachers, number one. And also, how do we address the teaching shortage? In 5 years, there'll be a 38% decline in the number of teachers we have in New York City, let alone New York State. So one of the things I really want our borough presidents, and I know these two are extremely busy right now, is that we need to talk about increasing the number of teachers of color in our schools, which has been decimated over the years. We need to talk about the training of these teachers, and we need to talk making sure that they're certified to teach G&T. We can put all the G&T programs we want, but if we don't have a G&T certified teacher in front of our children, it's a waste of resources.
Thank you, Ms. Hyman. Is there a quick response from the panel?
Yes, so I get to
There you
speak now.
go. You get a
Mr.
chance,
Chairman.
Ms. Major.
So I agree with you, Assembly Member. My quick story is that my child was a product of a district-wide gifted and talented, and that's exactly what we as parents experienced in District 11, was that we did not, as you mentioned earlier, the school did not have the resources to put towards the program. So whatever work that we're going to do going forward, it does have to come with resources for district level gifted and talented programs that you're going to put inside each school district.
Thank you, Ms. Major. You're okay. You don't feel obligated, Mr. Joseph.
Well, I'd like to, because I just think
right
that
ahead.
the G&T issue gets conflated with the specialized high school issue far too frequently. There is inequity within G&T programs, and solving for that means making G&T more available, giving more access to that. But that's only if you think we should even have G&T in the first place. Some of us might disagree with that. The specialized high schools, the students that attend them, that is, do not necessarily get in as a result of being participants in G&T programs, right? I think the chancellor did a good job of talking about that earlier today, explaining that the curriculum is just not aligned, right? G&Ts do, a lot of them actually do teach according to the state Common Core. They just teach it like a year in advance, and that's why they're advanced. They're considered a G&T program, which wouldn't really prepare you for the test that you take to get into specialized high schools.
Thank you. Ms. Walker.
I'll be very quick. I just noticed that a part of what your testimony, Mr. Joseph, speaks of is integrate NYC. And I appreciate reading the stance that this it's an organization takes, but just as a sort of a point of just sort of personal reference. Integration was a response to Jim Crow and a system that was built around a reign of terror within our country. And so the terminology integration isn't necessarily something that I'm particularly accepting of. Not to say that I don't speak for my colleagues, but just as we don't sort of use the terminology inmate or whatever, it's the same sensitivity in language that I believe should be employed with respect to this issue. Because just as it's arguable whether or not G&T lends to success on a specialized high school, it's also arguable as to whether or not integration lends to success as a person of color, or even with respect to the way our schools are being looked at. And it really sort of speaks to conversations regarding gentrification, which basically states, mix up our communities and that'll make it all better. But in the long run, people of color still wind up on the short end of the stick. So if you would, so graciously, perhaps have this conversation with Madam Borough President, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. And thank you to the panel. We appreciate you being here, the long wait you had to testify, and a safe travel and a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving ahead to panel number 2. I call up members from the various CECs around New York. From CEC 2, Robin Broshi, Kimberly Watkin from CEC 3, Anna Minsky from CEC 5, Adele Doyle from CEC 20, and Phil Wan from CEC 24. We'll begin with CEC 2. Ms. Broshi. Broshi,
you got it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for granting me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Robin Broshi, and I am a public school parent of an 8th grader and a 5th grader. I'm currently serving in my 3rd year as president of the CEC for District 2, and I'm in my 5th year on the council. For some context, District 2 is located in most of southern Manhattan. It includes about 20 middle schools. Our typical 8th grade cohort has just under 3,000 students, and our district currently sends about 500 students to specialized high schools each year. The mayor's proposal to reform admissions generated a lot of interest among District 2 families, and we heard many different opinions. Those opinions are also reflected amongst the members of our council and led to spirited debates. Discussions of the issue spanned the course of 3 monthly meetings. We heard feedback from hundreds of community members through their public comments at meetings, through written feedback, and as well as through less formal conversations. Included with my written testimony are 2 resolutions the CECD2 passed on this topic. The differences in the resolutions reflect the areas of disagreement amongst the council members, but we all shared concerns with the lack of community input through the rollout of the mayor's proposal. And we ultimately voted to affirm the need to increase racial diversity in specialized high schools through community-driven reforms to the current admissions method. We heard from to maintain the academic achievements of the students that are enrolled as evidence that the test is working, and the test is seen as an objective measure that anyone can study hard for and excel at, regardless of their background. There are also worries that a decrease in offers from specialized schools to District 2 students would increase the strain on the availability of seats in other local high-demand high schools. But there are also families that advocated for reform. The belief that the current system is working rests on an assumption that out of tens of thousands of Black and Latinx 8th graders in New York City, there are currently only a handful that can be successful in a school like Stuyvesant High School. For the families who are skeptical of this assumption, a better explanation is that while the tests may accurately identify many students who can succeed in a specialized school, it also has a high false negative rate and misses many bright Black and Latinx students who would excel in that setting. We heard from D2 families that acknowledge reforms could mean fewer seats for students from our district, but expressed broader concerns about the values we telegraph to all students by perpetuating a system that is supposed to identify the best students, but results in lopsided outcomes. They wonder whether our jewel in the crown schools can properly educate the leaders our city and our country needs if the students aren't learning in an environment that's truly reflective of the city. Speaking for just myself, I'd like to applaud the committee for opening up this discussion and for holding public hearings in New York City, providing opportunities for stakeholders to weigh in on this issue, in contrast to your 1971 counterparts who passed this act in a rush session. I also can't help to reflect that when the SHSAT was enshrined into state law in 1971, it had been merely 6 years since the Civil Rights Act was passed. The men who passed this law did so in a climate of backlash and anxiety about advocacy for minority rights, and they also deprived the city of the opportunity to navigate this issue on its own. As we consider the many perspectives on this issue, I think we should also ask ourselves whether we can divorce the law's original context from the pedagogical goals of a public education system. And as a particularly engaged constituent and city resident, I confess that I have concerns that a state legislative body that represents a demographically different population than the city is in the position of regulating an issue as granular as local school admissions. Leaving this issue to our state legislature ends up diluting the voices of the city residents, who are the most direct stakeholders. I urge you to embrace your roles as the state's leaders and help us to take a step forward to integrate New York City public schools to create the kinds of heterogeneous environments most New Yorkers celebrate, particularly in our current political climate, when vocally embracing diversity is a form of resistance against the forces that seek to bring us back to an earlier era when integration was a dirty word.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kimberly Watkins.
Hello. My name is Kimberly Watkins, and I'm the president of CEC3 on the Upper West Side and Southern Harlem. Like my colleague, Ms. Broshi here, I'm reading a statement from my council, and that is quite difficult when you live in District 3, because like New York City, District 3 is very diverse, but our schools are not. Our council is very diverse and has a lot of different views. I want to talk a little bit about our track record with integration work at both the elementary school and middle school admissions points, and then talk about the resolution that we recently passed on the high schools issue. Just to frame it out, because in 2017, the CEC in District 3 passed an 11-school rezoning on the Upper West Side. That was historic. It took into account for the very first time elementary school zones that not only alleviated overcrowding, but which also attacked the segregation of schools on the Upper West Side. And we are very proud of that work. But at the same time, we began a 3-year iterative process of facing the fact that our middle schools are even more segregated than our elementary schools. Our CEC's middle school committee was able to work with our community over this 3 years and the superintendent, and we initiated the first of the city's middle school diversity initiatives just last year. Now, the approval for this voluntary desegregation plan took place just weeks before the mayor's announcement of the high school admissions plan. As word quickly spread about this plan and the Barron bill, it became abundantly clear that CECs, the Citywide High Schools Council, and even the Citywide Diversity Admissions Group were omitted from the dialogue and analysis of this plan at both the city and state level. This opaque, top-down approach to educational governance has caused considerable strife in our community, and we are the ones that are closest to the consequences. Nevertheless, CEC3's High School Admissions Committee promptly got to work aggregating myriad data. I'm excited, actually, you're going to hear from some of the data analysts a little later in panel 9, much later, I guess. And we passed a resolution, but not without a lot of divisive dialogue within our community. District 3 sends a disproportionately large number of students to the specialized high schools. We don't have any District 3 high schools that are prioritized for District 3 students. I'm going to talk about that in just a second. But if the mayor's proposal were to go into effect today, the number of District 3 8th graders could be cut in half, just like that. On the other hand, many of our middle schools don't send any kids to the specialized high schools, and they should. They absolutely should. On the test, many regard the Shazat as an objective merit that serves as but one part of the complicated high school admissions process. Others see it as an ineffective measure of performance and as a form of racial oppression. So we're split down the middle on this. But after months of meetings, we did pass a resolution, and there are two main things about this resolution that I want to make sure I cover. One is the priorities within the multi-variable high schools that we have in the city. And now this is relevant to what the state is wanting to legislate, because we have almost 500 high schools in our city. The DOE was in our office just this week talking about the algorithms, the match of students and schools. More than half of the schools have some sort of priority that limits access to students. We have a gerrymandered algorithm, folks, and we need to work on that. That needs to be part of this conversation. The CEC resolution also targets the scarcity mindset perpetuated by a programmatic caste system that's in our high school landscape. Only 5% of our schools offer AP courses in STEM-focused subject areas. The proposed plan doesn't include improvements in terms of this area, and maybe more importantly, it doesn't try to expand and replicate the successful school models that we need. We need more seats. Stakeholders are eager to work on this issue, as you know, but we're also the key to the success of any change that you make. CEC3 has a strong track record of generating change, of moving the needle in the right direction. Yeah, it takes a long time, but we did it both with elementary schools and with our middle school admissions initiative, and we would be grateful to contribute to the high school initiative as well.
Thank you very, very much. We appreciate that. Anna Minsky.
Thank you.
Is this on? No. Is it?
I don't think it is. Is there a light that appears?
No. Hi.
Oh, but that's good.
Thanks. Thank you. I'm from Community Education Council of District 5. We have 22 public schools serving grades 3K through 8 in Central Harlem. We're also a very diverse district, including many Hispanic students, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Black students from America, from other countries, a Yemeni population,
but we didn't have as much diversity of opinion about Heck Calandra. And I'm going to mostly just read from the resolution that we passed on this subject in January. The resolution was passed unanimously, and just to summarize, we feel that admissions by the Shazat is not right, but that this whole brouhaha won't have been worth it if we don't take advantage of repealing Heck Calandra to do more systemic integration in New York City. So CEC 5 recognizes that the underrepresentation of Black and Latinx students at specialized high schools is the result of systemic racism and white supremacy. As Jamal Bowman wrote in January in the Daily News, parents across the country, including in progressive New York City, have a long history of not wanting their children to attend schools with Black children. The current system is a reflection of the disproportionate power wielded by those parents. And although the resolution really only addresses enrollment reforms, it's important to note that the system is also maintained by curriculum choices and other institutional practices that need to be addressed. Council member Inez Barron asked at the hearing for the City Council last week how many teachers at the 3 specialized high schools were white, and the answer is 69%. So these kinds of changes also have to be part of the solution. Now, there are only 8 of these high schools that do their admissions with the tests. So while the DOE's proposal for reforms to the admissions process would represent a great improvement for these schools, it would have a very limited direct impact on the mostly Black and Latinx students of our district. So we really hope that the DOE will expand the scope of their proposed remedies to white supremacy. People have spoken about the other screen schools, and in Manhattan in particular, there are 14 where the underrepresentation of Black and Latinx students is coupled with more overrepresentation of white students that we find at the specialized high schools. And because these schools serve more than twice as many students as the specialized high schools within Manhattan, if their underrepresentation were eradicated, it would have more of an impact on students in our district. So a more responsive solution to the problem of segregated schools would ensure that admissions criteria at all schools are transparent, publicly available, accessible to English language learners and students with disabilities as well as their families. Admissions procedures must be designed to ensure equitable access, and any restrictive criteria must be narrowly tailored to meet a compelling educational goal that is clearly articulated, publicized, and assessed by an objective task force. So CEC 5 supports the DOE's proposed changes. We support the repeal of Heck Calandra, and we hope that if you do the right thing and repeal it, that the DOE will do the right thing and create a more system-wide systemic response to the problem.
Thank you. Ms. Adele Doyle.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity. I come here today as the president of District 20 Community Education Council, and one of those districts dismayed by the steamroller of alleged dialogue on this issue brought to our community, and which continues to be maligned today by some. Despite the high poverty level in District 20, we are nevertheless one of only 2 districts in the city who meet ESSA's benchmarks across all measures. Yet this accomplishment has been dismissed by our chancellor because, as he told us, ESSA's standards are, quote, only tests. Our families who overcome hardship and language barriers have raised children who excel academically in rigorous educational environments across a spectrum of assessments. Yet at every turn it is intonated that our students' success is artificial due to the test prep environment parents subject them to. This is absurd. Anyone who believes that has no idea what it takes to be successful academically. The only thing these students are guilty of is working hard and valuing the educational opportunities they are granted. To suggest otherwise is disgraceful. The bottom line is education in District 20 works, as it should. It is also disgraceful that we are told that it is only fair that these high-achieving, hard-working students be barred from specialized high schools by arbitrary caps because there are, quote, plenty of other good high schools. Yet the high schools across our district are unsustainably overcrowded, as much as 192% capacity. And no school has been proven to offer the rigor and academic preparedness which specialized high schools offer. and our plea to expand educational opportunities by building more high schools to alleviate overcrowding and which offer the rigor our future scientists, doctors, and engineers need is simply ignored. We have been shown at every turn and with every soundbite that the minorities of District 20 are not the right kind of minorities who deserve educational equity. In what world has this become acceptable to say? In what world do we tell any child that their achievement means nothing? However, despite the message sent by the mayor and the chancellor that the families of District 20 are not to be valued, what is more disturbing is the message that the city's proposed plan sends to every single student of color. And this is the real tragedy. Specialized high schools have become the vilified poster child for the disparity of educational opportunities for students of color, but this is a game of political smoke and mirrors. And on this point, I speak to you as an educator and as a doctoral student studying literacy for underserved populations. I have taught at a New York City Community College for 12 years now, and I teach the students who are produced by New York City's public school system, and their stories break my heart. The worst injustice our students of color face is not a test they can't pass. It is the untenable failure of the education they receive, which ensures they will not pass. That middle schools exist in this city where only 17% of students read at grade level is egregious, and that these scores are not a single year's anomaly, but flatlined or worse trending downwards over almost 2 decades should be the only headlines we read. That students who suffer reading lags which are not corrected by 4th grade are likely doomed to academic failure as curricula becomes increasingly difficult. That insufficient interventions exist for middle and high school students who continue to suffer from uncorrected lags. That ADD and dyslexia continue to be peripheralized or worse, labeled as behavioral problems, all because this system did not support these students when it should have. That 70% of reading problems in high school are likely undiagnosed learning disabilities. Why is none of this making headlines? This is the real inequity. And when we talk about college access for all and tout the record numbers of high school students attending college, all the while ignoring degraded graduation standards, diluted assessment measures, roving regents' failure cutoffs, and the abject misconception that a D in English qualifies as high school success, or that 40% of the students who enter my freshman class will not make it past the first year, and only 17% will receive an associate's degree within 2 years. This is not excellence. We need the SHSAT for one reason, because it is the one objective measure of legitimate rigor and critical thinking, which cannot be manipulated by any administration in a game of let's pretend we are giving students the education they deserve. The SHSAT is a hard test and it is not for everyone, but specialized high schools allow students to compete against the global workforce and ensure the rigor demanded by these students' chosen fields in engineering, science, and medicine. Everyone should have access to these opportunities. No one should be excluded, but it is ludicrous to say the test is the issue. New York City's failing education system is the only issue. Thank you.
Please, Ms. Doyle, thank you very much for your testimony. To conclude the panel, Mr. Wang.
Yes, hi. Chairman Benedetto, fellow members of the New York State Assembly Committee of Education. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. If you permit, I would like to allow to go off script and talk about 2 issues.
The time is yours.
Thank you. Number 1, I took the SHSAT in Brooklyn Tech in 1981. I sat in the auditorium. There were over 700 people taking the test that day. I was the only Asian. Same test, it's one test, right? And today we're facing a racial disparity in all the 3 specialized high schools, and I say it's not the test. It's not the test. Okay, with that, let me go on. I also would like to quote Bronx Borough President Ruben Diaz, who published an editorial in the Caribbean News website 2 weeks ago. He graduated from a gifted and talented program in PS 13 in School District 7 in the South Bronx. And recently discovered that there's no longer a gifted and talent program in that school. And not only that, the entire School District 7 of the South Bronx do not have a gifted and talented program. He asked why. There are probably various reasons. I did a little research. There are at least 7 school districts in New York City, entire districts that have no gifted and talented program. I do not, they were systematically removed. As far as I know, they did not disappear overnight. Okay? Now, if you compare to other districts like mine, District 24, that have 5 schools with gifted and talented programs, and there are other districts with many more gifted and talented programs. This is a problem that no one has no one has mentioned, and this is where resources go to different places. Well, I say every school district should have a gifted and talented program, but in fact, it's not. And I think this is the reason why we have so few students from some districts that could make it to the specialized high schools, while other districts have a lot more students that could make it to specialized high schools. So part of the problem is that we have to bring back gifted and talented programs to these districts and make sure that they are well funded. Now, with that said, I would like to read the bottom half of my speech. The future careers of our children is test-based. Just look at the city's own civil service exam, where you need to pass it in order to become a civil servant. Or exams across city agencies where you need to take a test in order to get promoted. Like my neighbor is a sanitation, works for the Department of Sanitation. He had to take a test in order to be the supervisor. Now, a similar system exists at the state and the federal levels, and preparing for the test is everyday life, and a test should not be phased out because you don't like the results. The SHSAT results are signs that the quality of schools in certain districts need work, and we need to address them instead of blaming the test itself. No testing means no accountability. We have to have a thermometer in the school system that shows accountability. The proposed bill A2173 is wrong. It pits one community of kids against another. We want a level playing field for all kids, for all children, in all school districts, and we should prepare them to do well in the specialized high schools. In conclusion, we need to increase diversity by increased opportunity, and that's done by increasing gifted and talented programs in all schools and not just in a selected few in selected districts. Thank you.
Mr. Wong, thank you very much. Please. Mr. Kim, questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just begin by thanking the members of this panel for your service. I know that this is all done on volunteer base, and I know that you're dedicated, passionate members of our community who care deeply about education policy, and that's very clear in the discussion. And I think one thing that Charles Barron, Assemblyman, and I can agree to is that the discussion should have started from here, not from the top. And that's one of the main reasons why we don't believe in mayoral control, because every decision that we should be making about education should be parent-driven, and from the community should be community-driven. And unfortunately, we didn't have that opportunity to do that, so we're kind of catching up in the process. So I appreciate the time. And the Chancellor left already, but when he first came here a couple of hours ago, he mentioned and emphasized the importance of measuring other qualities of academic success besides grades or testing, such as he mentioned specifically tenacity and grit and various other character traits of students. From your experience and in your on-site, on-the-ground read on this, are we actually measuring any of these type of holistic traits that have proven to be important for students' development from the early ages? Are we actually measuring those in our public school classrooms?
Who have you directed that question to, Mr. Kim? Anyone who wants to answer it.
I'll take a stab at it. I think that my knee-jerk reaction is no. However, attendance may somewhat be a measurement that's utilized in multi-measure rubrics. But the long and the short of it is that the schools are under-resourced in terms of gym, We have gym once a week. State law requires gym to be once a day in elementary schools. We don't have that. We don't have librarians full-time in many of our schools. We don't have language in many of our schools. So it's very difficult to measure other than very strict, regimented, numbers like ELA scores and test scores in math. That's my attempt.
That was good. Ms.
Just,
Boyle?
Just to add to that, when we talk about tenacity and grit, I'm wondering, are you asking students across the board or students who aspire to specialized high schools?
Just across the board, because I just feel like, we talk about, being less test-driven. I don't think, like I said at the very beginning of this testimony, that I don't believe any one of us is a fan of high-stakes testing here. But do we actually have the structural mechanism in place to start measuring some of these other traits that should be important from K to 8?
If anything, and I'm speaking as an educator and an educator who teaches students who come from New York City public schools, they lack, above all things, tenacity, grit, resilience, any of the non-cognitive factors that would help them to succeed. And that is the problem of New York City public education, where you're held to certain requirements, certain standards. You're encouraged as educators, I think, to pass students along and not make it too difficult, or you will not achieve the objectives that have been set forth for you. So how do you teach that? I would argue, and we do not have this set up, and this is something we argue for, and something that Staten Island Tech is moving towards, a mastery-based learning environment versus an assessment-based learning environment, where students are taught to master a concept. Not, as I said in my testimony, that a D is okay and let's move on, because they come into my school and they think a D is a B, and that's over years of neglect. So if anything, we need to start early on to teach students that productive struggle is acceptable, not only acceptable, but necessary, and that we not make things too easy. My children, I'm a mother of 4, and my children did not benefit from a public school system which was slightly too easy. They never had to struggle until the curriculum got harder, and we never taught students to bear down and work. So, and that's a catch-22, because you're going to lose students along the way if you do that, if you don't do it in the right way.
Right, and I think when you go to some of these charter schools and some of the private schools around the city, they keep track of these quality traits of students from first grade on all the way to high school. In fact, I think KIPP measures like 12 character traits, and every teacher has a tool to keep track of it, because they believe that every child ultimately becomes what we measure by. And unfortunately, we just don't have the money and resource. And instead of having some of those honest conversations about how we've underfunded our public school classrooms for decades, where we should be measuring some of these traits from early ages, I feel like we're scapegoating to an extent of some of our failures to this one test. So I think we rely on you to have those honest conversations. So I thank you again for being here. I look forward to continuing to have more dialogues in the future to get to the root problem of our failing system. Thank you.
Panel 2, I thank you very much for being here. A thoughtful, well-taken presentation we appreciate. While we are switching panels here, and before we do, I want to acknowledge the arrival of Assemblyman from Queens, Ed Braunstein. Okay, and one other thing, Miss Walker, I see somebody else has joined the panel, and I'm at a loss. I don't know who this fine lady is. Can you enlighten all of us?
Hello, I'm in 3rd grade, and my name is Niall.
Well, welcome here, okay? Do you like school? Good. Well, we're going to try to make it even better for you. Thanks for being here and being so well behaved, too.
She's the future of Brooklyn.
Have a nice day.
Panel number 3. We have listened to testimony from the chancellor and from some of the elected officials, from the parents, and now we're going to the academia, and we welcome panel 3. First, Sarita Subramanian.
Wonderful.
Zaid Ali, I don't know if he's here. Jonathan Taylor. And Waldaba Stewart. And just as an aside, Mr. Stewart, I understand you, at one time, were an elected official in the state of New York.
That's correct.
And that was in the state senate?
That's correct.
And so you served with Mr. Calandra, who actually is the bill we're kind of focusing in on.
That's also correct.
And that is a connection between us, because State Senator Calandra was my state senator, and I ran against State Senator Calandra many, many years ago. Came pretty close to beating the guy, too.
Yeah.
But that's another story. Maybe we'll link up and talk. Again, you have written testimony. I know, don't feel free that you have to read from it. If you want to summarize it, you have 5 minutes. We're going to begin now with Sabrani Mania. Please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Benedetto and members of the Education Committee. My name is Sarita Subramanian, and I am the Supervising Analyst for the Education Team at the New York City Independent Budget Office. IBO is a city agency providing nonpartisan policy analysis and information for elected officials and the public. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing. In February, IBO released a report in which we simulated what offers to students would look like under the mayor's proposal from last June, which would move away from the SHSAT and instead use a new combined score of grades and performance on New York State standardized exams. IBO's report is divided into 3 sections. First, we looked at the demographic profile and prior academic performance of students who would have received offers if the new system had been in place for last school year, 2017-2018. Second, we looked at which middle schools the students who would have received offers came from. And finally, we described the academic profile of the high schools that students who would have received offers actually attended last year. My testimony will focus on the first and third sections of the report, but the full report is attached for your reference. In looking at the demographic profile and prior academic performance of students who would have received an offer, we found that there would be substantially greater racial diversity compared with the actual incoming class for the specialized high schools last year. 5 times as many black students and more than 4 times as many Hispanic students would have received offers compared with the shares of those students who actually attended specialized high schools. While the share of offers to Asian students would have been half of the share that actually attended those schools, they would still comprise the largest share of offers. Roughly the same number of white students would have received offers under the mayor's proposal. Interestingly, the share of offers to female students would have increased to about 2/3 of all offers, and the share of offers to students in poverty would have grown to more than 63%. Some opponents of the proposal have argued that it would increase the possibility of admitting students who might not have been as prepared for the rigorous curriculum at the specialized high schools. Our data allowed us to look at the prior student achievement of those who would have received offers under the proposed replacement system. We found that the average grades in 7th grade for students who would have received an offer would increase slightly, and the share of students who would have been proficient in English language arts would decline slightly, and the share of students who would have been proficient in math would decline by 10 percentage points to about 90%. It is important to note that when selecting the top 7% of students at each school who would receive an offer, based on the new combined performance score, the proposed policy stipulates that students must also score in the top quartile citywide for that metric. The implication is that this provides a citywide floor for student achievement in addition to meeting the requirement for their relative standing in the school. We found that the citywide floor actually filters out very few students. Because our study used the cohort of students who entered 9th grade last year, we were able to identify which high schools the students who would have received offers actually chose to attend last year, given the options available at the time, and to observe the academic profile of those schools. IBO ranked all public high schools in the city by the share of students that graduated college ready in both English and math and identified schools with a college-ready rate of 97% or higher, a rate equivalent to that in specialized high schools. We found that the proposed changes would have the greatest impact for top-performing Black and Hispanic students, who were less likely than white or Asian students to attend a top-ranked high school in the city last year. Of the students who would have received an offer to a specialized high school, just 12% of Black students and 16% of Hispanic students attended a top-ranked high school in 2017-2018, compared with 46% of white students and 63% of Asian students. The greatest unknown factor related to the mayor's proposed policy is how it will affect students' choices for high school. While the proposed policy would affect which students would receive offers to a specialized high school, perhaps equally important is which schools students decide to rank amongst their choices. And even then, some students who receive an offer from a specialized high school choose not to attend. Last year, 18% who received an offer chose not to attend. Actual changes to enrollment at the specialized high school will depend on whether students who would receive offers would actually choose to accept them. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Ali.
Greetings to the committee members, and thank you for inviting us to speak. I'll be presenting testimony on behalf of myself and Margaret M. Chin of Hunter College. Before the mayor announced his 7% plan last June, we were conducting research among Stuyvesant grads on how Stuyvesant had shaped their life trajectories for a book we're calling The Peer Effect. I should note that we're both Stuyvesant graduates from the 1980s. Given our research, there are 3 points of discussion the controversy over the test has brought up we wish to discuss: who gets in, who will do well in these schools, and the idea of equity. The population of Black and Latinos at these schools was sizable until they started to decline dramatically in the 1990s. In the 1989 school year, Black and Latinos made up 10, 22, and 51% of Stuyvesant, Bronx Science, and Brooklyn Tech. The decline happened for 3 main reasons. One, the Asian American population grew rapidly in the 80s and 90s, and parents, like today, learned that these schools were quote-unquote the best schools and made it a point for their children to try to go there. More likely, the Asian American kids who went to these schools had friends and classmates applying or who went to these schools, so it became a normalized, achievable desire. It's one thing for parents to tell you to do something, but it's quite another thing when your peers are doing it. You pay more attention. A second major factor is sometime in the early to mid-90s, the city stopped providing honors classes that were in every middle school, which were called Special Progress or SP classes, something that Member Colton touched on when he talked about IGC classes in the grade schools. These classes for Black and Latino students, as we know, disproportionately attend segregated schools, but in the SP classes, they were with other high-achieving kids and benefited from positive peer effects. Detracking hurt them likely more than white or Asian American students because of school segregation. And perhaps most importantly, commercial test prep emerged in the late 1980s. Of people we interviewed who graduated before the late 80s, few studied at all for the exam. Nearly all who graduated in the 90s or later did some commercial test prep. The Stuyvesant Spectator, the student paper at the school, did a survey of freshmen in 2017, and they found 58% took a prep class and 18% bought test prep books. Most started studying at least 4 months before the exam, and 21% had studied for more than a year. But many didn't study much. 27% studied for 1 to 4 months, 7% studied less than a month, and 5% didn't study at all. One argument against the 7% plan that some people put forward is that many students from not great middle schools will be underprepared for the rigors and will do poorly at these schools. We disagree. We found students at Stuyvesant benefited from being with achievement-minded students, and the top 7% of the class at any middle school are almost by definition achievement-minded. Once at the specialized schools, this peer effect leads them to push themselves harder. As one Puerto Rican grad from the 90s put it to us, you don't want to look like the loser in the crew. There's a peer-driven culture of achievement at these schools that suffuses the social atmosphere. Students learn that no matter what, the work needs to get done, they'll go to a good college and on to professional careers. Many cut class regularly and do things that other schools would get them labeled at risk. But at the specialized schools, these kids largely turn all right. The Puerto Rican grad I just mentioned cut school regularly, but he became a computer programmer. A white female grad from the 90s who I interviewed would cut school and hang out in the park drinking 40s. She became a thoracic surgeon. I became a professor. There are many academically able students who could do well. For instance, there are 3,200 Black and Latino 7th graders who scored a 4 on the state math exam. If they are admitted to the specialized schools, they would likely be fine. The admissions process is ultimately political and comes down to whether you, the legislative body, want to take action to increase the number of Blacks and Latinos in these schools. The mayor's plan is ostensibly about equity, but he could have, on his own, despecialized the 5 schools that use the exam that are not named in the Heck-Calandra Act. He hasn't, and he's already indicated that he won't, which is a shame because as doing so would set up an experiment. We'd be able to see if changing the criteria affects academic and other short and long-term outcomes of students at these 5 schools. In any case, the specialized schools combined only account for about 6% of high school seats in the city. Changing admissions would do little to address systemic inequities, but about 1/3 of high schools and high school programs have screens and have relatively low Black and Latino enrollment, and many have far less poor students than the specialized schools have. If the mayor and chancellor were serious about equity, this would be the logical and easiest place to start. And if the mayor and chancellor were serious about desegregation, they would work to desegregate primary and middle schools from the top down. We feel it's great that a couple of districts, most notably District 15 in Brooklyn, where my kids go to middle school, have started to tackle segregation. D15 is an economically and racially mixed district, and this year it nixed screens in their middle schools, which immediately has changed the demographics. But this is an approach that won't benefit places like District 16 in Brooklyn, which all the schools there are completely segregated, and the free reduced price lunch rates are all above 75%. Desegregation has to be systemic and citywide, and it takes tremendous political will and the willingness to fight middle and upper middle class white parents especially.
Mr. Ali?
Yes, sir.
The beeper is beeping.
Okay.
Okay,
I
I
can see.
must cut you off. Mr. Jonathan Taylor, number one, sir, I apologize because I know the closed capturing went out for a while, but it's back on now.
It's still out, no.
It's still out.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
will you
don't have a clue
apologize
as to
for
what
that?
they said, but anyway, I can read my statement.
Good. We'll listen.
I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about my research, which has recently been published in the Journal of Women and Minorities in Science and Engineering. I'll try to keep it brief and non-technical. I'm not here to advocate for or against the mayor's proposal. I think it's unfortunate that the issue has often been framed as presenting a binary choice, the status quo or the mayor's proposal, when in fact there are many more possibilities. My research does not point to a unique policy, but I hope that this type of evidence will inform any decisions by policymakers. If you were the director of admissions for the specialized high school, your goal is to admit students who are most likely to succeed in the schools. How would you predict how a student will do in high school if you know nothing about the student? You might guess the average freshman grade point average, which was 88. In some cases, your guess would be close, but there would be a lot of error. So how can you improve your predictions? If you use the Shazat, you will improve them a little bit. My research found that you would reduce the error by 20%, very similar to what the Meta study found. But you want to improve your predictions because that still leaves 80% of the error. So state achievement tests are somewhat better. They predict 28%. They would reduce the error by 28%. However, 7th grade GPA would reduce it by 44%, which is a big improvement over the other criteria. The only possible justification for the current outcomes with respect to diversity would be if the test were actually a good predictor, a good criterion for admissions, and it's not a sufficiently good predictor by itself. If you have better predictors and middle school grades are far better, why not use them? The standards of the American Educational Research Association stipulate that one test should never be the sole criterion of admission. You also want your admissions policy to be gender fair. The Shazat is biased against girls. I don't mean that there are questions about hockey, but there is a statistical bias in that girls do better in high school than the exam would predict. In my study, on average, girls earn GPAs 4 points better than predicted by the Shazat. This means that girls are being rejected in favor of boys who are likely to achieve at a lower level in high school. In 2013, 51% of the applicants were girls, but only 44% of those admitted. It's clear that as the sole admissions criterion, Shazat is unfair to girls. Many parents and alumni ask, are grades a fair measure when schools have different grading policies? It's ironic that tests such as the SAT and the Shazat that were designed to provide a uniform objective metric are less accurate predictors than GPA, which is compiled across different courses, school teachers, different standards. When you think about it, that should not be so surprising, however. The SAT and the Shazat are 3-hour samples of student performance. They do not assess abilities across all domains. Science, history, foreign language are not tested. They actually assess very limited math and verbal skills. Additionally, they use multiple choice questions almost exclusively. In contrast, GPA is based on a full year sample of student performance across the full range of academic domains, and performance is assessed in many ways, not only by multiple choice questions. Furthermore, it is likely the test prep has inflated the Shazat scores of many applicants in ways that are not reflected in their actual school performance. Finally, and perhaps most important, GPA captures motivation. A second question I'm often asked is, how will Stuyvesant, Bronx Science, and the other schools maintain their reputations when admissions criteria will admit students who would not now qualify? But that's based on a false assumption that the students admitted using middle school grades as one of multiple criteria would be unqualified. Because 7th grade GPA is a much better predictor of high school achievement, including it as an admissions criterion should not dilute the quality of the entering class. Expansion of the Discovery Program is an important component of the mayor's proposal. In the cohort I studied, the only school with a sufficient number of Discovery students to analyze was Brooklyn Tech, which had 35 program students who were admitted with Shazat scores up to 20 points below the cutoff. That group had an FGPA of 86.6, essentially identical to the 86.7 of regularly admitted students, some of whom had Shazat scores as much as 200 points higher than the Discovery students. These results are based on students at one school and 1 year and are not evidence that the program will work equally well when expanded. However, at the very least, it suggests that the expansion is worth trying and studying. In addition, it is consistent, these data are consistent with the view that Shazat scores around the cutoff are meaningless and arbitrary when used as a sole criterion. The take-home message I would like to leave you with is the following. With consideration of additional criteria, it may be possible to select a group of students who will be more representative of the community the school system serves and the pool of students who apply, without sacrificing the excellence for which New York City specialized high schools are so justifiably famous and which has made New Yorkers proud. Thank you.
Pretty good. Thank you, sir. To close, Mr. Stewart.
Okay. I come before you on behalf of the Education Working Group of the Caribbean Research Center at Medgar Evers College, the Consortium of People's Research Centers and Universities of the Americas, which address issues of people from the Caribbean Basin, and the Southern Diaspora Research and Development Center. I'm before you to ask you to do something revolutionary. We would like you to lead a movement to bring about the defeat of the Heck-Colandra bill legislation for education exclusion. That's the name. That's the official name. Okay? This legislation set the terms of admissions to New York City's examination schools and shielded those that had gatekeeper forms of enrollment from charges of racism. Okay? This was a reaction to the fact that we had brought about the decentralization of the public school system of the city of New York, which we charge with practicing educational genocide in communities of African descent and Latino descent in the city of New York. We feel what we are doing is tinkering with the fact, because when we decentralize the school system, in some communities they say, oh, what's going to follow is open enrollment into their neighborhood high schools. And so this legislation, this racist legislation, was passed to shield them from charges that they knew we would be coming at them next. It has taken all these years to come to this point where I'd like to put this or bring this to your attention and request that this body and the Revised and Reformed Board of Education join with our community in the repeal of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, panel. We do have some members who would like to ask some questions, starting with Mr. Barron.
First, let me say, if I were in church, I would say amen to this panel. I think that you hit on, and I wish that all of the participants in today's hearing could have heard this panel. I think you were the most objective panel that we've had. Didn't take a side, but stood with the facts. Appreciated that. And you raised some very, very interesting points. Point predictability. If we're saying its grade point average has a higher predictability than test. You raised points about only 6% of the, 6% of the high schools of the participants will only cover 6%, which raises the question that we've been raising for decades, that we got to deal with the other 94% and the issues around them. And then to have Mr. Wallaber Stewart here to talk about the origins of where this all came from, I think is just, this is an excellent panel. I got your material. I'm going to fully read it. I just would like to address one question regarding why 18% rejected going into some of the specialized high schools, particularly Stuyvesant. And it's because of the problem of segregation. It's because of the problem that they would have felt isolated in these schools that are overwhelmingly not them. So they would have felt isolated. That was some of the rejection. So I just wanted you to take that into consideration. And then I think when we, no matter what is said, no matter where we come down on, we have to stick with the facts that the test is not a good predictability of a student's education potential. But I'd like, Mr. Stewart, if you can expand on the fact that you were one of the no votes on the original bill when it came out, and some of the dynamics of that time and the dynamics around that, why the bill came into existence. You did touch on it, but if you could expand a little more on that. And thank all of you very much.
A large segment of the population of New York City were terrified of two words: open enrollment. Most likely, it would never happen. But just the thought that we had successfully decentralized the school system and given partial empowerment to local school boards, okay, then what we were saying, we will stop educational massacre in our elementary and middle schools, and we would be prepared for a program of open enrollment. That's the language we used then. That's forbidden. You don't even, most of you not old enough to even know that language. The open enrollment. But that language terrified every community in the city of New York that was closed and that excluded people of African descent. You see, do you mean those people will be able to come into our high schools? Okay? And that was what took place. And then on an emergency basis, the body politic decided on the wording of this legislation, which enabled or justified gatekeeper structures. Okay? And in a gatekeeper structure, you have to apply, and you don't know what are the variables. You can't appeal when you are rejected. In a gatekeeper situation, that's what exists right now, you can't appeal. And they knew at that time that we would bring them up on the case of racism and violation of human rights. And so if you get to study this piece of legislation, you will feel it dances between the lines, okay? And now it has us where we are begging for 5%, 10%, which is, yes, I understand that, and I'm for that. But on the open enrollment, every citizen and student that graduated successfully from a middle school could enroll in any school, high school, that they were admitted to. See? An open enrollment system would also fight another issue. There is racism in the financing of the public schools in New York, period. The schools in our neighborhoods don't get all of the amenities that other schools get, which add up to large numbers of dollars. And we have to be always begging, always nickeling and diming to get those and amenities that just would enable us to bring all of our people up to standard.
Thank you very much. And on integration, I just wanted to add this. When Martin Luther King talked about integration in '63, he had a different opinion of integration in 1967 and '68 before he died. He said to Harry Belafonte, "Perhaps I'm trying to integrate us into a burning house." And he was saying that in some instances, when we talked about integrating lunch counters, it wasn't because we had a great desire to sit next to white folk and eat lunch. It was because we couldn't get lunch in other areas, and once we did integrate and sat next to whites, we couldn't afford the lunch. So we didn't even have money to buy the lunch after fighting for integration to be at the counter to eat the lunch.
Yeah.
So I'm saying to you that some of us don't have problems with all black high schools or all Asian schools. We have problems with the disproportionate of the resources. So if you take my beloved East New York and you make sure each school has a computer lab, a science lab, a culturally enriched curriculum, black history mandated, and if we have all of those wonderful things, larger class sizes, teachers who know how to teach, principals who have a vision and know how to manage, and I would be fine with that. If we had a music, instruments and teachers, that'd be fine. They're all Asian schools. And then we can find a way to mix cultures and learn with each other. So it's not so much that integration is something that is inherently a solution. Because when we were denied integration into communities, and we had communities like Tulsa in Oklahoma, they called it Black Wall Street or Little Africa, we were fine because we owned everything, the land, we owned everything. When we integrated, Tulsa went down, and the blacks that integrated into other communities wound up being poor. So let's not be confused about integration. It's about a lack of resources, and that's why we fight for the Campaign for Fiscal Equity, because this state was charged with discrimination against black and brown schools to the tune of $4 billion in the allocation of resources.
Charles, thank
Thank
you.
you. That was a perfect cut-in. Perfect,
Yes.
I was finished.
I was waiting for you to take a breath. Mr. Kim.
Thank you. And thank you, Assemblymember Charles Barron and Dr. Stewart and all the panelists, and shifting the conversation toward more about economic justice. This is about financial and resource economic justice. So, and getting to the history of it was very profound. Thank you for that. But I want to shift a little bit moving forward. We've also been talking quite a bit about predictability. What is a better predictability of success, right? Are you familiar with the works of Dr. Angela Duckworth and Dr. Carol Dweck? You are.
Generally,
somewhat.
yes.
So,
Grit.
So grit, right. So Angela Duckworth spent almost 12 years trying to prove, and some may say that she has proven, that the ultimate, the best indicator for anyone's success is actually one's grit, as she defines as long-term passion, determination, resiliency of fulfilling a long-term mission, regardless of whether what person feels validated, invalidated. They're super focused on a long-term mission. Some of the top, most expensive boarding schools and private schools, they started implementing some of these things. And Carol Dweck, Dr. Carol Dweck, I think from Columbia, she's also have come up with the book called Mindset. It's about getting people to a growth mindset, that they wake up, they want to learn every day. They're not afraid to fail. That we want to cultivate a culture where people aren't scared to fail, they can learn from mistakes, and they're growing every single day. But it takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of money to implement those type of measurements in every single classroom. Would you agree?
Oh, well, sure. I would like to just take, and I understand there are very limited resources, otherwise I'd be suggesting a much more holistic admission system. I would like to address the question of grit just for a second, though. That's one of the problems with an admissions test. An admissions test doesn't test that at all. What GPA does get at motivation. It gets at, how a student has performed for a year. And I'll just take 30 seconds to mention one other brief finding from my work, that there's a lot of discussion about, well, students who don't get high scores on the Shazat won't do well in high school. Well, there's the flip side to that question. There were students, I found 87 students who, in the cohort I looked at, who were admitted to the specialized high schools, attended the specialized high schools, despite having 7th grade GPAs below 80. So how did those kids do when they got to high school? Well, they didn't do well. And I think grit is part of the answer. They had a mean GPA of 75 when they got to high school. And I think that the motivational component, the students who didn't do well in one level are not likely to all of a sudden become motivated at the next level. And that same thing is true for going from high school to college. And I will just parenthetically mention that of that group of 87, 93% of them were boys, for what it's worth.
Sure. Well, I guess the proponents of the SHSATs and people who want to keep the status quo would also argue that some of these immigrants that come here, recent immigrants that are studying to get into these schools with limited English ability, but they're trying day in, day out, they're also exhibiting signs of grit and determination as well. And so, in lieu of a real reform that implements the measurement of such a trait, I don't think we have the tools right now to determine whether a grade or a test is the best indicator of those type of traits, because there are other schools that are actually measuring the personality traits in a subjective manner, but they're doing so. But we're not doing that in the classrooms. And my point is, I think that's the larger discussion that we should be gearing toward. That there is great economic injustice. We've underfunded these classrooms, and there are better measurements of academic success out there, but it takes a lot of money and financial resource to implement those. And that should be the collective goal for everyone involved in this discussion. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Simon, to close.
Thank you.
No, Ms. Walker will close, okay.
So, thank you very much. I have a couple of questions for Dr. Taylor and one for Dr. Ali. Dr. Taylor, there has been testimony that the algorithm for matching students to schools is somewhat gerrymandered. And we've had testimony from people who went to a specialized high school and believe that their ability to do well on that test saved them, gave them an opportunity that they wouldn't have had. And so it's only natural for someone to believe such a test to be fair and objective. My question is that if the SHSAT were a better test, more allied to the kinds of education that was going on in the schools, would it still be would it be a good practice to use it as the sole criteria for high-stakes admissions?
As I said in my testimony, the American Educational Research Association stipulates that it's never a good idea to use this one test as the sole criterion. I'm sure there are ways the test can be improved. Fewer multiple choice questions would be good. Making them less predictable, which would make them less susceptible to test prep, would also help. The byproduct of making them less predictable is that there could be less teaching to the test. Students would have to learn everything in order to be prepared. If they know that there are going to be certain specific types of questions asked year after year, they know that the test prep people are not stupid. They, the Princeton Review, they know how to prep students for those. And I think there is some reason to believe that those tests, that there are inflated scores in some cases that are not actually predictive of doing better in high school. So yeah, I mean, I would never suggest using one test, and I'm not here to advocate, as I said, for a specific policy. There are ways it can be improved, but it should never, if it's going to be kept, it should never be in isolation, in a vacuum.
Thank you. I have another question, and that is, I looked at your dissertation, which studied the specialized high school admissions test, right, and for a variety of factors. And one of the things that was identified there, it hasn't been identified by the city schools per se, and that is that the standard error of the measure, the range at which on either side of the cutoff point, yes, is 20 points in either direction, meaning that, correct me if I'm wrong, that if a student scores 10 points below the cutoff, from a meaningfulness point of view, from statistical meaningfulness point of view, those kids are not any different. Would that be accurate?
Well, there are two things going on. The standard error of measurement that I was talking about, and I think there are two standard errors. One is the standard error of measurement of the test itself, mm-hmm, which means that if you get a 470, if you take it again, it might be a 480 or a 460. The other standard of error is the prediction of how you will do in high school. And if it predicts that you will have an 85 average, in fact, the confidence interval around that is very large. It might actually be, there might be an error of 10 points either direction. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but yes, both of those errors of measurement are important to consider. And just if I may backtrack to a question you asked earlier today, is what is this SHSAT supposed to measure? And that, I think, is a question that has really never been properly addressed. Before you design a test, you should have some idea as to what the abilities are that you're theorizing are necessary to achieve in whatever it is, in this case, in the high schools. And until you have some idea as to what those abilities are, you can't really develop a test that will assess them. And I don't think that Pearson or anyone has actually really addressed that question, which is, I think, an important question.
And I have another question, and I was very pleased to see that you looked at the issue of girls And I think it's fairly consistent that on many of these tests that girls are underpredicted in terms of their abilities to succeed thereafter. But I was also taken by something in your dissertation that indicated that you could not evaluate whether or not the SHSAT would equally predict well across racial lines because there weren't enough of students to actually look at to make that kind of generalization. Is that correct?
Well, that's a complicated question. One of the first things I was, and the dissertation was, a couple of iterations ago. I mean, I've done more recent research, but the same question exists. When I first got the numbers, the data from the DOE, they said you may not report on, and it's all de-identified. I don't know who the students are, but you may not report anything on a group smaller than 10. And I looked at that and said, well, that year there were 9 African-American students admitted to Stuyvesant. Well, I can't report on that. And when I mentioned that to someone, he said, well, even if they would let you report on it, what can you meaningfully, infer from a sample of 9 students? So that's one part of the issue. There are other complications. One is what does race mean? You have Asians, does that mean, Koreans, Japanese, Chinese? By the DOE standards, it actually seems to be a geographical definition. It seems to be if it's a country that is geographically in Asia, which might be Saudi Arabia, that's Asian. You've got for Latino, you have Cuban, Mexican, Puerto Rican, Dominican. Is it really sensible to group all of those, groups together? And then lastly, the limited research that has been done at the college level on racial, on the predictive validity for races is very sketchy, actually. The predictive validity for the SAT for black students, depending on which study, is all over the map. And one of the things they did find, and this is, I think, relevant to something that Assemblyman Barron was getting at, it's somewhat more predictive in historically black schools, where the black students are not isolated. If you're at Stuyvesant and you're one of the 7 students admitted, I think all bets are off on what that isolation is going to mean to your performance. So I think there are many, many reasons why addressing some of these things statistically with respect to race are fraught with problems.
No, I have one other question. So that actually leads into my next question, which is those non-cognitive factors that actually often contribute more to student success. And that was mentioned by somebody earlier, and I think, Dr. Ali, you looked at that as well. And I've been reading the work of Paul Gore at the University of Utah, who has done a lot of research on this issue and used to work for the ACT. And they have now identified some instruments where they're looking at some of those non-cognitive factors, such as motivation, such as educational efficacy, and campus engagement, the feeling of belongingness of students to that success. And I was curious whether that was something that you've been able to put your finger on in terms of how to measure, because it's not easy to measure these sorts of things, and either you or Dr. Ali, whether you could speak to that issue.
I mean, I know there are studies like that. Duckworth is one, among them, but I have not done anything on that myself. I've really just been using the data that the DOE has provided me to, to analyze factors. But I think as I said, I would love to see a more holistic admissions process, but I don't really see with the resources the city has at its disposal that they're going to start interviewing 80,000 students or reading essays or looking at portfolios. It'd be lovely if I'm wrong. But if there are tests that will assess that they can be given, and they're meaningful, that they're certainly empirically testable whether they predict. But I think basically if I'm here to advocate for anything, it's multiple criteria, one of which should be middle school grades.
Dr. Ali, you have anything to add to that?
Sorry, could you rephrase the question a bit?
I was looking at non-cognitive factors that contribute to student success. So, the SAT, the SHSAT, we don't even know what it's trying to predict, but the SAT looks at first-year grade point average. The LSAT, same thing, first year of law school average. Pitifully low predictive validities in both of those instruments. The Grutter decision, the district court even said, I don't even know why they give the LSAT it's so bad. In terms of its predictive validity, it doesn't actually test whether or not you're smart enough to be a lawyer or will be a good lawyer, for example, or even good in law school. So the question is all those non-cognitive factors. How do we look at those non-cognitive factors? And it seems to me that some of the work you've done, that you've been looking at those kinds of issues, and I'm curious if you could address that.
Yeah, thank you. What we found is a really big factor is peer effects. And when you're around other kids who are academically achievement oriented, it makes a big difference in your own. So for the kids at Stuyvesant, one thing that we found is in grades, people talk a lot about grades, but at Stuyvesant, it was really a kind of desire to, people knew, you have to get your work done. Period, no matter what you're doing, and you're going to go to college. It was never a question of if you'll go to college, it was where you're going to go to college. So a lot of kids who grew up poor, who were Black or Latino, they came to Stuyvesant and they learned very quickly, I'm going to go to a very good college, right? It was never a question for them. So a lot of what you learn is not in the classroom. And in fact, the former principal of Stuyvesant was very clear about that. He's like, teachers can teach, but really it's the students who are going to learn on their own. And so the peer effect is huge. And there's a researcher named Janice McCabe who studied very closely networks of students and the different types of networks. And what she found was that the type of friendship networks that you have greatly affects your propensity to do well in school. Some kids, the network itself had a great effect upon outcomes, and we found that being around these other types of kids has very long-term outcomes too. Like a lot of what they told us, they trace a lot of their successes in professional life, they trace back to their social lives at Stuyvesant.
So my mother was correct. It matters who you hang out with.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Ms. Walker.
I think I would beg to differ just a little bit on that note, because growing up in Brownsville, you don't really get to choose who you hang out with, and many times, I'm the only one of my bunch who wound up going to Brooklyn Tech or specialized high school, and it was so whenever I hear this conversation, it's really. It's still, of course, very passionate and overwhelming, simply because if I was that student where you got to look at my environment or, how I was classified, I would not be that student who would be chosen for this particular opportunity. Having a brother who was strung out on crack and another brother who was murdered, and my mom worked as a domestic, my dad was unemployed. Like, I was the epitome of the student who, if you saw her on paper, would never be able to gain access to these schools. So some level of multiple measures, which includes a standardized test, I think from reading your testimony and your study, Dr. Taylor, was very insightful. And Professor Ali, you mentioned that the particular, location or school district that you live in is District 15, right?
My kids go to District 15, yes.
So is that also the same school district of MS 51?
Yes.
Which, again, arguably is one of the most segregated public middle schools in the city of New York.
Right, which changes this year because they've gotten rid of all screens in the district.
Okay, so it's changing this year.
Yes.
And our former chancellor, Karina, I think that's her name. Farina. She was like the, superintendent or CEC president or something of Community School District 15, correct? Superintendent. She was a superintendent of 15. And I believe, and I'm not saying that I'm right here, but as I was listening to your testimony, these are some of the questions that came up in my head. Mayor de Blasio was on the school board or something in the past, correct? 15. And that was also 15. So I believe that Oprah, in quoting Dr. Maya Angelou, indicates that when someone shows you who they are the first time, believe them. Have you heard that before? in asking a question. And so it just is bewildering to me that there were so many different points along the timeline for this mayor to be able to make astronomical, revolutionary changes within a school system that he had the power and authority to do so, but has yet not done it, but wants to deflect the responsibility to the state legislature, but I, implore him to do that himself. And so thank you for helping me to clarify that. And of course, Dr. Stewart, thank you so much for your testimony. Always will value and respect your opinion, though we have a point of departure from the family with respect to this issue.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. To the panel, I thank you for a most informative panel. We really appreciate your time being here today. Safe home and good weekend to you all.
Thank you.
We are now going to call up panel number 4. Mr. Larry Carey, Mr. Sue Kim, Ms. Tanya Mesado, Mr. Jonathan Friedman, and lastly, Mr. Richard Bury.
Sit right here. Here. Yeah, we just had a switch.
Oh, we switched? I mean, is that people can move up? We have a Korean American.
How are you? All right.
What's your cause? Okay, and we'll see what we can do. Okay, thank you very much for being here, panel. Thank you for waiting. We'll begin right away without any hesitation. Larry Carey, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this on?
Yeah, we got you.
Great. I speak today on behalf of the alumni of Brooklyn Tech, the nation's largest high school, as well as a coalition of specialized high school alumni organizations, which together represent 80,000 alumni. What has become obvious in the debate over specialized high school admissions is that the test is not the problem, but a symptom of a starkly segregated and unequal city school system where your access to enhanced academics is closely correlated to the neighborhood where you live. A few statistics drive home this point. In 1976, 5 years after the law was passed that was supposedly intended to exclude blacks, in 1976, Brooklyn Tech had 2,014 black students. I'm not talking about black and Latino, 2,014 black students. Today, it has less than 400. For 2 decades into the 1990s, Brooklyn Tech had a majority black and Latino student body. And I have submitted as an appendix the list of admission statistics for the schools for 1976 to 2017. After the city eliminated G&T and enhanced academics in these communities, Tech's student body is now mostly Asian. Even with recent efforts, there are too few G&T programs, especially in communities of color. In 10 of New York City's school districts, where 90% of the students are black and Latino, there is only one G&T program in the district, or none. And in the G&T classrooms that do exist, only about a quarter of the children are black and Latino. This is an estimate because you can't get real numbers from the Department of Ed. This means that only about 700 black and Latino children are in G&T out of a total kindergarten cohort of 50,000. The failure of the city to provide G&T to these communities sets the table for poor performance on the state assessment tests in the 3rd grade, the first year they are given. In 3rd grade, black and Latino students are about twice as likely as Asian and white students to score below grade level on these tests. At the other end of the spectrum, while 46% of Asian and 37% of white students are scoring above grade level, that's a 4 or better, on the math test, only about 12% of black children and 13% of Latino children are scoring as well. The situation gets worse. By the 8th grade, after they've been educated another bunch of years by this city, by the 8th grade, only 6% of black children and 8% of Latino children are scoring above grade level on the math test. Since the average scores of the children attending the specialized schools is above grade level, and there's no doubt about that, there is no real pipeline for Black and Latino children to get into these schools. The mayor's proposed plan to offer seats in the specialized schools geographically is unfair to many students. While it guarantees admission to about 500 students who score below grade level on the state assessment tests, it denies admission to students who do much better because the 7% cutoff acts as a cap in high-performing middle schools. It also discriminates against students attending Catholic, Jewish, Muslim, and private middle schools since they are not part of the guaranteed pool. I should also point out that the proposal is also unfair to the children who would be admitted who are not properly paired to do the college-level coursework required at these schools the first day of the first week of the 9th grade, as it sets them up for failure. If you are not doing at least grade level on the math test, I don't know how you deal with college-level coursework in the next day. There are solutions, and I'm running out of time, so I'm going to have to skip over. Right? We believe that Black and Latino children would be served if we had a program that included universal gifted and talented enrichment programs in every grade, in every school. Universal free test prep for every student taking the Shazat. It's a public school, it's a public test. There's nothing wrong with the city of New York paying for test prep for every kid. The DREAM program pays for a handful of children, many less than the thousands that take the test. We also believe that a revamped discovery program that prioritizes educationally disadvantaged students from schools or districts currently underrepresented in these schools would better load more Black and Latino students. We have, at Brooklyn Tech, for 5 years, we've run a pilot program where we go out to the underrepresented middle schools in the borough of Brooklyn, and we introduce them to STEM and prepare them for the test. 61% of the students admitted to a specialized high school through our program are Black and Latino. I see
Mr.
that my
Carey,
time is...
your time is up. We thank you. We
appreciate
do
it.
have your written testimony.
Thank
and
you.
we will take it all into consideration. Mr. Soo Kim.
Hi, my name is Chris Kwok. Soo Kim had to leave. He was here earlier, but I am happy to read his testimony to the committee as well as answer any questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to be reading as Soo Kim. I want to start by thanking the Assembly for holding these hearings, for taking the time to listen to the community. My name is Soo Kim, and I speak from 3 perspectives. As a graduate of our city's public schools, as an Asian American citizen of this great state, and finally as the president of the Stuyvesant High School Alumni Association. The lack of representation of Black and Latino students at the specialized high schools, and Stuyvesant specifically, is terrible and should be a call to action for all of us. Let me preview by saying it is not their fault. Before we take action, we need to look carefully at the numbers. The demographics of the specialized high schools are driven by 2 factors. First, almost 70% of Asians choose to apply to the specialized high schools, while less than 20% of Latinos do, and combined 25% of Black and Latino students choose to apply. While it is often talked about that Asians are but 16% of the total school population relative to the 70% of the Black and Latino population, this stat is deceptive when it comes to the specialized high schools, which are 90% above grade level. Asian students represent almost half of the middle school population that are above grade level in math, more than double the number of Black and Latinx students combined that are at grade level in math. These 2 facts are what lead to a 5-in-1 population discrepancy in the specialized high schools. Next, I want to dispel a common misconception. All public schools are subject to the same fair student funding formula, which start with the premise of equal funding for all. There are small modifiers added for specific factors, and specialized high schools do receive a 0.25 funding boost. But the schools get the same 0.25 modifier for having a large number of below standard students and a large number well below standards. Boost that by an additional 0.40. Other modifiers include nursing, 0.26, Audition, 0.35, and transfer schools, 0.40. Net, specialized high schools are funded essentially the same as any school in the city, and in this way, there is nothing special about them. In our work with the school, we understand the funding situation all too well. We can tell you affirmatively, by simply walking the halls of the school, Stuyvesant is not elite, not in the traditional sense. Stuyvesant students today hail from 36 different countries, and almost 60% come from families that qualify under federal free and reduced lunch guidelines. But it is elite in one critical respect. If the names of our sister schools, Brooklyn Tech and Bronx Science, make it obvious what their mission are, we should be called the Stuyvesant School of Math. The average SAT score at Sty is just shy of 1,500. 14 out of top 15 members of the city math team are Sty students. Our graduates have won the highest honors in math, including 2 Wolf Prizes and the Fields Medal, which are Nobel equivalents, as well as the gold medal for the U.S. in the International Math Olympiad. Why am I harping on math? If you want to get to the root causes for representation problems at the specialized high school, you need to look at the state of math education in the city. I cite a landmark 13-year study published by Columbia University. Mathematics course taking is closely linked to post-secondary educational success. We find substantial racial and ethnic disparities in math course taking. The average Asian student completed the first semester of pre-calculus, and the average white student progressed through both semesters of algebra and trigonometry. By contrast, the average black girl or Hispanic student only completed the second semester of geometry. The New York City DOE considers only math courses that are at level Algebra 2 or beyond to be quote-unquote college prep. Thus, the average black or Hispanic student in this cohort completed no college prep courses by this definition. I have news for all of you. Asians are not born with an innate gift for math, period. It can be taught to anyone. I have never met a black or Latino student that could not be taught math. Until we bring rigorous coursework and standards back to the schools in these communities, we will not solve the true inequality problem in our school system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Moving on. Part of the panel, Tanya Misato.
Thank you for having me here today for the opportunity to testify. I'm a member of the Stuyvesant High School Black Alumni Diversity Initiative. The opinions that I express here today are my own and not representative of the entire group. So my name is Tanya Misato. I'm a graduate of Georgetown Law School and Yale University, but before that, I was a graduate of Stuyvesant High School, class of 1993. The African American and Latino student representation in 1993 was roughly 10%, 300 students out of 3,000 in total, and it is now a fraction of that today. Like many of my Stuyvesant classmates, I grew up in a working class family. Mine in particular had emigrated to New York from Jamaica during the 60s. My mother was a single parent who spent her days teaching at a preschool in Crown Heights and her evenings commuting to Garden City in Long Island to attend college courses at Adelphi University. Mine is a familiar story. When I arrived at Stuyvesant in the fall of 1989, I knew that with effort it had the potential to open doors, but I never realized exactly how impactful the experience could be. In the spring of 1993, I received an offer for a full scholarship to Yale University. My other classmates of color would in turn receive scholarships offers to Cornell, Harvard, Barnard, and NYU. We are now lawyers, doctors, and tech entrepreneurs. I now reside in Crown Heights, and I have a 6-year-old daughter who is in the 1st grade. I would like her to have the same educational opportunities as I was afforded. However, District 17 is historically one of the lowest performing school districts in the city. The options for gifted and talented programs in the neighborhood are far and few between. The majority of Stuyvesant students arrive from feeder schools, such as gifted and talented programs, that are concentrated in a handful of neighborhoods throughout the city. None of those feeder schools are located in historically Black and Latino neighborhoods. If I wanted to send my child to a citywide gifted and talented program like Mark Twain, I would have to bus her 5 miles from Crown Heights to get to Bensonhurst. In an ideal world, all neighborhood middle schools would send students to compete for spots in the city's top high schools. The reality of the situation is starkly aberrant. Only a small number of public schools in the city, labeled as some by feeder schools, send hundreds of students to Stuyvesant, in the other specialized high schools each year, while many public schools send none. The mayor's proposal to admit the top 7% would remedy the problem by recognizing the top talent in every neighborhood across the city instead of relying on a single test. It is time for the city to move past the status quo and stop relying on a single test admissions model. Many alumni find it hard to get past the "but we did it" thinking, especially if you are unaware of the gifted classes no longer exist in local schools, that test prep begins for some in pre-K, and that the Black middle-class families who used to live in New York City now live elsewhere. Many Black and Latino alumni like the idea of a single test as opposed to more subjective criteria which invite bias and the inevitable questions about our qualifications and whether we belong. At some point, however, you have to realize it's not about you and what worked for you 10 to 50 years ago. It's about what is necessary to make the system work for Black and Latino students who comprise the majority of the students enrolled in city schools right now. Yes, the schools need to improve, but these kids need opportunity right now, and test prep, no matter how good and plentiful, will never close the gap completely. The city has spent many years now pouring resources into test prep, and the results remain unchanged. The focus on test prep only reinforces a system based on privilege while creating an illusion of equity. The focus should not be on preparing children for a test. It should be on identifying and nurturing the academic talent which exists in every city and neighborhood. We should also reject the narrative that the best students citywide will not be able to compete. Studies indicate that the lag for students admitted under a plan to enroll the top 10% would only be in math. The mayor's plan to enroll the top 7% means any lag would be even smaller. An intensive enrichment program beginning in 6th grade, such as what our group has proposed, would help make sure that talented, motivated students who might have deficits because of the schools they attended are fully prepared for the rigors of a specialized high school, both emotionally and educationally. It's time to reject the notion that only a single test is capable of identifying talent. I want my child and all children living in African American and Latino neighborhoods to have the same opportunities for educational achievement as their white and Asian peers. What we are working with right now is a segregated two-tier public school system which effectively predetermines a child's chances at success based upon the school district in which their families reside. Just 7 Black children were admitted to Stuyvesant this year again. This is emblematic of a broken process and a broken system. We can either fight to fix both or preserve the status quo. While changes to this discovery program will make a difference, we have already seen the program as currently structured to admit the most economically disadvantaged students in the poorest schools will not have the impact hoped for. At best, changes to discovery will increase the representation of Black and Latino students at specialized high schools to 16%.
Ms. Masato, we thank you very much. We got your gist, and well done. And we do have the rest of your testimony. Please. Okay, moving on. Mr. Jonathan Friedman. Mr. Friedman.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Friedman, and I represent the Bronx High School of Science Alumni Foundation. I want to thank Chair Benedetto and the other members of the Assembly here today for allowing me to address this timely and important issue of admissions to the New York City's specialized high schools. The Bronx Science Alumni Foundation Board of Directors, of which I'm a member, shares the goal of increasing the number of underrepresented students at the specialized high schools. By implementing the proposals I will set forth shortly, we can have both diversity and academic excellence. These proposals include maintaining the SHSAT as the sole criterion for admission to the Bronx High School of Science. Bronx Science was established in 1938 with the express aim of being a gifted and talented school with a focus on science and math education. The school is world-renowned as a center of scientific education that offers a challenging curriculum to the brightest students in the public school system. The number of Black and Latinx students at the specialized high schools has declined since historic highs in the 90s. Why has this happened? The mandated admissions test has been in place since the early 70s and was producing a diverse student body well into the 90s. The admissions test is not the source of the current problem. We must look deeper than the test to identify the contributing factors to the current enrollment at the specialized high schools. First, New York City eliminated middle school honors programs. Before 2008, each school district used various measures to choose kids for gifted and talented or G&T classes. Then Mayor Bloomberg instituted a new system of citywide G&T schools that required a minimum score on a standardized test. One result was that within the first 5 years, the city's Department of Education closed nearly 60 G&T programs, mostly in under-resourced neighborhoods. Historically, many Bronx science students had benefited from one of the pre-2008 G&T programs called the Special Progress, or SP program, before they came to Bronx Science. SP meant that regardless of how a middle school performed overall, there was an academically challenging environment for students who sought out a tougher curriculum. It was a tremendous feeder program for the specialized high schools. SP programs are only offered now in very few schools. In place of programs in each middle school, the New York City Department of Education has opened 5 new gifted and talented citywide schools that enroll students for elementary and middle school. There are far more students who qualify for these schools than the number of seats available. Practical access to the admissions test has not evolved in decades. The exam is given on weekends and at very few locations. Bronx Science, for example, is the only testing location in the Bronx. It can be difficult for many children to get to the test site on the weekends if their parents work or simply have to travel across the entire borough. Here is our approach, and we've been working closely with state lawmakers to help with possible solutions. First, specialized high school expansion. The specialized high schools were last expanded more than a decade ago. There are clearly many more talented students, but insufficient seats. Adding more specialized high schools would help meet that demand. Second, identify and cultivate talent. Expansion of gifted and talented schools. There must be at least one citywide gifted and talented school in each borough. Expand district-wide gifted programs. There should be at least one gifted program in every school. Bring back the SP program or similar programs at every middle school and allow the school to identify students with high academic potential. Identify all Black and Latinx students in 5th grade who had received a 5 on the state math exam. Work closely with those families to identify and enroll their children in gifted and talented programs. Ensure that there are enough spots in gifted and talented programs at the borough and district levels for all students who qualify. Expansion of the DREAM program. The DREAM program is run by the New York City Department of Education. It identifies talented students and provides them with enrichment opportunities as well as helps prepare them for the SHSAT. 7th graders meet every Saturday, 4 days a week over the summer, and then when 8th grade begins, they meet on Saturdays as well as during the week. The program is incredibly successful, but there are very few spots.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it, and I know there is about another paragraph there that we will take up. And lastly, according to on this panel, Mr. Richard Bury. Mr. Bury.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the Assembly, both for hosting this hearing and for giving me a chance to testify. My name is Richard Bury. I am the Chief of Policy and Public Affairs at the KIPP Foundation, a network of 224 public charter schools, including 15 in New York State. And I previously served as Deputy Mayor for Strategic Policy Initiatives under Mayor Bill de Blasio, where I led initiatives including Pre-K for All and our Community Schools Initiative, and also was CEO of the Children's Aid Society. And most pertinent here, I am a Stuyvesant alum. And most importantly, I am the father of a current Brooklyn Tech student, as well as the father of a 7th grader who plans to take the test in the fall. We are here because the current system is an ineffective and inefficient way to identify the talent that our city has to offer. And I just want to briefly make 2 points. First, relying exclusively on any single exam to admit students would be pedagogically unsound, even if Stuyvesant's student body exactly matched the city's demographics. I am not aware of any city in the nation that uses a score on a single test for admission to its public high schools, nor am I aware of any college or university that does the same. Even the maker of the SAT will tell you that doing so is just a terrible idea. Just 2 months ago, David Coleman, another Stuyvesant graduate and the CEO of the College Board, said that no single test score in isolation should influence a student's future. The result is an unfair admissions process where paid tutors and prep courses give students with means, or those students in the know, a leg up. That includes Asian families who spend hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars on test prep. Families should not be required to make such an extreme sacrifice for their children to have access to a great public school. And by the way, those students then lose out on some of the benefits of going to a student body that fully reflects the diversity our city has to offer, including Black and Latino students. Second, the SHSAT is a multiple choice test that evaluates a limited range of schools. And frankly, it's not even a particularly good test. It doesn't measure writing or presentation skills, mastery of science or history, work ethic or determination. As Bank Street College President Shale Saransky-Palau, who, when he was at the DOE, used to supervise the SHSAT, put it, the quality of the instrument depends on how much you're going to spend on it. The SHSAT is a really basic test. It's about as simple an instrument as you can create. As you've heard time and again, using more holistic admissions criteria, such as class rank and state test scores, would not only lead to a more diverse student body, but it would lead to a student body that was more than prepared to succeed in the specialized high schools. Several studies show that school grades measure factors that a short multiple choice test cannot. No less an expert than Nobel Prize-winning economist James Heckman has found that the students' grades measure personality traits like grit and attention to detail, and were more effective than IQ scores or college entrance exams alone. Surely a combination of multiple factors is the best way to identify talent. If anything, the rest of the world is moving away from high-stakes admissions tests, with more and more colleges becoming SAT optional. Why in the world would New York City be moving in the opposite direction? Many will say, including many of my friends, that this just is not the biggest problem facing New York City public schools. I would agree. Many would say that there are many other things we could be focused on, ranging from increasing educational options around the city. I agree with all of that too. But the fact that there are other problems in the city does not mean that we cannot address this one. This is not an either-or problem. We have a problem that we're faced with right now, and there is no reason not to address it. In the end, this is about believing in our Black and brown students. Much of the rhetoric around the proposal to replace the SHSAT has been colored by racist notions of Black and Latino achievement. But if you believe in Black and brown children, if you give them the tools to succeed, they will. And that starts with creating a fair admission system to our city's best high schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, son. Thank you, panel. Very interesting panel. All alumni of these schools and a little bit of a split ideas on it. We do have a few questions for you, starting with Ms. Seabright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, panel, for appearing today to testify. Each of you had very interesting testimony. I'd like to direct my question to Mr. Larry Clary. You indicated that you support expanding test prep universally. Do you know how many students participate in the DREAM program?
To answer that question, I would need access to the statistics that only the Department of Education has. They rarely reveal data that would be very useful for these conversations, but I can give you an estimate. Because they have talked about collapsing the 6th grade aspect to DREAM, which is their program for free test prep, and doubling as a result, I guess, reallocation of resources, the number of kids who are in the following 2-year test prep, I would say that there's probably about 3,000, 3,500, but it's only an estimate based on the numbers that I've read in the press, which reflects, if you drop back, a small proportion of kids who take the test. 28,000 children sit for this exam each year. 5,000 spots are offered, 3,500 are accepted, right? If you don't like test prep, if you don't like the fact that there are people out there who make money off of test prep, terrible word, nationalize or socialize it. Let the city of New York provide it. If you think the city of New York as government can't do the job, issue vouchers to every family so that they can go find a private test prep agency to do the work. The point is that it's a public good. These are public schools. There is a test that we mandate. I see no reason to deny 28,000 children who want to sit for this test the ability to do as well as they can do on it. Having said that, I also recognize there are real-life limits to what test prep can do in terms of making up deficiencies. It's an aspect of what I think we should be doing to improve the diversity of the schools, right? But it's not in and of itself a total solution.
I would like to also add and ask everyone that's hearing this testimony, why has no one ever been criticized for practicing piano or practicing a dance or practicing a free throw? When you want to be good at something, you work at it, you practice at it. The war on test prep is a war on poor parents who direct their poor, scarce resources in a direction they choose. It is entirely paternalistic to say, I'm going to save you from you wasting your money. It is their choice to direct their hard-earned money towards their children in the way they think is best.
May I just add one point?
Please. Ms. Seebeck.
There's a waiting list issued by the city to get into the DREAM program. There's a waiting list every year. They cannot accommodate the kids who want to go, who qualify under the current rubrics to go. They put them on a wait list. If something opens up, maybe they'll get it. That's not fair to the overwhelming majority of kids in this city. It would go a long way to rectifying the issue of a test prep advantage. Let every kid do it. And by the way, if you're talking about grit, if you're talking about character, when I took the test, if I had had to take test prep, forget about it. They didn't. I actually met Stanley Kaplan because I had a friend who worked for him. That's how old I am. And the total prep I had was sharpening my number two pencils and figuring out on the subway where the hell Brooklyn Tech was. That was my test prep. So if you're talking, and you know, there's a really interesting movie that's been put out in the last couple of years called Tested, which focuses on just what is involved in going through this process. I agree, it's a very, very difficult process, right? And if that doesn't show character, and if that doesn't show grit, I don't know what else does.
Thank you.
Okay, can we please stop? Ms. Seawright.
That's all, thank you.
Okay, good. Mr. Ed.
You got my name, Mike. We've known each other for 10 years now. I just want to start by thanking the panel, and it's been a long day, and we thank you, everybody, for even waiting. I have two questions. I'll direct them towards Jonathan Friedman. The first question I have is, can you just give us a little bit more of a description of what the Special Progress Program is?
I can because I actually was a participant in it. At least when I did it, it was a program where for 6th, 7th, and 8th grades were condensed and you finished in 2 years rather than 3. So you did 3 years of academic work in 2 years.
And you feel that if we were to expand that program, it would help improve test scores?
Either that program or any other program that takes people who meet whatever criteria you want to establish for gifted and talented and nurture those people. I think that's the point. The point, I leave it to people much more expert than I as to what the right way is to do that nurturing. But the point is identify people who have a talent and nurture it.
May I just comment, though? Because I'm also the product of that program, because the alternative was also called SPE, which was you still did 3 years, but it was an accelerated learning opportunity. Because of that fact, in 7th grade, I got much of the algebra that would have been taught in the 8th grade. Because I flunked Spanish in 7th grade, years later I find out I really do have a learning disability in some respects, I was bounced out of the SPE program. But because I had the opportunity to take 8th grade mathematics when I went down to take the test, I got in. And so, I mean, these are critical enhancers to getting access. And the fact is, back then, these programs didn't exist just in white neighborhoods. They existed in black neighborhoods and Hispanic neighborhoods and I guess Asian neighborhoods, right? So that, I mean, this really was a pipeline.
Every school had one. Every middle school had one.
They had it. We don't have it today. The pipeline is broken.
And you want to just, real quickly, you want to add one thing?
If I might make, and this is sort of related to SP classes, they had their time, they went away. We talked earlier, we heard about demographic change. And actually, I think this is a question that I was in a meeting with Tanya in a Stuyvesant High School alumni meeting, and we repeated it. What happened to the Black and Latino students at these schools? That's like, where did they disappear to? Where did they go? I think there's really two explanations I haven't heard about today that I think the committee should know about, which is that number one, and Richard Beery is at KIPP, a charter school. Charter schools have 10% of all New York City students. 10%, right? 90% of them are Black and Latino in the charter schools. And guess what? By grade scores, they're doing great. Okay? So we can have an argument politically about whether or not we like charter schools, but the Black and Latino students in those charter schools, they're doing well compared to their peers in their district. Number two, for charter schools do not like to send their students back into the specialized high schools. They're building charter high schools. Okay? So that's one thing. The other thing that I also want to note is that around the same time that the civil rights movement began, programs like Prep for Prep, if you're familiar with it, began to recruit Black and Latino students and some Asians for private schools. And that's something I definitely support, that we support. But we have to take into account, Prep for Prep is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more programs. Oliver Scholars, A Better Chance. They are recruiting talented Black and Latino students out of our system in the 4th and 5th grades by looking at who has the highest test scores. Those are the students that used to go to these schools. They have options that did not exist in large numbers before the 80s and 90s when the Asian immigration began to increase and look at these specialized high schools. So as we look at that answer, I think those two factors are important for us to consider before we wipe away this test because there's too many Asians there.
Braunstein?
Yeah.
Mr. Braunstein?
Yeah, I mean, you want to just say one more comment?
Just very briefly, and I'm also a product of an SP program. But again, I just want to make a point again that we're talking about things as though they're alternatives, as opposed to things that could happen at the same time. I'm not arguing, I don't think anyone is arguing against increasing the rigor in our middle schools, offering gifted and accelerated program, but I have no objection with that. My point is that a single high-stakes test as the sole measure of admission is simply bad educational practice. It is not a way that any test prep company, any of the companies that and nonprofits that make these tests would argue that you should not use a test in these fashion. So I'm all for increasing rigor in our middle schools. I'm all for making sure that Black and Latino students have more options to great education in our schools. It's one of the reasons why I do what I do. None of that means that we should retain the SHSAT as the sole barrier to school.
And just as we got to move on. So just as long as I have you one more question, and this might have been covered earlier because I wasn't able to get here at the beginning. You know, I've heard people say that there's material on the test that isn't covered in middle school. Is that accurate?
It is accurate. Unlike, for example, the state tests, which are designed to be aligned with the curriculum, the SHSAT is not, in fact, aligned with the state curriculum. And it's one of the things that exacerbates the power of test prep, because you could be an A student in a public school and still not have been exposed to material in this test. There was an effort to rectify that somewhat, and so it's a little bit better, but it's still not a test. And so again, if you're thinking about, and again, my objection is not to the use of standardized tests as part of the screen, but I would suggest that the test that would make more sense to use would be the state tests, which one, are already taken by 96% of students, two, are aligned with the curriculum. Everybody takes it. If you're going to use a test as part of the system, it's not clear to me why we would introduce another test, introduce an entirely different round of test prep. Students who could be doing arts and music, spending hours and hours prepping for yet another test. It does not make sense as educational practice.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hyman.
Benedetto. It's interesting that we have 3 Stuyvesant grads, and 1 out of 3 is different in the opinion. Mr. Beery, I know you have a long history. You worked with the Department of Education, and now you're in a leadership position with the Charter School Network. How do you feel, and I don't know how much you can divulge, I don't know if there was an NDA when you left the DOE, but how can the difference in education that you've seen, educating the whole child or just educating for test prep? It's a leading question. How have you seen the difference in middle schools between the DOE and the Charter School Network that you're now a part of?
Mr. Bureau, before you answer, make sure the mic is closer to you.
Sure, can you hear me?
Now they
All right, thank you. Sorry about that for the transcript. I apologize. Thank you, Assemblywoman. So I actually worked for City Hall, not for the Department of Education, but I worked very closely with the Department of Education. And I think the truth of the matter is that there are excellent schools throughout our system. My son goes to a district middle school, was mentioned before, MS51, one of the best schools our city has to offer. There are tremendous district schools in our city, and there are tremendous charter schools in our city. There are also charter schools that I would not send my children to, and there are district schools I would not send my children to. So I would not sort of make the distinction as between charters and districts per se. What I would say is that for children, and particularly Black and Latino children around the city, who have been unsatisfied with the options available to them to their district schools, I do think charter schools have provided another opportunity, another pathway to opportunity. And so that's something that I'm proud of. And I'm glad that so many students in our city have had the opportunity to attend schools where they can learn and experience joy. I think that it is a challenge in our system. I worry about the role of testing in our system. I think testing is important. It's important as a measure of accountability. It's important as a measure of understanding whether students are learning the core skill they need to learn. The danger is in using tests for reasons that they're not intended for. If you're using a test to understand if a student learning the material, if you're using a test to make sure that the parent understands how their student is doing, if you're using a test to understand if the system is treating Black students and Asian students and white students Latino fairly, those are good use of a test. To have a test, a 2.5-hour multiple choice test, be such an important barrier, such a high stakes for that student, is not a good use for the test. And so, look, I have no problem with test prep if you're prepping for good things. But again, this test and this use of the test is not a good approach. It's not a good use of testing for educational purposes.
Okay, thank you. And to,
You're welcome.
I know your name is not, last name is not Kim, but you're
Kwok.
representing,
Yeah,
representing him.
Right.
I think you said eliminating the test because there are too many Asians. That was, I can speak for myself and most of the education committee when it came up for a vote last session. That was never, ever part of anyone's feeling or discussion. I voted yes to institute that bill. And the reason I voted yes was because all this discussion would not be occurring if the bill was just voted down. And I think it's important for New York City and everyone who has a stake in this to encourage discussion and encourage input and encourage a solution. I don't know where the bill is, Chair Benedetto, if it's coming up again this session, but I know that I represent an area of Southeast Queens, which is predominantly Black, and I, for years as a CEC president, was very involved in creating a pipeline for the specialized high schools. But because of the Department of Education, the way it was situated then, it did not encourage parental input. Now I feel it does that because we wouldn't be here today if this Department of Education didn't encourage the discussions that we're having now.
Yeah.
So I just want to make the point that that was never in any, I believe, in any of the members of the Democratic caucus for the Assembly, was that we want to get rid of the test because there's too many Asians, and I don't really like that.
Yeah, Woman Hyman, thank you so much for that. I'm a product of Queens. I grew up in Queens. I say that not to be incendiary. I absolutely believe what you're saying. I believe that all of you on this committee are of good faith, even Charles Barron. But I will tell you that the way that the message was delivered by the mayor and Carranza was anti-Asian. They had a stage in which there was not a single Asian face. They did not consult the Asian American population or its electeds. And even though the legislation itself might have been facially neutral, the political rhetoric that is carried out by this mayor and his chancellor should be called out by people of good faith so that we can all move forward together. And that is what I'm saying.
Ms. Simon.
So let me address that if I can, because Mr. Bury, your testimony has been very helpful, and you've clarified, I think, the way a lot of us feel. And I also want to endorse what Ms. Heineman said, and that is that the rollout was awful. And every single one of us, I think, have said that rollout was awful. It was tone deaf. It did not address the real issues, and it didn't include contact with enough people to prep anybody. I mean, I didn't know about it beforehand, so there you have it. However, I have spent years of my life trying cases about standardized testing. So when you have to try a case, you learn about it. You know, I had finally learned what condensation really was when I had to teach it when I was a teacher. And so I've learned a lot about testing, and one of the key factors is that no test can ever assess what you need to know to make an admissions decision, as Mr. Bury has so eloquently stated. And I will say about test prep, and again, I have nothing against test prep. I work with people who are prepping kids for because I've represented many, many students taking the ACT and the SAT and the LSAT and whatever. But the reality is that the amount of test prep and the way test prep can change those results is evidence that these tests are not what they are trumped up to be, right? And even the SAT and the ACT now realize that it is not about aptitude, and that they have backed off of using a score as a single measure a long time ago. And so the concern is that if you believe this is a good test and it should be used as the sole criteria, the fact that test prep has really increased those scores and has become so prevalent is in fact evidence that it's not such a great test. So those are concerns that I want to make sure everybody understands. Nobody here in the Assembly is picking and choosing among subgroups. Everybody, this is one, and nobody even challenges in any way that there are problems within the system and problems in the pipeline and many things we can do better. Before the state legislature is one small factor of that, and a test that actually has huge disparate impacts. And the discriminatory effect and the harm from disparate impact is every bit as severe and is harmful as intentional discrimination. And so it's not about intent, it's about disparate impact.
So, Assemblywoman, thank you so much for those comments. I think I would say that there is no perfect measure. I know we've been praising multi-factor admission today from beginning to end, but let me say that is deeply rooted in anti-Semitism. It does not have a pretty history. We have seen the corruption that comes along with multi-factor admission, people pretending to be, crew captain. So I am not wedded to this test as it stands. It can be changed to whatever is the fairest to defeat, to comport with state standards. But the test admits 6% of all students, high school students in New York City. We've got 30% admitted by multi-factor admission, which are subject to political pressure and to geographic sort of like priorities. Those things, are what the test was instituted back in 1971. By the way, it was not instituted.
I'm going to have to cut you off because we've got to move on. We've got some people.
All right.
Okay, and please, let's ask questions. Okay, let's not do dialogue. Mr. Kim, please.
Mr. Bury, you are the Chief of Policy at the KIPP School Network, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar, do you have any knowledge as to how much KIPP School spends per classroom, per pupil?
Yeah, the general matter, our schools receive less per pupil dollars than public schools. So I don't know those figures off the top of my head, but we generally have fewer resources and often have greater expenses because our facilities costs are not necessarily covered by those per pupil dollars.
Do you have a sense of what the total budget is for the KIPP schools? How much?
Nationwide?
Let's just use one example in local.
I don't. Like other schools, it depends on the size of the school. Generally, it's easiest to think about it in terms of the per pupil expenditure because you might have a school with 300 kids or 700 kids, but they tend to be slightly smaller budgets than public schools.
Is it fair to assume that compared to a public school classroom, there are more resources available to the teachers and the students that attend the KIPP schools?
I wouldn't say that was fair to assume.
It's not fair to assume. So are there on average 2 teachers in the classroom at a KIPP school in New York City?
No, it depends on the school and the grade, but where there is, it's because expenses are being taken from other areas. So it would not reflect a greater budget. It might reflect a choice that the school makes to invest in more teachers versus other administrative expenses or other staff that would be in a school building.
Is it true that in KIPP they do measure character traits from 3rd to 8th grade? Different non-cognitive skills.
It's true in KIPP that we absolutely believe that character is an important point of young people's development, and so through things like sports and leadership development, we're trying to support the development of strong character traits.
Are you familiar with the character
critical.
scorecard that your school implements and tracks and monitors of every
Yeah,
student?
the schools, again, so as
Right.
part of KIPP, part of what we try to do is promote positive character traits. And so ensuring that young people are developing leadership skills through sports and arts and leadership experiences, they help young people develop develop grit, commitment to hard work, a growth mindset, understanding that we can all, if we work hard at something, we can do better, as one of my co-panelists said.
Do you think a public school classroom implements those type of similar tracking or monitoring?
I think every good school should be committed to ensuring that a young person's development is about more than your academic skills. I think we would all believe that schools are a place that we should develop as citizens, as friends, and
So it's just a yes or no question. Do you think there's a measurement gap, academic measurement gap between a public school classroom in New York City versus a KIPP school?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not sure what.
On how we measure academic success. Do you think there's a gap between how we measure academic success in a charter school like KIPP versus a public school classroom?
Well, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but a charter school, KIPP schools are accountable to the same exams that a district school would be, so they're taking the same English and math tests. But perhaps I'm misunderstanding your question.
Okay. Well, I mean, I took time. I visited some of these schools.
Oh, thank you.
From my own personal experience, I've deemed that there is a tremendous gap in how charter schools and private schools measure academic success versus a public school classroom. And I think that's the real question that we should be discussing related to the SHSATs and high-stakes testing, that this is really about resource and money. Like, if you really want to not rely on high-stakes testing and get rid of a testing culture, that we need to put money and resource from early on to our public schools, and we haven't done that. We haven't done that in decades.
Well, I would certainly agree with that, sir.
Yeah, and we've actually defunded a lot of public schools, and we're still finding for $4 billion of CFE money. So, I mean, as long as we're in consensus with that.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that.
And even, you know, I don't want to go too much into charter schools in this discussion. But
Another panel, perhaps.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you.
And if I could apologize, because I hate to be rude, but I do have to leave for another appointment. And I hope
Then
it's
we'll
not
move right
disrespectful.
on. No problem. No
but I want to
apologies
thank you for
needed.
the opportunity to speak
You're
with
welcome.
you today.
Mr. Colton.
Yes, I noted in the testimony that there was a certain point where this diversity problem was not as extreme or was much a narrower gap. And I also noted in the testimony that the things that were happening around that particular time when it changed and when the gap became much greater included changes in the policies for G&T programs and special progress. Can you elaborate a little bit more upon that?
Well, excuse me. It's very difficult to get hard information, again, because the Department of Education really is not forthright with very much of it. But during the Giuliani administration, he lobbied for less money for the New York City public schools. remarkable position for a mayor to take. And there were massive cuts and enrichment in many, many areas that took place during his administration. The de Blasio, excuse me, the Bloomberg administration issued an edict that gifted and talent, to be admitted to gifted and talented, would be by examination, and you have to score at least a 90 percentile on that examination. That directly eliminated the capacity of many, many gifted and talented programs in minority areas. The excuse was you didn't have enough kids scoring 90% on the test to have a program. So that by incorporating that requirement, it just wiped them out. So that there was a very conscious policy, all right, that resulted in the elimination of gifted and talented. The fact that three of us up here are the products of an SP program, you know, in the dawn of time, you know, does speak to the issue of the value of those middle school programs in terms of what enabled you to do well on that test. We can talk about whether the test should be better or not, and in fact, you know, it's the Department of Education that decides what the test consists of. They're the folks who don't want to spend the money on making the test a better predictor, a more reliable test. They do the cheapest test they can possibly get away with. They've done that for years. Still costs $1 million to design the test. But as these things go, it is not thought out. And it's the Department of Education that should take that responsibility, not the state. Your law requires that the test be simply academic, competitive, and scholarly. What the test is what the city of New York decides to make that test. Right? Secondly, Discovery as a program precedes Hecht Calandra. Right? We've had a test at Brooklyn Tech for our entire history, which is now going on close to 100 years. And the other schools had tests before Hecht Calandra. Discovery was a program intended to diversify the specialized high schools, and it was written into Hecht Calandra in order to preserve the opportunity to do it. The city of New York, the Department of Education, decided not to use it anymore. So we had 10 to 15 years of that program lying fallow in our system rather than being utilized. Now, life has changed. There's a lot of things that happened to create the situation we have here today, right? 28,000 people sit for the test. Believe me, when I sat for the test, if I had to compete with 28,000, and they were all boys at Brooklyn Tech in those days, I had a legal right not to compete with half of humanity, right? The world would be it's different. It's just changes have taken place. The Asian community has expanded in this city, right? There's been a lot of changes, but I want to say two things. One, and I get a huge applause for this because I speak every time we have homecoming and we have people from every generation there. And I point out that Brooklyn Tech is the oldest, largest, and most successful anti-poverty program in this city. And I get a huge cheer from that. Please, folks, stop.
Mr. Carrido, please finish up your
The point being is that these schools have always been the schools for working class, immigrant, and low-wage families in this city. And that's true today. At Brooklyn Tech, 2/3 of our student body qualifies for free or subsidized lunch, the measure of poverty in our educational circles. So these are not schools that are intended to help the rich, that are intended to help the upper middle class. These are schools for working class people. And it's no accident, in my opinion, that a test is something that attracts new immigrants to this system. When I was there, it was a white school.
Okay, Mr. Carey, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to cut you off because time is. Mr. Colton, are you finished?
I do have one question.
This to close.
All right. There is obviously a difference in the diversity gap a number of years ago and what it is now. When we look at the programs that have been discontinued, the SP Progress, the Gifted and Talented, various programs, is there a relationship between the districts which are now sending many more children, a higher share to the specialized schools where they've gotten offers, and whether or not there are these gifted and talented programs, special progress programs still existing. Is there any relationship between that?
The answer is yes. We do have a pipeline in this city to getting into the specialized high schools, and some previous speakers have alluded to it. There are gifted and talented elementary schools that run up to the 5th grade, some run to the 8th grade. They send a huge number of kids to the gifted and talented middle schools, and they in turn send a huge number of kids to the specialized high schools. We need a pipeline program that relates to the Black and the Latino communities in this city. We don't have it. And we had it at one point in time. And because of it, we had 2,000, and that's not where it went. I mean, it got higher. We had 2,014 black kids at Brooklyn Tech in 1976 because we had a pipeline to those communities. It does not exist today. And it doesn't exist because the city of New York doesn't want it to exist.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to the panel for your detailed and very interesting presentation. It is appreciated.
Thank you.
Panel number 5, we call on up. Jin Hee Lee, a combination Frankie Miranda and Jose Luis Perez, who will be joint testimonying. Trasfia Rahman, Lazar Teschan, Ayana Smith, and Sophie Mode. Is it Mode? Mode. I'm sorry.
Together? Together? Yes.
You can pull up a chair from behind you if you're looking for one.
Sit next to him. To be close to him. And I can scoot down. Why don't, do you want to sit together?
Huh?
Yeah,
should we?
I'll squeeze it down. Yeah, you're scoot down because they're sharing their testimony.
Go. Now we have an empty chair here.
No.
Okay. Positioning the microphones. How difficult is it? Listen, we want to thank you very much for being here. It's just been a long day, huh? And console yourself in the fact that there are a number of panels after you, okay? So we'll begin in the order that I call them, okay? First, Jin Hee Lee.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jin Hee Lee, and I am the Senior Deputy Director of Litigation at the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund. Along with my colleague from Latino Justice Pearl Def, we have the distinct honor of representing the other individuals, some of the other individuals on this panel, in an effort to intervene in a lawsuit to defend the city's ability to make modest steps to expand access to the specialized high schools through the Discovery Program. For almost 8 decades, the Legal Defense Fund has fought for racial equity in the education of black students and other students of color. Next week marks the 65th anniversary of the United States Supreme Court's decision in Brown v. Board of Education, one of the Legal Defense Fund's most crowning achievements. But the past 65 years have shown us that simply prohibiting state-sanctioned racial segregation in our public schools does not and cannot guarantee educational equity for children of color. Instead, state and local governments must affirmatively commit to breaking down historic barriers confronted by children of color and accessing public educational resources and ensuring that all children, regardless of their race, have the means to reach their full academic potential. With one of the most racially segregated and inequitable school systems in the country, New York City has utterly failed in that commitment. And the New York State government has been complicit in that failure by perpetuating the extreme racial segregation of New York City's premier high schools, the specialized high schools, through the sole reliance of the SHSAT for admissions. This deeply flawed admissions policy has had a devastating impact on Black and Latinx students despite having stellar academic qualifications. In a city where Black and Latinx students comprise nearly 70% of the public school student population, how can it possibly be considered fair or equitable to limit them to only 5% of Stuyvesant's incoming class or 7% of Bronx Science's incoming class, when both schools are funded by public resources paid by all New York City taxpayers? And it is simply untrue that there are no qualified Black and Latinx students who can increase these numbers. Importantly, the inequities with the specialized high schools do not affect only Black and Latinx students. Many Asian Pacific American ethnicities, nationalities, and subgroups have also been shut out of the specialized high schools, although we do not know the extent of this problem because the city has not shared disaggregated data. The exclusion of so many bright and talented Black, Latinx, and underrepresented Asian Pacific American students perpetuates a false narrative about their intelligence and promise and ignores the challenging circumstances that were overcome to earn their academic achievements. Indeed, the very students disadvantaged by the SHSAT are often the same ones who face significant barriers to educational opportunity and would greatly benefit from a specialized high school education. And to be clear, amending the single test admissions policy to consider additional academic measures will not lower the academic standards of the specialized high schools. Rather, it would allow students of all races to receive the known benefits of diverse learning environments, which promote cultural understanding, critical thinking skills, and enriched learning. Therefore, LDF, the Legal Defense Fund, supports the recent proposals for the New York State Legislature to eliminate the single test admissions process for the specialized high schools and instead adopt a new system that admits the 5 to 7% of students in 8th grade classes across the entire city. While opposition groups have argued for addressing the pervasive inequality in New York City's elementary and middle schools in lieu of eliminating the SHSAT, these steps are not mutually exclusive. Both the state and the city can and should address the unacceptable inequality in the city's public elementary and medical schools while also adopting the 5 to 7% plan. We are hopeful that the state legislature will work with the New York City officials to finally make a real change to the specialized high schools admissions process and remedy the long-standing harms of racial isolation in these schools faced by many Black and Latinx students, so that all of these important educational resources are accessible to academically qualified students of all races.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. The team of Frankie Miranda and Jose. You've got 5 minutes between you, so
Everybody's awake now. Thank you so much. I am making an abbreviated statement.
Good.
You have my full testimony. I'm here today in a joint effort to challenge systemic structures and practices that deny a majority of our city's public school children life-changing educational opportunities and resources because of their background. It's incumbent upon us to voice our deepest concerns over the lack of Black and Latino students in New York City specialized high schools and to urge you to eliminate the specialized high school admission test as the sole admission criteria. As New Yorkers, we take pride in saying that our city is the capital of the world, a beacon of diversity and inclusion, yet our city school system is the most segregated school system in the country, with students of color increasingly isolated on the basis of race and class. The reality is revealed in a stark and disturbing ways in the student population admitted to our city specialized high schools. While Black and Latinx students make this up 70% of the city's overall student population, they represent only 10% of the student body of these schools. Utilizing a single test score as admission criteria is outdated and ineffective. We firmly believe that no one indicator can determine the intelligence or academic abilities and aptitude of a child, and there is no evidence to suggest that SHSAT holds any insight in doing so. In addition, there's not one institution outside of the city in higher education that bases admissions on outcomes of one exam. access to institutions, especially those of higher education, does not solely rely on SAT or ACT scores. They evaluate the student holistically, considering grades, coursework, and other factors that demonstrate the student's ability to succeed in college and diversity of experience that they offer. The time is now. The state must act to eliminate the specialized high school admission tests and reform the admissions criteria to ensure that more students have access to these schools. Thank you.
Mr. Perez?
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Perez, Deputy General Counsel and Legal Director of Latino Justice PearlDev. On behalf of the board and staff of Latino Justice, we are very proud to join here with our colleagues at the Hispanic Federation and the Committee for Hispanic Children and Family. We have submitted joint testimony statements to you all, but I'm here particularly pleased to join our colleagues, our civil rights colleagues at the Legal Defense Fund, to testify in favor of changing the admission standards of New York City specialized high schools, because as you've already heard repeatedly, the continued reliance on one exclusive test for admission systematically excludes thousands of smart and talented Latino and Black students from the benefits of these excellent public schools. Latino Justice, like LDF, is a national civil rights public interest organization that has had a long and successful track record of challenging the myth and measuring competence by standardized tests alone. We stand with our colleagues calling upon this body and the state legislature to act. As Assemblywoman Simon, you've referenced earlier this morning, hours ago, referencing the racist origins of the Heck-Calandra Act in an attempt then to study the an attempt to study biases and discrimination in the specialized high schools. What the Latino community is crying out for justice and equality. We hope you, the members of this esteemed panel and committee, and your colleagues in the state legislature hear their voices and cries and take immediate action to repeal the Heck-Calandra Act, adopt the changes to proposed legislation, and eliminate the SHSAT as the sole academic requirements determining eligibility, and move to a more holistic multiple measures approach, as others have already artfully articulated here. And I'm under 5 minutes, which is amazing for a lawyer.
And you're going to get bonus points for that, let me tell you. Tasfia Rodman.
Good afternoon. My name is Tasfia Rahman, and I am a policy coordinator at CACF, the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I am speaking today not only as a policy coordinator, but also as an alum of Brooklyn Technical High School. For over 30 years, CACF has been the nation's only Pan-Asian children and families advocacy organization and leads the fight for improved and equitable policy systems, funding, and services to support those in need. The Asian and Pacific American community is incredibly diverse and vast, consisting of groups from East Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, the Indo-Caribbean, and Pacific Islands. Contrary to the stereotype of the model minority myth, too many APA families and children continue to struggle to succeed. According to the latest report from the Mayor's Office of Economic Opportunities, APAs have the highest rate of poverty among all racial ethnic groups, as well as the highest intensity of poverty in New York City. Over 85% of the APA community is foreign-born, and 42% of our households are linguistically isolated, the highest rate for any group in the city. APA students continue to face language barriers and are the first generation in their families to attend American schools and pursue higher education. Nearly 25% of all English language learners in New York City schools are APA. Our vision is for all children and families, including Asian Pacific Americans in New York City, are safe, healthy, and able to reach their full potential in life. Like the 216,000 APA students in our public school system, including the over 5,000 APA kids who took the SHSAT this year and did not get in. New York schools are some of the most segregated schools in the entire nation. The city's specialized high schools are a severe reflection of this segregation, and maintaining the single exam perpetuates it. In order for the city schools to move forward and move towards providing a more inclusive and equitable education for all, the city must address inequitable admissions policies and practices for specialized high schools and all screen schools. We are at a moment now in history to address an egregious wrong. The 1971 legislation is rooted in New York City's history of resistance to integration with a very racially divisive impact we see today. The SHSAT itself is also misperceived as an objective, colorblind tool to measure merit. Having a single test as the admissions policy in no means takes into account the wide range of diverse experiences of all our students and their families in New York City. Also, as an alum, I have seen the impact of a high-stakes single measure policy. When you allow a single test to be the only standard of intelligence, you breed a toxic learning environment with students cheating, bragging about loss of sleep, and competing with each other or even bullying each other based on differences. As a Muslim, I heard many Islamophobic comments being casually thrown around. But I'm also disgusted to look back at how during college admissions time, I stood by and witnessed many of my white and Asian Pacific American peers accuse our Black and Latinx identifying peers of getting into prestigious colleges based solely on their race. As APAs, we are constantly fighting the harmful impacts of the model minority myth, which prevents our needs from being recognized and understood, but is also used as a wedge to continue to pit minority groups against each other and justify the inequitable distribution of resources and opportunities across all communities. We are critical of the process that Mayor de Blasio took in proposing the plan. It's a part of a long-standing practice in education policy in leaving out the voices and input of the APA community, a diverse community that cares about school reform and issues around equity and inclusion. We need to acknowledge that our system is broken and the specialized high schools are not the exception, and we need to address the long-standing impacts of structural racism. Today, we want to be clear that we stand united with our allies from other communities to fight for educational equity. We must continue to fight for equitable funding and resources that support both academic and social-emotional growth of our students. We not only need qualified educators to reflect the diversity of our school population, but also social workers and school counselors and support staff that provide the invaluable support of our young people's need to be well-adjusted, contributing members of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lazar Treshan.
Nice job. And I'm impressed with the stamina of everyone all the assembly members who are remaining. Thank you for staying and listening. I'm Lazar Treshan, Director of Youth Policy at the Community Service Society of New York. We're a 175-year-old anti-poverty organization. We've done a couple studies of this issue on 2013 with the LDF, and then I published a proposal for the first percentage plan proposal in 2015, which is similar to the one that the mayor proposed last year. With some differences. I will also say, more importantly, that I grew up and went to New York City public schools. My parents were New York City public school teachers, and my daughters go to New York City public schools. So I'm invested. I'm not going to read you my testimony. You can read it yourself. I'm just going to make a couple points, reflect on a couple things we've heard. Assemblymember Simon, made the good point that when you get such a high stakes test, what it becomes, and when the prep industry matures as it has, it becomes a predictor of how well you can do on the test. And that is not that it becomes its own system and ecosystem that we have seen that has really taken the time and resources from so many young people that could have been doing so many better things. If you look at what's happening in test prep, I've heard people saying, well, we need the city to be spending more on preparation. We have schools. Their education preparation needs to be happening in schools. All you do when you create an extracurricular test is create an unfair system for those who don't have the resources to be in it. Look at this room. This room is the SHSAT. Who are the parents? Well-meaning, well-intentioned, hardworking parents that were able to come. It's the same parents of kids who are able to pass the test, because those are the parents, be it for financial resources or other resources, that are able on a Friday on a work day to come sit in assembly hearing. And the other parents that aren't here aren't able to do so, and it doesn't mean that those parents don't care about their kids, and it doesn't mean that those families don't value education. They do just as much. It's just not a level playing field. And it doesn't mean the people who are that are getting in now aren't well-intentioned and aren't deserving. It just means that the playing field isn't level. So finally, just why do we have these schools? Right now, all they are doing is perpetuating the worst aspects of our society. We are telling our kids, there's enough of it. They see it on TV, they see it in the movies, they see it when outside in rates of home ownership, in wealth rates. All we are doing is hardening that by putting it in our schools. But that's not what our city looks like. Our city looks like what this panel looks like. I am so, more than anything, excited to hear from these young people, but look at this panel. That's what our schools need to look like, and that's what they can look like, because it sends a message that we have intelligent people from all backgrounds that together can really learn more from each other than when we separate them. And all we're doing now with the SHSAT is separating them. And you guys have the power to change that. So I hope you do. Thank you.
Mr. Treshan, thank you very much. then actually, this is the best now, okay? We have two students here in front of us, and I'm very eager to hear how you're going to divide your 5 minutes up. Ayana Smith and Sophie Mode.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophie Mode, and I'm a sophomore at Millennium Brooklyn High School and a student leader at Teens Take Charge. I live in Brooklyn Heights, an affluent and predominantly white neighborhood. Ever since I began my education in the New York City public school system at the age of 5, I have been on the right side of an unequal system. My classrooms have been filled with updated books and new technology. When it came time to apply to high school, my school provided me with all of the resources that I needed, including a guidance counselor who had intimate knowledge of the process and an SHSAT prep class. My peers and I were already at an advantage. The test covered material that, according to New York State standards, was not supposed to have been taught yet. But we had advanced courses that covered some of the content on this test. Within my school, however, I saw a financial divide. The students who couldn't afford to buy SHSAT prep books or pay thousands of dollars for prep classes did not get into these specialized schools or didn't even apply. Yet, they were some of the top performing students in my graduating class with GPAs that matched their more affluent peers. Numerous studies have shown that GPA is a better indicator of student performance than a single standardized test score, and it's worth noting that more and more colleges are adopting test-optional policies in response to this fact. To get and maintain good grades, you must consistently complete your homework, consistently study for tests, consistently participate in class, and you must understand the course content. Wouldn't you want this student in specialized high schools? The students of New York City have been waiting long enough. 5 years ago, UCLA came out with a study that stated that New York City has the most segregated public school system in the country, yet nothing has changed. Almost 75 years ago exactly, school segregation was outlawed, yet our schools are more segregated today than they were in the 1960s. Every year you express outrage when you see the headlines about a handful of black students getting into schools like Stuyvesant and Bronx Science, but then you never do anything about it. The SHSAT should be abolished and replaced with a top 7% plan, which we at Teens Take Charge have been advocating for. I know there's a lot of adults making lots of noise on this issue, but you need to listen to us, the students, and a reminder that Ayana and I are the only students speaking in the entirety of the forum today. We are the ones being affected, so hear me when I say this. We'll be voting soon, and we'll be watching what you choose to do.
So let me ask you this, okay? You think the best way is to threaten us at the end of your speech. Sophie, let me hear from you.
Oh, this is Ayana.
Oh, yeah, Ayana, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Hello, my name is Ayana Smith, and I'm a senior at University Heights High School, and I'm a leader at Teens Take Charge. I went to the Academy of Public Relations, a middle school in the Bronx where less than 25% of the students passed the state ELA exams. At my school, there were 3 students to a single outdated textbook that had been tagged, torn, or had missing pages. New teachers rotated in every year. There was a single guidance counselor for 300 students, and she knew very little about specialized high schools and gave us a thin packet to study a month before the SHSAT. Unlike schools like Sophie's, my school didn't have courses that taught 9th grade level English and math, which is what is assessed on the SHSAT. We also didn't have teachers who helped students prepare for the SHSAT because they didn't even know how to answer the questions on the test themselves. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to enroll in DREAM SHSI, an SHSAT prep program for high-achieving students from low-income families. Throughout my time in DREAM, I was constantly told the same thing. It's not about your grades or your state exam scores. It's not even about how smart or passionate you are. Like any test, it's about meeting one cutoff. At DREAM, we were trained to repeat a series of techniques. Never read the whole passage, know the equations but not the math, plug in answer choices, never leave anything blank, guess the letter C for anything you missed. The SHSAT was about not missing points. The SHSAT was not about exhibiting how smart I was. At APR, where I graduated as valedictorian in 2015, I was proud that I earned my grades because I was learning. I remember having to think critically in my writing class when producing argumentative essays about topics like abortion, immigration, and the Second Amendment. I also remember following up with my math teacher before school and during lunch to learn more about challenging content. I would go home and continue the learning process. I remember logging onto Khan Academy at home when we had internet access to become better at math, and I would continue to research the topics I had to write about. I was academically curious, something else that is not measured on the SHSAT. I did not get accepted into a specialized high school, but I'm proud to say that this fall I'll be headed to Cornell University. So it turns out that those years in middle school where I developed strong work ethic, self-advocacy skills, and a passion for learning did pay off. My peers and I at Teens Take Charge are in full support of the Mayor's Top 7% plan for specialized high schools, and we urge you to pass it into law. Otherwise, think about what message you are sending to students like me, all across the city, who you have been elected to represent.
Thank you very much. Where do you live, ladies?
I live in Brooklyn Heights in downtown Brooklyn.
And you?
I live in Mott Haven in the Bronx.
Okay, none of you are near my area. I'm glad, because you guys are threats, okay? Very well done. Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two quick questions. One for Ms. Rahman from CSCF. You mentioned that the Asian Americans are a wedge. Can you just clarify and expand on what that means?
Well, I think, frankly, that speaks to the way that our society has been set up, right? There is a binary of black and white, and frankly, when it comes to education, when it comes to education, particularly education policy, the position of Asian Americans are very vague. And often, because of the stereotypes attached to the Asian model minority myth, we are portrayed as seeing to have particular privileges which are limited in the long term, particularly in education, are often used as a way to continue oppressing other communities of color, but specifically in education.
Thank you. I think most of the policy analysts and attorneys are familiar with the state statute that requires that every child in this state of New York deserves a sound basic education. Ms. Lee, do you think every child is receiving a sound basic education?
I do not.
You do not think. Do you think eliminating the SHSATs would have an impact to improving at all the condition of every child receiving a sound basic education?
Well, that's why in my comments I said that we should both be eliminating the SHSAT or this single test admissions process, and in addition be addressing the intense racial segregation in New York City, because both are unacceptable. But because both are unacceptable doesn't mean that you shouldn't act on both problems. And the extreme racial disparities in the specialized high schools right now sends a signal to not just Black and Latinx children and underrepresented APA students, but everyone, that Black and Latinx students are not smart enough to get into those schools. It reinforces stereotypes and also it reinforces the harms of racial isolation for those few Black and Latinx students who do get into these schools. And I also want to say that this is not just about those students, it's about all students. It is proven that students get a better education if they are in a diverse learning environment, because they learn critical thinking skills, they're challenged, they learn about people who are different from themselves. They do this in the classrooms, they do this in the hallways, and by excluding Black and Latinx students from these classrooms, that's a disservice to all the other students who are in specialized high schools. And the other, I just want to say one other thing, and this is, I guess, more personal as opposed to on behalf of Legal Defense Fund. You know, as an Asian American who is not good at math and had below average standardized test scores both in college and in law school, I reject the idea that a single test is a measure of anyone's qualifications, merit, potential, or promise. And I think that there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence that supports that. And if that test has such a disparate impact on such a huge population of our city schools, to access resources that are paid by every single New York City taxpayer, then there's something has to be done about it, and something should have been done about it decades ago.
And I appreciate, Ms. Lee, I appreciate everything you just said. And in this one statement, though, it kind of covers why there's been so much there's so many complicated layers to this issue because initially, if you're focused on the merits of the test, that's one set of arguments. But this is about race, and if that's the primary reason why we're doing this. There's a whole other set of arguments. So is it a combination of both? Is it about racial equality, or is it about seeking the best possible measurement to predict one's ability to succeed in life? What are we doing?
Well, I would say that, so my involvement here on behalf of the Legal Defense Fund, and the reason that we're involved in this lawsuit is because an admissions policy has an extreme discriminatory impact on Black and Latinx students. It is about racial discrimination. And in addition to that, and then in response to that, there are people who say, well, this test is an objective measure of merit and so forth. And on that point, I think that research and experts who have also testified here have rejected the notion that any single test is any accurate measure of a student's intelligence, potential, or ability to perform at the highest level in high school or college or even graduate school. And so to answer your question, it's about racial equity in the school system. But the cause of the inequities that currently exist is this single test admissions policy.
Yeah, and I would just conclude, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that the reason why there's just been so much tension is because, as Asian Americans, we're the people that are taking the test. Unlike some of the folks who implied that who came here came from out of luxury. Most of the families are not here. They're working at mom and pop stores. They're new immigrants. Their kids are literally, working after school hours, studying for this test because that's what they're told when they came here, that this is the way to advance to that school. And there's a whole population, also a minority group, an immigrant group, that feel like that we just haven't been part of the process. And I think there has to be a level of empathy and compassion for all of us involved to move forward collectively in finding a long-term solution here.
And if I could just respond to that, I completely agree with that. Obviously, every process should be inclusive and should be in consultation with the communities that are most affected. And you mentioned Asian American families, but I think that the Asian American students and families that I think don't get the notice are those Asian American students who do not score very high on the SHSAT. And I think and providing opportunities for them, and for those Asian American students who do score high enough and attend specialized high schools, that they get the best education that they deserve. And part of getting the best education and preparing them for life, preparing them to be able to achieve their full potential is having the experience of being exposed to and learning from people who are very different from themselves, especially in a city like New York City, where we have that luxury of having such incredible diversity to learn from. And so this is a benefit for both.
Let me cut you off here so we can move on, but thank you. Mr. Colton, please.
Yes, I've been listening to the testimony here, and does it disturb anybody that we've heard that the New York City Department of Education has the power to place and remove gifted and talented programs, special progress programs, and that it appears they've been removing them from the areas which have the very students who are not passing the test? Does it disturb anybody that the same New York City Department of Education has the power to remove the test, to not use the test, in 5 out of the 8 specialized schools, but has failed to do so? Does it disturb anybody that the New York City Department of Education controls the pipeline which had shown 15, 20 years ago was actually working in creating less lack of diversity, and they choose not to do that? Does it disturb anybody that the New York City Department of Education actually controls what is on the test and what test is used? And now that the New York City Department of Education has decided that it wants to eliminate the test, which is given the evidence of the fact that there is a lack of diversity. to me, that is very disturbing. I don't know if that's disturbing to anybody else.
So quick point of information. There is no passing score on the test. It is rank order. Actually, there are more Black and Latino students taking the test and scoring higher than ever before. Black and Latino scores on the SHSAT are higher than before, but because there is not a bar of proficiency after which you do a lottery that every kid gets in, which is, you know, if you had a proficiency-based or a criterion-based test, this is not. This is a Hunger Games. This is a pure competition rank order. So, you know, for saying that it's not enough gifted and talented, the scores, Black and Latino students are doing better in our school system than they have in decades. Those scores, those raw scores are higher. The problem is because of the Hunger Games high-stakes environment we've created with insane levels of test prep and insane levels of competition, creating insane levels of stress among all young people. And I will note that 2/3, the last time I looked, of Asian test takers did not get into a specialized high school. Think about what those young people must feel as well. It is not the case that we don't have prepared Black and Latino students. There are over, I think someone said there are almost 3,000 Black students who are 4s in ELA and math. That is not the issue.
I think the issue, however, is it not true that, unfortunately, gifted and talented programs have been closed in the areas where Black and Latino students populate? Isn't it true that the scores, although they are improving, we still have much to be desired? There are many, many students who are not performing on 4, they're performing on 2 and 1. And that the percentage of those students overall is very high, and we need to improve that. And yet we're concentrating on eliminating an objective test which exposes the fact that we have a big problem, and instead of dealing with the fact that we need to provide the programs, the gifted and talented programs, the special progress programs, the discovery programs, the dream programs, in the areas where we are not getting the results that we want in terms of admissions to specialized schools. There's a correlation between districts that have these programs and districts which are producing the most number of students. Why aren't we putting these programs in the other district? Why are we systematically closing those programs? If I were an attorney on a case, building a case for discrimination, I would say that the real culprit here is the City Department of Education, and that they're trying to conceal the fact by removing the evidence of their failure to provide quality education for everybody. That's what I would look at as the case.
Mr. Miranda, Mr. Perez, do you want to close down on that one and we'll move?
She's the one who's got the
student. Well, I think so. I yield my time to my learned colleague in the middle.
Sure, by all means.
I wanted to respond to what you were saying by reminding you of the fact that while we are very disturbed by the lack of change from the DOE, but we're not here today to place the blame on someone else. We're here today to see what you guys can do to directly change this situation now.
Okay, thank you.
I would just add,
yes.
Again, you could, again, this is a complex issue. There are multiple levels. You can point fingers, notwithstanding whatever the critique agreement, what the city has or has not done. As my colleagues have stated and you've heard all day, it's the Heck-Kalanja law as the starting point. That is a state law. This is the State Committee on Education. And as my learned colleague in the middle has said, we're looking at what you all do.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm not going to close this down. I'm going to leave that to Ms. Simon, who has something special to say.
So I wanted to say, Sophie, you're my constituent, and I'm very, very proud of the job they've done today, and very proud for you coming and speaking up about this and your engagement. And Ayanna, you're not my constituent, but if you were, I would be very proud of you as well. So thank you both very, very much.
Thank you
for
to the
joining us,
entire
and all of you in the
panel and safe home.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we've got 3 more panels to go before we call this to an end. Panel number 6, Wei Hua Chin, Vito J. LaBella, and Joshua P. Thompson. And yes, and Charles Yoon. Well, this is 6, and I just announced the entire 4-person panel. Again, I say to you all, welcome. I say to you, thank you for your patience. These hearings are important. We want to have a balanced presentation, and that means a lot of people are here, and you've sat through it. So we will begin with Wai Wan Chin.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you all for sitting here as long as we have two members of the Assembly. I'm Wei Hua Chen. I'm the president of the Chinese American Citizens Alliance of Greater New York. And let me first make this clear. Asians want inclusion and great education for students of all races in New York, and we object to the divisive and harmful changes that are proposed to the specialized high schools admissions. And I want to take advantage of today, May 10th. May 10th, on this day, 150 years ago, in harsh, untamed conditions in the Wild West, the Transcontinental Railroad was completed, linking our nation coast to coast and allowing our country to grow and prosper. In the Wild West, nearly all the workers were Chinese, expendable laborers, many dying in the most difficult and dangerous tasks. Just 12 days earlier, the Chinese completed 10 miles of track in 12 hours. The norm is something like half of that in that kind of terrain. That is an unsurpassed feat that even in this day with modern technology has not been surpassed. It is an unsurpassed feat of 10 miles in 12 hours. Yet, today, on May 10th, 150 years ago, the Chinese were excluded from the huge celebrations. And then because they worked so well, they even got the Chinese Exclusion Act, the only law ever enacted to deny rights and exclude a people from America because of ethnicity. Now, 150 years later, Asian Americans are again being excluded after exemplary performance because of race. Those with compassion and fairness feel our sense of injustice. I hear you saying that this was not targeted against Asians, the changes that are being proposed. But when you hear what the mayor and chancellor have to say, when you see that the Department of Education has charts that are taking away 50% of the seats of Asians, that is very clear in our mind. It does not matter what the rollout is, because the facts of what you are going to roll out were horrible. If you had a no rollout, but we're going to say, we're going to increase all the seats, nobody would have objected. It is exactly what was being proposed that is abhorrent to Asian Americans to be excluded for nothing other than race. Now, nobody should be excluded for race, and let's make that clear. Again, the SHSAT is unbiased. It's an academic test, okay? And it ignores all the things that we're talking about that are irrelevant to academic achievement. Wealth, ethnicity, power, privilege don't count. For years, the schools were mostly Jewish, and for about 20 years, from the 1970s to the 1990s, the majority of tech was Black and Latinx, and now the schools are mostly Asian, reflecting this changing city. So that is what this is all about. It is about the changes in the city. The test does not discriminate, and the fact that we could have 20 years of continuous majority of Blacks and Latinx in Brooklyn Tech, that proves the test is unbiased. And we agree here, I've heard it for hours now here, that what we need is better schools, because those all disappeared. The honors program, call it what you might, gifted and talented, SP. We need the enhanced academics back in the neighborhoods, every single neighborhood. And so for those who impute charges that the Asians don't care about other groups, we have been in the forefront of trying to support G&T programs for every single neighborhood, every single school, because we are here in the city together to benefit all of our students, all of our children. We should not be pitting our children one against the other.
Ms. Chin, thank you very much. Your time is up.
Okay, I know that it's been shortened, but I want to say a couple of things here because I have a stack here. I am not going to read it all. I have 26,000 signatures here from people, not just Asians, that was given to me.
We will be very happy to take them from you and look through them.
I will not read through them.
And you're not going to leave them.
I will read them. I was
Good.
just not going to read them
Good.
because they're
No.
26,000.
And
and
we would
the other
not want-
thing is,
there are other people going to testify. We will take all your written documents later on.
right.
Okay,
Well,
we will
I'm not going to
move
read them all,
on.
but
No,
I
you're
want
not going to
to
read any more now. We are going to move to the next person. Your time is up. I'm sorry. Vito Labella.
Thank you very much. You know, I retired from the New York City Police Department as a lieutenant 2 years ago in June to take over the president's spot at the Krista McAuliffe PTO. I thought I was going to be baking cookies. I had no idea that circumstances would have conspired to bring me here before you today. And first, like everyone else on my panel, I want to state for the record that the lack of diversity in the specialized schools, the screen schools, and in all of our schools in general is totally unacceptable. I spent a good part of my career down here in Lower Manhattan working with a diverse group of people, different genders, races, ethnicities, backgrounds, everything, sexual orientations. Okay, we worked together toward a common goal, often on very, very difficult tasks. What did we have in common? Well, we all took a test to get hired. We all took a test to get promoted. So understandably, that has at least partially informed my views on this. On the matter of the SHSAT and the admissions process to the 8 specialized high schools, Krista McAuliffe, our middle school, currently sends approximately 200 of 300 8th grade students to specialized high schools. That number would go down to 18 under this proposal. Where are the rest of those kids supposed to go? The DOE has no legitimate answer on that. And yes, our school is 67% Asian. The proposed legislation is a racial quota disguised as geographical diversity. And from the chancellor's statements, we call this an admission in the police department, who said no one ethnic group owns these schools, we know that this racial gerrymandering is designed to reduce the number of Asian children in specialized high school. That is also unacceptable. The sad part of that is, you know, in the long term, that ain't going to work, okay? Parents will learn which are the lower performing middle schools, and they'll work to get their kids there so that a percentage of them will be on the top of those schools and go into these specialized high schools. In 5 or 10 years, we'll be in the same place as we are today. In fact, none of the multiple measures that the DOE could use to populate these schools have the main benefit of the SHSAT, which is transparency, integrity, and yes, equity. One only has to look at the discovery information coming out of the Harvard lawsuit or the recent college admissions scandal to see what kind of manipulation will occur if the city abolishes the SHSAT. Let's look at the 116 so screened high schools in our city, many of which are majority white. Their lack of diversity is even more insidious because it's not the result of implicit bias or disparate impact, but rather intentional manipulation and gaming of the system. For example, Beacon High School is 50% white, 19% Hispanic, 14% black, but only 9% Asian. And their economic needs index is 30%. compared to 70% in the city, 40% for Bronx Science, 42% for Stuyvesant, and for my boys' school, Brooklyn Tech, 53%. We all acknowledge no one method of testing is perfect. But there are documented studies of grade inflation, especially in our poorest communities, where grades and test scores in English and math are not positively correlated. There is evidence of portfolio fraud, where parents pay someone to prepare a portfolio, and influential people gaming admissions with flowery letters of recommendation from politicians and superintendents, or having a tester goose a well-connected kid's score on an interview. Well, we used to call that being hooked up. In 2013, Scott Stringer conducted an audit on the admission process to the screened high schools, and he found 319 of the 4,075 students did not appear to meet the enrollment criteria. That's 8%. Whose kids were those? If the city abolishes the SHSAT, the children of the powerful and the privileged will populate these schools. Stuyvesant will look like Battery Park City. I'm asking this body to vote no on Assembly Bill Apple 2173. But I don't want to say that saying no is enough. It's not. We need to increase diversity, and I know I'm running out of time, so I'd like you to also vote yes on Assembly Bill Apple 4818, which guarantees gifted and talented programs in every district of this city. For the record, I want to submit a letter from middle schools as well as policy changes we would support. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
LaBella. Mr. Joshua Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, distinguished members of the Assembly. My name is Joshua Thompson. I'm a senior attorney at Pacific Legal Foundation. Pacific Legal Foundation litigates nationwide to secure all Americans' inalienable rights to live responsibly and productively in their pursuit of happiness. PLF combines strategic and principled litigation, communications, and research to achieve landmark court victories, enforcing the Constitution's guarantee of individual liberty. PLF has appeared before the Supreme Court 13 times and was successful in 11 of those cases. We currently represent parties in two cases argued before the Supreme Court this year, Nick versus Township of Scott and Weyerhaeuser versus United States Fish and Wildlife Service. The focus of my work at Pacific Legal Foundation is on civil rights. I currently represent 8 Black and Hispanic families that in Hartford, Connecticut, where state law caps the percentage of Black and Hispanic families that can attend the city's world-class magnet schools. I also represent 2 high school boys in Minnesota who were, until we achieved a victory recently, prevented from participating in that state's dance team competitions because they were boys. And most pertinent to my testimony today, I represent 2 Asian American civil rights groups, a parent-teacher organization, and 3 Asian American families in a challenge to Mayor de Blasio's decision to begin the process of racially balancing the specialized schools through the Discovery Program. My remarks today address the specialized schools and the concern that the legislature avoid changing the specialized schools to affect a racially discriminatory purpose. New York specialized schools are the crown jewels of the city's public education system and among the best in the nation. The 3 oldest schools, Stuyvesant, Bronx High School of Science, and Brooklyn Tech, have produced 14 Nobel laureates. Alumni of the Big Three are among the leaders in nearly every field, so it is no wonder that nearly 30,000 8th graders take the specialized high school admissions test each year, seeking admissions into these schools. Only about 5,000 are admitted. Parents across the city work hard to give their children the best chance to score high enough on the SHSAT to attend one of the specialized schools. But these schools are not bastions of New York City's elite. Instead, they educate the children of many low-income and working-class parents. 62% of the nearly 6,000 students at Brooklyn Tech in 2017-18 came from families New York City classified as being in poverty. Nearly half of the student bodies at Stuyvesant and Bronx Science were similarly disadvantaged. According to the New York City Department of Education, a majority of the Asian American students who received offers to attend the specialized schools in 2018 were from low-income families. It is because of the success of the specialized schools and because they give New York's poorest communities a true opportunity at a world-class education that I applaud the Assembly's actions here today. Any changes to the specialized schools must be done with deliberation and intention and not for political expediency. That is not the path Mayor de Blasio and Chancellor Carranza forged when they recently announced changes to the admissions process at the specialized schools. To the contrary, they unilaterally imposed those changes while at the same time stoking racial animosity among New York's most vulnerable communities. And those changes are unconstitutional. They were plainly adopted for the purpose of limiting the enrollment of Asian Americans at the specialized schools, and the models the city itself created demonstrated that the changes would have precisely that effect. I urge the Assembly not to make the same mistake. The 14th Amendment declares that no state shall deny to any person equal protection of the laws. It is well settled that enactments are subject to strict scrutiny under the Equal Protection Clause, not just when they contain express racial classifications, but also when, though race neutral on their face, they are motivated by a racial purpose or object. In our ongoing lawsuit against Mayor de Blasio and Chancellor Carranza, their contemporary statements had indicated that the changes to the Discovery Program were racially discriminatory. On the eve of his unilateral announcement, the mayor called the Asian American majority at the specialized schools a monumental injustice. In reference to the Asian American majority at the specialized schools, Chancellor Carranza explained that he, quote, does not buy into the narrative that any one ethnic group owns admissions to these schools, unquote. More recently, Chancellor Carranza told the New York Post that supporters of hecklanders should know that they are defending a racist law. In sum, I hope the Assembly takes 3 important points from my remarks. First, the specialized schools are some of the best schools in the nation, and you should act with deliberation and intention before changing them. They give an opportunity to the city's most economically disadvantaged students. Second, because of the mayor and chancellor's unilateral actions, there will be significant scrutiny on any legislative change that is made. Do not do it with a racially discriminatory purpose. Thank you.
Best timing of the day, Ms. Thompson. Very good. And to close this panel, Charles Yoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, panel, for inviting me to. I'll try with this microphone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the panel. My name is Charles Yoon. I am the president of the Korean American Association of Greater New York. It's an organization that's over 60 years old. We represent the interests of the Korean American community in Greater New York, numbering several hundred thousands. We are both an umbrella organization as well as grassroots organization. I don't want to take up the committee's time by reading my prepared remarks, but I would like to make a few points. The first point is, as we just heard some quotes today about monumental injustice, that also a separate quote that I remember, these schools do not look like New York City, that it does appear that at least one motivating factor for the proposed change is a rebalancing of the racial ratio. And in that respect, there was a presentation that was circulated last year. And to me, it was somewhat startling and disturbing because in plain graph form, it showed that there will be a 75% decline in acceptance of Korean-speaking students at the specialized high school. Specifically, those students who speak Korean at home, there'll be a 75% decline in their acceptance at specialized high schools. 54% decline in those students who speak Chinese at home. Now, couple this with the statistic that about 70% of public high school Asian American kids apply to specialized high schools. What does that mean? Do you think that they don't know that this is a test that they have to study for? Is this a route? This is a route that they voluntarily choose for their path to success. They know what the odds are. The odds of success are about 30%, which is about the same as a white student's chances. But they pursue this path. The community itself has decided that this is a path to their education. 70%. Okay, and if you're going to disrupt that, if you're going to dislodge 75% of Korean American kids who speak Korean at home from this process, you better have a damn well good reason for that. And so I'm trying to find out what the problem is. And the problem appears that it's not really the problem, but it's really the manifestation, a symptom of a problem. The symptom is that you have a racial proportionate imbalance. But I've been studying the position papers put out by the alumni associations, and they all seem to agree. The problem is the school education system. They are not preparing Black and Hispanic students at the level that is required for these students to gain acceptance at these schools, period. So how do you fix that problem? Well, you fix that problem by preparing those students, by making greater investment, by doing gifted and talented programs. You know, the suggestions are all out there. It's no secret. A greater investment needs to be made so that for those students, and it's the student's choice, they want to attend these specialized high schools. And again, I think we heard that these are math schools, and it's not for everyone. But if you choose that this is your path to success, then you should be given the right to do so. And the Asian American community has chosen this path, and I say do not dislodge the community from its path by changing the system. The system as it is works. Thank you.
Mr. Yoon, thank you very much. Questions? Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony today and for waiting many hours to be here with us. I guess my question is there any other way that the mayor and the chancellor and the city, if they had rolled this out differently, we would have been at a different place in terms of discussing reform? What could have been done differently?
For anybody?
Wants to take that one?
I just want to say one comment. Carranza said at the city council hearing that even if the rollout had been different, the results would have been the same. So in other words, he had no intention of actually listening to us to make any changes. He had his mind set. It was just a tour, but not really to listen to us. It was to placate.
Anybody else want to comment on that?
So what could we do? What like steps, okay? So my old job is a problem, you gotta fix it. So what do we do to fix it? Well, we have the 116 screen schools that have geographic and other walls around them. That we had also testimony of the city council that those schools weren't exactly up to the same offerings as the specialized high school. So the first thing you need to do is take those 116, 120 programs and you standardized everything about them to bring everything that they're offering up to the same standards as the 8 specialized. Okay, so now you could use multiple measures, 7%, you could use whatever you want for those 120 programs. And then if you do decide to do something, see how that works, and if you decide to do something with the 8 schools, well, now these children have an option. These kids, and we send 1,500 kids from South Brooklyn to specialized high schools with no viable options. At least now, those kids have a viable option, someplace to go. But the first step is not doing the specialized high school. The first step is getting a transparent, non-corruptible admission process in place for those 116, 120 screen schools and making sure that they're every bit as great as the 8 specialized schools.
Panel number 6, I thank you very much for your time all day today. It's been a long one, but you've been most patient and you have provided us with fine testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day, good weekend. We are combining panel 7 and panel 8. So I'm calling up Julia Martlet, Maria Bautista, Horace Davis, Dr. Jackie Cody, and David Banks. And just for a little change of pace, well, first off, thank you so much for being here. I know I've seen you here all day long, and you're probably tired of listening to me, and we're all tired. But let's get through this, and just for a change of pace, we'll do that in reverse order than I just read. So we'll start with Mr. David Banks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and a privilege to present testimony today to New York State's Assembly Standing Committee on Education. And I thank the committee's chair, Michael Benedetto, and members of the committee for this opportunity to speak on such an important issue before us today. My name is David Banks. I'm the president and CEO of the Eagle Academy Foundation. The Eagle Academy Foundation works in partnership with the New York City Department of Education to oversee a network of 5 all-boys traditional public schools here in New York City. Today, I'm also representing the leadership of the Harlem Renaissance Education Pipeline, the NAACP New York State Conference, the New York Urban League, as well as the 100 Black Men of New York. My life has been a testament to the enduring power and significance of the New York City public education system. I was born and raised in Brooklyn and Queens, and I've attended New York City public schools all my life, from PS 161 in Crown Heights in Brooklyn, all the way through to Hillcrest High School in Queens. I went off to Rutgers University because of the great education that I was able to receive right here in New York City, and ultimately to St. John's Law School. I came back and was able to receive my educational certification by attending several colleges here in New York. I've dedicated my life to the education of the children of New York City for over 3 decades. I served as an elementary school teacher in Brooklyn, as well as an assistant principal for 2 years at PS 191, and both schools are located in Brooklyn. And I've later served as the founding principal of 2 different high schools in New York City. The first Urban Assembly School, which is the Bronx School for Law, Government, and Justice, as well as the Eagle Academy for Young Men in the Bronx. I was a high school principal for over 11 years here in New York. And given my experience, I echo the sentiments of New York City Schools Chancellor Richard Carranza that the specialized high school admissions test is in fact a flawed mechanism for entrance into specialized schools. Most recently accepted students to our most elite public high schools, 7% Latino and 4% African American, that level of disparate impact is unacceptable to me on its face. The root of these disparities rests with the Heck-Calandra Act, which was passed in 1971, stipulating that admission to Stuyvesant High School, Brooklyn Technical High School, and Bronx High School of Science is based on a single examination. Most ironic part of that is that that act was in fact passed in an effort to increase the enrollment of Black and Latino students amid a push for integration. The disparate impact is a huge injustice to millions of New York City school children, as these schools are considered to be amongst the most high-quality public high schools that New York City has to offer, yet they don't adequately reflect the makeup of our citizenry. There are several coalitions that argue that the SH-SAT is the great equalizer that tests the abilities of all students. However, there's no research that suggests that this test is a good judge of future academic performance. Additionally, we believe that one of the flaws of the system lies in the fact that this test is the sole criterion for which admission to the specialized high schools is determined. In contrast, to be admitted to Harvard University, you not only have to score well on the SAT, but you also must submit the common application, which includes an essay, your high school transcript, mid-year, end-of-year reports, along with teacher recommendations. If you can't get into Harvard University with one exam, and no other city in this country uses a single test for high school admission, why should the best city in the world limit opportunity to simply a single test? In conclusion, I would say that I submit that the Heck-Calandra Act be repealed to allow for the opportunity to develop a more robust admissions process to these specialized high schools. In order to do that, we recommend convening a diverse group of stakeholders that brings together educators, advocates, policymakers, and others, so that the entire community feels heard and represented. Through that dialogue, we believe that the legislature will create equal access to opportunity that is more representative of the true diversity of New York City.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Banks. Dr. Jackie Cody.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. For the record, I want to make it clear that all children are gifted and talented. We are part of one race, and that is the human race. The point of education is to assist in eliciting gifts and talents. So I needed to make that clear for the record. Thank you, Chair and fellow Assembly members, for this opportunity. My name is Dr. J.M. Cody, Chair of National Action Network's Education Committee. I submit the following testimony to you regarding specialized high schools admissions tests on behalf of the National Action Network. Racism and segregation in schools need to be addressed. 2, on the last specialized test, the results showed only 7 Black students out of 900 passed the exam to be accepted into Stuyvesant High School. Why keep this test? 3, the mayor's and schools chancellors' plan of allowing the top 5% to receive offers from specialized high schools, phased in 3 years of first year 3%, second 5%, third year 7%, would be an improvement for now. And the National Action Network calls for suspension of this test until it can be made fair and equitable for all. The National Action Network, as a civil rights organization, cannot allow nor support elitism. As for the opposition's position for keeping the test as is and fix all middle schools, the National Action Network asks, why hasn't this been done before? Why are you doing this now or saying it now? And doing so would take too long. Eliminate the test and fix all middle schools in the process. At 16 years old, I want everyone to listen closely to this, Albert Einstein took the entrance exam for a school called Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich. Einstein, the Albert Einstein, failed to reach the required standard in the general part of the exam, but excelled in physics and math. In other words, Dr. Einstein, the world's renowned genius, failed the SHASAT. Einstein resented his school's regimen and teaching method. Looking back as a successful adult, he stated, the spirit of learning and creative thought was lost in strict rote learning. This rote learning continues and is culminated in today's current testing procedures. It's a very deep issue we're addressing, which began about 400 years ago. This matter won't be resolved overnight. However, the mayor's and chancellor's proposal begins to address the need to correct this matter right now. Finally, the test does not work because only 4% of Black students passed the last test. We need to eliminate the test and develop a better, more fairer admissions process. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Dr. Cody, thank you very much. Horace Davis.
Thank you. My name is Horace Davis, and I'm the president of the nonprofit organization, the Caribbean American Society of New York. I'd like to add that I'm a proud graduate of Brooklyn Technical High School and the proud parent of a student currently attending Brooklyn Tech. Like so many of you, I recognize that this issue of the specialized high schools and the test is a pressing problem that needs solving. However, as someone who has had experience with both the general public school system and the specialized school, I can tell you that this issue will remain unresolved until we, as a community, that is elected officials, parents, and students, identify and recognize its root causes. It's easy to blame the test, but the logic simply doesn't follow. If the main culprit were the admission test, Black and Hispanic students would never have occupied over 50% of the seats in Brooklyn Technical High School, but they did for decades, during the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Today's admission criterion, the specialized high school admission test, is the identical one that was used in the past, which suggests that today's lack of diversity is not a consequence of the test. Only one thing has changed since then, and that is the quality of educational opportunities provided to all communities in New York City. Across the boroughs, communities of color have been systematically stripped of much-needed educational resources, included special progress and gifted and talented programs, the very programs that successfully prepared students like me. My own admission to Brooklyn Tech was a direct result of the quality education that I and so many others received at PS 181 and Walt Whitman Junior High School in the heart of East Flatbush. Today, in my view, the Department of Education has failed us. And to eliminate the test and change the admission process simply absolves them of their responsibility to address where we are currently failing our Black and Latino students. So let's get to the root causes. First and foremost, today's children in communities of color are not provided with the educational resources and as a result are underrepresented, unable to take advantage of these life-changing opportunities. Underrepresentation in the specialized high school is a symptom of a much larger issue. It is not the fault of the test. We desperately need to restore early grade gifted and talented programs to our communities. Second, we cannot turn a blind eye to the pipeline. Why is it that by first grade Black and Latino students are falling so far behind their Asian and white counterparts? Universal pre-K is great in concept and helpful to families, but it must provide opportunities for children to learn and teachers to teach. This idea of restricting engagement to social and emotional interaction needs to be eliminated. I cannot tell you how many parents are shocked when I tell them that teachers in universal pre-K are not allowed to teach reading and counting to their children. Third, more specialized high schools are needed. In 2018, approximately 28,000 students took the SHSAT, competing for 5,000 seats. As we're preparing students for success, we need to ensure that they have a place to land. In my borough of Queens, the second largest borough in New York City with 2.3 million residents, there is only 125 seats available each year at Queens High School for the Sciences at York. That is one seat for every 18,000 residents in the borough. Come on, we can do better, we need to do better. Just think, it all started with 3 schools, Brooklyn Tech, Bronx Science, and Stuyvesant. About a decade ago, the New York City public school system added 5 additional schools. Today, those 5 schools outrank the original 3 high schools. The underrepresentation of Black and Latino students in New York City specialized high school is a complex issue, one that cannot be resolved by the politically expedient elimination of the test. Multiple and subjective admission criteria will lead to bias, favoritism, and possibly worse. We must direct our efforts and resources towards improving the quality of elementary and middle schools in Black and Latino communities.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the testimony, Mr. Davis. We know there's more here, and we will make sure we read it. Okay, moving on, Maria Batista.
Hi, my name is Kendaya Charo. I work with the Alliance for Quality Education. Maria is my coworker. She had said that she told someone that she had to step out for a meeting, and so I'm going to be reading.
And I'm sorry, your name is for the record?
Kendaya Charo.
Miss Charo.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So like I said, my name is Kendaya Charo. I work for the Alliance for Quality Education. I'm an organizer. We're a statewide education advocacy organization that intentionally centers racial justice as part of our mission and vision, and it is what brings us here today. As a city, we should be absolutely ashamed that only 7 Black students got into Stuyvesant and that only 10% of Black and brown children get into the specialized high schools, even though they represent well over 60% of our public school demographic. It's even more offensive to know that there are campaigns, some flush with big money, who are pushing to renew the current admissions policies, while claiming they are against segregation and systemic inequity. Let's be clear about this. Allowing the system to remain the same guarantees that we will continue to uphold systemic racism. The history of the Hecht-Calandra legislation, the legislation that enshrines the single test admission policy, is no secret. It reveals the original intent and motive was to block the growing calls to diversify these schools at the time. The test has served and continues to serve its original purpose to keep Black and brown children out of these schools. This alone should motivate state legislators who hold the power to address the original legislation and the mayor who can change admissions requirements at 5 of the schools to take action. What we're seeing today is, again, a lack of political will to tackle the racist foundations plaguing our school system and complicity with white supremacy. The specialized high school admissions test is only the tip of the iceberg. Systemic racism feeds off the SHSAT, and gifted and talented programs screen schools and segregation itself, as tools to hoard resources. Worst of all, wealth and access to resources are confined to white, affluent communities, while the rest of our school system is under-resourced and underfunded. New York State owes New York City public schools $1.4 billion, which Governor Cuomo has refused to fund under the court-mandated Campaign for Fiscal Equity. This system ensures our communities are forced to fight for scraps. Black and brown communities are forced to participate in this sick dance for limited resources. Some of our Asian American brothers and sisters have felt that they've been left out of this process and feel voiceless. And this is all wrong. And so is moving forward with a plan that doesn't fundamentally eliminate the test as the sole basis for entry and that doesn't include multiple measures. Imagine pouring all of the energy and money backing the Pro-Shazak campaign into a campaign to ensure that all of our schools are high-quality schools. This is where our real struggle lies. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we close this panel with Ms. Julie Marlette. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to largely set aside my written testimony, as I know you have that in front of you. I think sometimes the benefit of being here for the whole day, or at least most of it, is that you learn things yourself and that you hear things that you may not have considered when putting together your written testimony, and that sometimes this time can be best used to sort of respond to them and reflect on those things you've heard as a member of the audience throughout the day. What is reflected in my written testimony, and I will say, is that as the New York State School Boards Association, we do support the current proposal before the committee. Not because we believe it's a perfect proposal, but because fundamentally we agree with what one of your colleagues said earlier today. I want to credit Assemblywoman Simon, but I will confess that was at least 2 Allegras ago. So, you know, I'm out now, so I'm really suffering. And that, you know, in a perfect world, high school admission would be a decision made at local discretion. That's a philosophy that we would apply to each and every one of our member districts. We've heard many calls today for people on both sides of this conversation to have a renewed investment in gifted and talented programs. And we as an association would support that as well for the City of New York and for all students, because yes, all students are gifted and talented in their own ways. And unfortunately, since the recession especially, there has been too little investment at almost all levels in providing students with enrichment. But I don't think that can be in lieu of having a really critical conversation about whether or not the current system is working. So someone said once, we don't have time to do things one thing at a time. We can fix middle schools, we can fix gifted and talented, and we can talk about how we admit students to our secondary schools all at once. And in fact, I would argue we're obligated to do so. This position is actually a long-standing one that actually long predates me, going in fact all the way back to 1971, and this is the only part of my testimony that I'll actually read to you. In 1971, when the original legislation was passed, the New York State School Boards Association recommended to the governor upon request for comment that the bill be vetoed. The letter was quite short. Quite frankly, I'm sure my boss wishes I would write more letters of this length, but basically said this: statutory entrance requirements to secondary schools have several shortcomings. They impose legislative judgment over that of educational authorities. They are inflexible in a period of rapid change. They prevent the people who are responsible for the operation of the school from any meaningful decisions regarding the selections of students. Well, I would argue we were perhaps overly optimistic about this being a period of rapid change in 1971. We were right about it being inflexible. And I think that what we're looking for here is to at least have that conversation. And I think that the Chancellor said something really wise during his testimony this morning, which was that, you know, he believes in his proposal, but that he's open to others as well. And I think that if we hadn't put this bill forward last year as a community, this conversation wouldn't be happening now. So let's continue the conversation and make adjustments as needed. Thank you.
Ms. Marlette, thank you very much. The entire panel, I thank you. We have a question from Ms. Seawright.
Thank you, Chairman Benedetto.
Here in New York City, we have some of the greatest academic minds in the world on faculties and in student bodies. For example, the CUNY system, and in my district on Roosevelt Island, Cornell Tech. Precisely how are we involving the talent of those schools in mentoring, tutoring, and other support programs to assist children and parents from underrepresented communities? And to you, Mr. Davis, as an alum, are you aware of any programs that employ alums of the specialized high schools to reach out and mentor and work with students, prospective students?
I sure am. Well, one program that currently exists is a program with the Brooklyn Tech Alumni Foundation and National Grid, where they reach out to middle school students and provide them STEM education. They pick them up in the 6th grade, and so they provide them and work with them through 6th and 7th grade. And they also provide test prep. And that program has been enormously successful in terms of preparing students for entrance into the specialized high schools. As far as internships you're asking about, do I know of any companies that, I'm not sure what you were asking about there.
No, in terms of university professors.
In terms of university professors
By
that are
utilizing academic talent that have specialties in this field. Are you aware of any programs of university professors from CUNY or that exist that
No, I'm
work
not.
with students?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate your testimony, your stamina. Go home and go sleep.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We call up our last panel of the day. That's something I've been wanting to say for a long time now. They comprise of Sharon Just, Chris Giordano, Minister Kristen John Foy, and Cecilia Green. And as you are coming up right now, let me just kind of do a little bit of a sign-off, because I don't want to forget to thank the staff of the Assembly who spent so many hours putting this all together, and especially my program and council analyst, Fletcher Mad Dog Weiland, who's here, who's just been unbelievable in this. They've done a wonderful job in researching, trying to get us balanced panels so we can hear all sides of this particular very important issue. And so we will go right to our panel and start with Ms. Just.
Hi, my name is Sharon Just, and I'm PA co-president, SLT chair, parent of 3, and speaking with respect to data crunching done for the D3 High School Committee. This data combines DOE demographics, high school directory information, test results, city-state ranking for all New York City high schools. The Shashat schools enroll 15,500 students, so I grouped them to compare to the top 19 non-specialized high schools, which enroll the same number of students, around 16,000, but which use the long-discussed multi-factor admission methods. So purely on an academic basis, not discussing demographics, the Shashat schools significantly outperform those top 19 non-specialized. They score 180 points higher on the SAT, the 1,600-point SAT, ACT 4 to 5 points higher. Number of national merit semifinalists are far greater, 200 from the Shashat schools versus 27 from the top non-specialized for the same sized group of students. Unless you think the top non-specialized schools, Nest, Bard, Eleanor Roosevelt, etc., are failing to teach their children, that data shows that students selected solely via the Shashat, not some other test, but the Shashat, perform significantly better academically than children selected via mixed admission methods. The question on the Shashat thus should not be framed as get rid of the Shashat because other things predict performance better. That's just not correct. The question is whether the Shashat misses students who could otherwise have performed at these levels. The status quo is not acceptable because it has led to Shashat schools under-enrolling Black and Hispanic children. Furthermore, very low enrollment can become self-perpetuating. The DOE proposal is not acceptable because a child at 99%, 2 years ahead in math, third in their 30-person homeroom, is left with no option to reach a specialized high school. Importantly, when that student looks for options, they find only 5% of New York high schools offer at least 4 of these 5 STEAM classes, AP Biology, AP Chemistry, Physics, Calculus AB, and Calculus BC. The Shashat schools de facto serve as New York City's advanced STEAM schools, Bronx Science, Brooklyn Tech, High School of Science, Math, and Engineering. I'm a Georgia Tech alumnus and an engineer. In April, the Georgia Tech president told alumni, if you haven't had algebra in 8th grade and calculus and physics in high school, you're not getting into Georgia Tech. Furthermore, the typical prep is AP Calculus and AP Physics, and often 2 years of calculus, not just 1. New York is woefully underprovided in high-quality STEAM schools. When people say the solution is to make all schools better, the problem is that 85% of New York high schools score below the SAT average for the US, and those schools have an average size of 500 kids, 400 median. That's 100 seniors. How do you take a 100 senior AP class and put AP Physics there? To run it for 1 or 2 kids, that won't happen. So unless you aggregate the high performers to be able to provide those classes, you will not be able to provide the AP Physics, Chemistry, Calculus. And if you don't provide those classes, you are shutting the door to schools like Georgia Tech or MIT or other high-performing engineering schools. That's just patently wrong for New York to do. New York needs to expand the number of seats in the specialized school and provide a pathway in both by Shashat and by a top middle school approach. Both paths are important, especially given New York City's very complicated high school application process. I've laid out a very detailed win-win approach that expands the specialized schools from 15,500 seats to either 20,000 or 25,000 seats using facilities already owned by DOE and grants entry both by Shashat and top middle school. The initial 5,000 seat expansion would utilize the new 2,500 seat Sports Authority High School underway in Queens. Queens is under-resourced right now in seats, plus convert one failing 600-person school in each of the other 4 boroughs for the total of 5,000 seats. This plan adds top middle schoolers faster than the DOE plan in 2021 and 22. It achieves serving the top 5 to 7% of middle schoolers by the same end time as DOE. It retains 90% of existing Shashat seats, 3,500 seats a year versus 3,900 now. It substitutes the top middle school approach for the 10% Discovery program because the Discovery program fails to attract people who have to give up their summer to attend it. So if you're a top performing student who just missed the Shashat cutoff, you often opt out of it. This results in a final composition of 56% Shashat entry, 44% top middle schools if it's 25,000 students. If it's a 20,000 student approach instead, the mix is 69% Shashat, 31% top middle schoolers. It provides for both test-based and mixed factor admission, increases diversity, provides a critical mass of currently underrepresented demographics, ensures sufficient student count for all those AP classes, and provides a better approach overall. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The Shashat has led to the highest academic performing, highest ranked schools, the Shashat specifically. Stop talking about generic comparisons of tests and look at what the Shashat has accomplished. Stop battling over who gets the boat, in the boat, and build more boats. Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Thank you very much. Mr. Giordano.
Thank you. I'm Chris Giordano, PTA co-president at MS54 Booker T. Washington, a District 3 middle school in Manhattan Valley. I'm also secretary of the District 3 President Council's equity team, and I'm on the same District 3 high school committee that Ms. Just is on. I'm here to tell you about what many families in our community are experiencing in the high school admissions process. Each year, the majority of District 3's 1,400 eighth graders apply to the specialized high schools. The fact is they have no alternatives appropriate to their academic level, and at the end of the process, about half of those applicants earn offers, more than 300. But if the mayor's 7% quota proposal passes, that number would plummet to fewer than 100. At Booker T alone, the more than 150 who have typically taken seats would be reduced to 20. Those District 3 students are in the only Manhattan district without admissions priority to any high school and are restricted from many of the high-quality college prep schools outside of District 3 due to admissions priorities granted to other districts. And by college prep, I mean one of the 5% of New York City public schools that have at least 4 core STEM AP classes. That's 26 in a system of 489 schools, of which 6 are in the specialized high school system. Unfortunately, because of those district priorities, District 3 students have access to only about 20 of those college prep schools. And I want to make a point that was made earlier about LaGuardia, which sits in District 3, the Audition specialized school. It's 73% female. So how is that equity? Everywhere we turn, we see an incoherent system or policy that contradicts a position taken by the mayor or the chancellor. Around our halls, we hear talk of DAs and the stable marriage problem and top-down rankings and buckets or batches and randomized lotteries. It makes your head spin if you don't speak the complex language of admissions. DA is the deferred acceptance algorithm. There's complexities that lead to the inequities in the system. Earlier this year, Millennium, just a week before the application deadline, changed their policy from Manhattan preference to citywide preference. People who aren't regularly reading Chalkbeat missed that, and they wasted a placement on their kids' rankings. We also learned just this week that the DOE has decided to publish a smaller high school information book, causing people to have to do internet searches, another inequity. And then we learned our district is strategically targeting second graders with G&T programs, with a G&T program as a marketing tool for certain schools. Again, we're getting mixed messages. G&T programs are inherently racist, but yet the DOE is using it strategically when they want to prop up the school of their choice. All of these things are in the DOE's control. None of them represent equity. How do we not conclude that New York City DOE's Byzantine system of choices, screens, preferences, and priorities is designed to be a sort of educational redlining that helps those who are equipped to navigate the system? It's no surprise that we are having trust issues with the DOE. The distrust extends to concerns about favoritism and way people can game the system when it relies on multiple measures, like letters of recommendation and grades. The distrust is confirmed when we were at the City Council hearing last week, and we learned that the mayor's self-appointed school diversity advisory group learned about the mayor's high school admissions proposal after it had been made public. You have to admit that there's some irony in this push to solve the education system by getting rid of a test. This is, by the way, a test by the DOE's own study, the METIS report, that recognizes that directly correlates to strong high school performance. The mayor and the chancellor propose a multiple systems measure of admissions. I submit that unless the mayor and chancellor solve for the scarcity in the system and shift their focus to removing barriers, those multiple measures will cause admission scandals that rival what is currently being played out in the elite universities. And at this moment in District 3, the Shazat is the most simple and clear method of high school admissions, and for our community, the test is not the problem. It is our only path to college prep high schools because of other barriers in the system. We are asking the State Assembly to support its constituents in putting pressure on the DOE and mayor to deliver on the promise of meeting every student where they are and providing for the support, resources, and high expectations for them to achieve at consistently high rates. Please help us to ensure our system of education is not solved with political opportunism. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Ms. Cecilia Green, you are the end.
Hopefully that's
Please
in a good
impart
way.
some wisdom.
Thank you to the
Yes, speak.
to the members of the New York State Assembly for having this hearing. My name is Celia Green, and I am the president for the Citywide Council on High Schools currently. I am also the co-chair for the Chancellor's Parent Advisory Council, and I am the president of District 75's President's Council. I'm mom of 6 young men who my last 3 are in high school right now. So I truly believe that there are 2 sides to this argument, and there are good points on both sides. The truth, though, lies somewhere in the middle. I do believe that the intention, or the original intention for the test, was to segregate out people. However, I am not opposed to the test itself. I am opposed to using that as a sole criteria for admissions, because I do believe that everyone talks about choice and parents having choice and where they're sending their children. The high school admissions process, the middle school admissions process, let alone the high school admissions process, has gotten very crazy in the last couple of years. I do think, though, that there has to be opportunity in order for there to be choice. If someone's giving you all the same thing all the time, there's no real choice. It's just that they're shoving one type of school or one type of thing at you. I've heard others today testify that there should be more G&T programs. I don't disagree with that, but I also know in certain districts, G&T is code for let's segregate a little island out in. Thank you.
Woke up a few people in the
Woke
back.
me up. All right. I do know that has been used in certain communities. I won't name the districts, but some communities in multiple districts that wanted to create a little bastion within an otherwise a school that was populated with maybe different elements that were not desired or so. So I do think that maybe creating magnet programs might be a better bet, because then it speaks to children's interest and what students choose to study. But overall, I do, like I said, I'm not opposed to the test itself, but I do not think the test should ever be the sole criteria. There are whole schools with children that don't test well, but curriculum, if you ask them the curriculum, they can repeat it backwards to you because they know it that well. Not everyone is going to test well. There are different learning skills and learning abilities. As a parent of children within D75 and also within general ed, I know that there are multiple intelligences. And I think a lot of this has to be taken into consideration because there are a lot of people who, Winston Churchill, Einstein, all these people, were late bloomers. They would not have necessarily made it past the Shazam. So I do believe in choice, and I do believe that parents who have chosen this path with their children should be allowed to go to these schools. But I also think you should look at funding. I think we should stop talking about these 8 schools and look at funding. If we were funding the other high schools, there's so many high schools out there that are struggling in terms of funding, but they're doing wonderful things and having wonderful outcomes for their students. So I think if we were thinking about funding New York City schools, because even one of the top schools, Brooklyn Tech, is not fully funded. I've sat through many a PEP hearing, a Panel for Education Policy hearing, where alumni from Brooklyn Tech specifically have gone and asked for it to be at least 100% funding, as opposed to its counterparts all being at 100% or 120% funding. There are a lot of schools in New York City that are maybe at they're striving now to keep them at 90% funding, but a lot of them are at 85 or 80% funding. So there's no way that that's going to be fair because they cannot. There's just not room in the budget to have the same programs that a specialized high school would have, or even have AP programs for everybody. I know there is AP for all, but it's not truly for all if one school can offer 1 or 2 AP classes and the other school can offer 12.
Ms. Green, I thank you very much for your testimony. I thank everybody who has sat here all day, and there have been many of you who have. And I thank my colleagues who have stuck it out and the ones who are here and had to leave. I thank you, all the people who testified and sat on the panels. You know, you sat here today and you heard people saying we should do away with the test. You heard other people saying we should keep the test. You have other people say, well, maybe we should do alternatives and have a hybrid. We've heard from academia and scholars and elected officials and the school leadership, alumni, interest groups, parents, students. They were all here. It was all mixed. That was the purpose of this hearing today, to get information that we can go, look at, digest, and possibly come up with alternative, good legislation that we'll at least be very, very proud of, and that we had this. So again, it's been a long day. Let's call it a nice day, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.